outside, soft, like the fat. Therefore, again, I would have thought it precisely combined for tumor purposes. About half of, but over here by Kabbalah purposes, Ema Lemashka. So it's incredible. The pasuk says Lemashka. In other words, the pasuk goes by that. The pasuk goes by that. Actually, I mean, in the second part, as Mishmach Shumasi, the whole country in Israel, the part of the second, Lemashka, Ulabanaka Agala. What does this mean? Rigdula. Kabbalah will say in general, you have to understand something. The Mizbeach is considered to be like the shulchan of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the table of Hashem. And therefore the Kabbalos are offered up on the table of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, Kabbalos in general has to be given in a way that represents greatness. If you do like the next verse, therefore I would put like this. If you do love, that Shema love and open. Essentially, there's Kabbalic consumption reflects monarchical consumption. Right? Below Avide Malachi the Akri Haku. A king wouldn't normally eat the hide of the tail. It's not a part of the animal that a king would eat. So because it's not a part of the animal that the king would eat, I would have thought that for carbonic purposes, the hide is not considered to be like a carbonic portion. Whereas in Emerald, how much more the Gemara says it is. How much more on the hide of the tail is not just part of the flesh, ultimately against the human purposes, but is also there for carbonic purposes as well. As raised in Gemara Mason, whereas the Kasha may say, Hashem Ekas Ha'olah, La'akir Kizayis Me'ar, Shekachas Ha'olah, Futzbin Kabul, Hashem Ve'im Bakaris. Supposed to listen to this. Smart quotes from our Mishnah. If a person has in mind, that person checks an Olah, remember, Olah is the carbon that is totally consumed on the Mizbeach, totally consumed on the altar. And he does it with the intention to go ahead and burn a tizanius of the height of the tail outside of its prescribed time. So he has a machshava for putzlin komo. But it's a very specific mind. What's his very specific ideation is again to burn a tizanius of the tail height outside of the prescribed time. So what's the halacha? Hustle the imbakaris. Ultimately, again, it's possible and validates the Kabbalah, but there's no courage because it's putzlin komo. What about putzlin mano? What if he has in mind to burn a desires of the tail height outside of the appropriate time? And what's halacha? Piggle. Then it's piggle. But chayav and alav karis. Chayav and karis. And karis of piggle. Okay? Rabbi ben Yehuda ish abaya omer mishum Rabbi Yaakov. Between Rabbi Shimon and Yehuda ish kfatikos omer mishum Rabbi Shimon. Achad are base apostles. Name it back up. So what are we talking about again? The hide, the hip hide of a small animal, or the ephod rosh or harosh shel evrara, or the head hide of a young calf. The ephod or shetakas ha'ayo. Or are we talking about again the hide underneath the tail? The kol shamanu chachamim gabi tumah. The English sha'olo saying kibsaran, and in any case, ultimately again, where Chazal said by tumah, that the hide and the status of the flesh, lahabi or shabes haboshas, to include like the flesh by the genital area. In all of these cases, putzlin komo possible a machshava to consume it or to burn it outside of the permitted area will make it become a possible. Name bakares, putzlin izrael. People the chayav and around kares. So let's say all that. Yeah. So all the Mishnah just said. So let's say what I just did. So let's say in all of these cases, wherever Chazal said that, let's say by tumah, that the hide has the same status of the flesh, or it's true by tumah, it is true by karma. And therefore, again, if you have in mind to eat parts hide outside of the permitted area, ultimately remedies the carbon possible and no kares outside of the permitted time. Hustle and curries, because that's called pigus. Now, what is the Gemara picking up on? The way that the Gemara frame this is what we specified over here in Olah, which makes it sound like this halacha is only applicable to an Olah, but not by a regular card. But Olah in Zerach, so it is a specific thing by Olah. So Mishnah Rafuna, Hanu Diktani Olah. So this makes sense by Rafuna. This is why it says Olah, Ela Rafista. My area Diktani Olah, but going to Krista. Why does the Talmud mention Olah? This means Zerach. Just say Zerach because it applies to all commands in general. I'm going to follow this case as you like, people saying about Ayah Shadidi. Chasal, like we said before, that we're talking about again the tail fat of a goat. A goat. So remember again, goat tail fat. Goat tail fat is not burned on the mizbeach. So must be by same attorneys that okay, the other possibility ultimately is go ahead and eat this ultimately again as Zevach has happened. So we'll say, so bottom line, so don't say, it shouldn't say Ola, rather it should say Zevach, meaning it applies to all Kabbalas. So we'll say, so I just point out something interesting, to be just an interesting fact that comes out of this, that this gets into an interesting discussion about which parts of the animal are subject to carbonic sanctity, or specifically have the status of carbonic flesh. So now you might give me a principle which is important. Anything that is considered to be flesh, ultimately again, for tumor purposes, by definition it's considered to be flesh for carbonic purposes as well. Incredible. We still are left with our overarching machlokes between Rabbi Eliezer and the Chachamim. Ultimately, again, where if you have an erroneous mindset by something that is not consumable, not fit for human consumption, or not permitted for human consumption, does that undermine the effectiveness of the carbon or not? The Chachamim say yes. Rabbi Eliezer says no, and that machlokes still remains outstanding. Good. Let's go back. Pasal and Lokaris. We'll say it's very exciting in Gemara. Why? Because remember, again, the Mishnah outlined for me two categories. What are my two categories? And this will say probably one of the most important. We're going to be learning in the next little bit. Two categories. Kutzlin komo, kutzlin zmano. Kutzlin komo, I have in mind to eat the carbon. Or by the way, when I say eat doesn't mean what does eat mean? It means any part of the sacrificial service. So it can mean eat, it can mean burn, it can mean sprinkle. I have in mind to do something carbonically significant outside of the permitted space, right, where it's supposed to be done. That's called chutbin komo. That mindset makes the carbon hustle, but no colors. Same thing I have in mind to eat, burn, sprinkle outside of the permitted time window. What is that called? Piggle. That's called piggle ultimately again, and you get colors. So now the Gemara says, well, how do you know? In other words, we'll say, because this is actually quite fascinating, that an erroneous mindset, Kutzli's mano, is possible, but no sorry. Kutzli's mano is possible.
What's up, bitch? This is the West Side Pimp.
Is possible, no colors. West Side, how do you know that? Not really. Where exactly do I know that from? Amr Shmuel says, Shrei Kroi Tzidi. Shmuel says, they're two psukim. So, Mahdi, what two psukim?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Very exciting. Mahdi, Amr Rabba. So, Shlishi, Zer Kusazman. So, let's say, okay, let's talk about the pasuk of it, because we're going to see these two psukim.
Yo.
Both of these psukim
So this shit sucks.
One of them in the Chumash Vayikra itself, in the beginning of Vayikra, and one of them in Parshas Kedoshim. Because the first one you put over is like this. Read to the pasuk. It's hey achol ye'akal v'b'sar zerach hashvamav yom hashlishi. If you eat from the flesh of the carbon on the third day. Now, the carbon over here has a 2-day consumption window, which is often normal for Kabbalah. So let's say I check the carbon today, Sunday, so I would have 2 days and 1 night. Essentially, Sunday, Monday, eat the carbon. By Monday night, anything left over is going to become no. So the Mishnah says, so the pasuk says, and if you ma'achol yacham, it's in the pasuk, ma'achol yacham v'b'sar zerach shamak yom hashlishi, on the third day, lo yiratzeh, amachiv so lo yichashev lo, pigol yihya. Okay, so the Torah says, third day it'll be pigol, v'nefesh ha'feles mimena avonot yisrael. Whoever eats from it once it's pigol, ultimately again will bear its iniquity, will bear its punishment. Okay, so now watch this. The Gemara says, shlishi, when it says, eat it on the third day, that refers to consumption of a carbon outside its permitted time. That's what's the zmano. Pigol, when it says pigol, that refers ultimately again to outside of its permitted area. So let's say, which is a pretty wild rush, right? Because what's pigol? What's the zman, right? So just follow this through. We're going to work this through a little bit. Okay, so the man says, first of all, guys, I apologize. I know that our timing is off a little bit this morning. So, okay, we'll go from that then. So if everybody has plans, Hashem, so lock the doors. Yes, right? in the version. Then it's like so people, so shlishi, when it says shlishi, ultimately again, zeu chutz lizmano. So shlishi refers to eating, I want to say eating, burning, sprinkling outside of the permitted time. Pigol, zeu chutz limkomo. That refers to outside of its permitted space. Va'nefesh ha'ocheles mimenu. And ultimately, again, and then the pasuk says, and a person who consumes the miss, avonati will bear its iniquity, which means kares. So the Gemara says, echad v'lo shnayim. Clearly, the kares penalty is only going on one of the aforementioned infractions and not both, right? Because the pasuk mentions both chutz zmano or chutz komo, that's pidol, or to say chutz zmano, that's shlishi, and then pidol, that's chutz komo. And then it says in the singular, and a person who does this, ultimately again will be chayav kares, which means the kares only goes back on one of them and not both of them. So the Gemara says, is that very good? And it says in the other Rothschild. So which one does it go back on? Which is mano or komo. So which one does kares go back on? Kares goes back ultimately again on chutz lizmano and not chutz komo. So what do you see from here? You see from here that the kares penalty ultimately devolves on chutz komo, not chutz lizmano. So what's that? So by the way, I don't want to say worst Russia ever, right? But not compelling at all, right? And again, the Gemara is telling us, like, that's a fully arbitrary interpretation of the pasuk, which we're going to challenge it. So the Gemara is like this. So maybe when it says, I don't know how do you know that? Maybe when it says kares at the end of the pasuk, maybe that's referring to chutz komo. We're going to eat chutz mano. When it comes to exclude chutz mano from a kares. So how do you know that kares is going back on chutz mano and not chutz komo? The stablo chutz komo obvious the pasuk there. Well, remember, because at the end of chutz mano, it makes sense to say that chutz mano is primarily why, because ultimately again it's what the pasuk started with. Okay, which is remember again, because most remember, the Gemara now is bringing out chutz mano from what? From sushi, which is the first word of the pasuk, the first part of the pasuk. So the fact that chutz mano is being learned out first would seem to assign it primacy. And therefore, again, when there is kares, the kares penalty ultimately goes on there. How did that work? Chutz komo are just to some extent. And this is just the opposite. Chutz komo should get kares. Why? Because chutz komo is the infraction that's juxtaposed to kares. It's right there in the pasuk. Rabbi, so everyone's like, the Joshua doesn't really work. Joshua doesn't really work. Rabbi, he also let Yitzchak Parabini, Amarav, Summit, at the time he came. Yishu Omer, Shlishi Parshas Kedoshim. Oh, the Bible says there's another pasuk. A pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim. Now, the Bible says this pasuk says, "Bin ha'achol di'achel b'yom ha'ashlishi, pigolu lo yiratzeh." Right, so the pasuk says that if you will eat it on the third day, it is pigol, it will not be accepted. Second pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Shomer Shlishi," the Parshas Kedoshim to you. So I would say, this thing is also fascinating. I don't know, I'm not holding it, but like, I don't ever remember the Gemara quoting the name of a parsha. Like, it's interesting. Generally, again, there's no attribution of the It's just interesting. It's interesting. So here, when the Torah says, Omer Shlishi, the Parshas Kedoshim to you, it's just fascinating. Like, when it's getting close to Sukkot, where does it ever go ahead and ultimately say, Shlishi Parshas Kedoshim? The Lord says, so all you have to think about, just thinking about this last night, like, obviously, there's no coincidences, especially in that when it was us, only beautiful messages. So, if you think about it, so tonight, we're about to enter into the third leg of the Kedusha of Sukkot, right? Because the first part of the Kedusha of Sukkot was first presented, the second part of the Kedusha of Sukkot is Shabbos Kalanai, and the third leg, there are four legs to Sukkot, right? But the third leg to the Kedusha of Sukkot ultimately is Hashanah Rabbah. Because each of these parts of Sukkot has their own unique and beautiful avodah associated. And Hashanah Rabbah, right? as sort of the things on the most physical Shana Rabbi is a day in which the Kata, in which the Kutla, with our desires with our disputes of the year, are delivered to the day from Shonala. That's the final review. That's the help of Shana Rabbi. That's why we get together tonight to learn and Kavern. Because at the end of the day, our judgment has not yet been sealed. And it's one opportunity to turn things around. And it's one opportunity to hopefully transform things just into an unequivocally casual game. So just incredible. Look at these words. Shlishin, the Parashas Kedoshim Tinu. Sometimes what we've been unable to accomplish over the problem so far. Right? Sometimes you will be unable to accomplish, on the Shayim and Kippur, first part of Sukkot, second part of Sukkot. Sometimes it's the Shlishi, where you become Kedoshim Tinu. Sometimes it's the Shlishi, sometimes in the Shana Rabbah. That's when you pull out all the stuff. That's when you're really able to actualize your personalistic Kedusha and how that you should be built. And that's actually Kedusha. Omer Shlishi, the Parashas Kedoshim Tinu, She'ini Talmud Lomar, Shaharit Kedai Ne'emar. Now, once again, that pasuk is totally unnecessary. Like, what is the pasuk? That pasuk in Kedoshim is pretty much the exact repeat of what we saw before. So what's going on over here? So now, She'ini Talmud Lomar, Shaharit Kedai Ne'emar. The pasuk already said this. The pasuk already says that if you eat from the covenant on the third day, it becomes legal. So why does the pasuk need to repeat it in Parashas Kedoshim on the days? In so ultimately, again, if I don't need it for chutz mano, right? Because I can learn that from the previous pasuk, then ultimately again use it to teach me chutz min kol mo. Incredible. Now look at Ashi just a moment. See where it says, actually no, fine, look at Ashi. He says, if people destroy, I read it all, the tzaddik halo, don't need to share the chutz min kol mo, elokiyim drop of chutz mano. So listen, now watch this. So once I have this extraneous pasuk, it is a additional pasuk, that second pasuk ultimately in Parashas Kedoshim could be fully dedicated to chutz min kol mo, which then brings up the first pasuk in Parashas Sad, ultimately for what? Chutz mizmano, which means that entire pasuk is talking about what? People. And that pasuk explicitly says that what? Charis. Right? Our own Rothschild on the pasuk. Banefesh al-chamas avonat tisa. Charis. So now this is beautiful. Now the first pasuk in Parashas Sad is fully dedicated ultimately again to chutz mizmano, which is Pegel, and tells that Pegel is Charis. And the second pasuk in Parashas Kedoshim, ultimately, which doesn't have a Charis, it just says Lo Yei Latzah, and he's not Pegel, but it says Lo Yei Latzah. That's talking about chutz min kol mo, and chutz min kol mo is Pasal. That's what it means when it says Pegel, it's Pasal. But no keep Charis. Beautiful. The universe is an absolute harmony in this moment. Okay, so now I've got a pasuk in Parashas Sad for chutz mizmano, which is Pegel. A pasuk ultimately in Parashas Kedoshim for chutz min mo, which is Pasal. Torah calls Pasal Pegel, but there's no keep Charis. Beautiful. So immediately that Mona Gavinosa, the ultimately again has an exclusionary phrase by no. So the whole club Abono Yisa. Pasuk says by no star also there's a few Charis. When you eat the chutz min kol mo, ultimately again to exclude chutz min kol mo, ultimately again from Charis. We will say the problem I have now, as much as that's beautiful, that there's a pasuk in Parashas Sad, but ultimately again is pasuk in Parashas Sad that is chutz mizmano, people, and therefore Charis, and pasuk in Parashas Kedoshim, which is chutz min kol mo, because the rejection of people by chutz min kol mo. So how do I know that doesn't encourage by chutz min kol mo as well? That means it's in biblical language, given in both places. So the fact it doesn't say Charis in Parashas Kedoshim, but still, how do I know that chutz min kol mo is not subject to Charis? To which the Gemara says, interestingly enough, we're going to see now, the Gemara says, it means that Mona Gavinosa, V'ol Kulav Abono Yisa, when you look at chutz min kol mo, and the Torah can mean ultimately again by no, where it says, where it says, that those who eat no salt ultimately will gather iniquity, and it says, by no salt is the few Charis, but ultimately the Uke chutz min kol mo. But to exclude chutz min kol mo, ultimately again from any Charis bearing reality. The Imam, באופלב עבונה יישא, וזהו חוץ במקומו, ולא סניקרס. Or why don't I say, the phrase Opal Avanai is the first ultimately one to put in common. The put in common is high price, and ultimately again, no sir is not. The stabla, no sir, hovering with the Paris. Right? It makes more sense to say that no sir is subject to Paris. Why? The Nigma Avon, the Chusliz Mano, they dominate the Zam. Because ultimately, again, there's a Shabbat Avon, the Chusliz Mano. Right? Sorry, the Shabbat Avon, ultimately, again, that Chusliz Mano. And ultimately says, Avon by no sir, and no sir and Chutz Mano are similar to each other, that they share two similarities. Like Saba, one of the two similarities is Zman. Ultimately, again, both Chutz Mano and no sir are both fundamentally subject to time, like they're both using the time. And interestingly enough, they both apply by brothers. So when brothers, personal authors, ultimately again were permitted, these two disqualifications of Nosar and Chutz Mano ultimately still apply. Interesting. Agrava, c'est just the opposite. Switching Komo Hanelation because I think the argument that Chutz Komo should be subject to Paris. Why? Because I can say the Mikmar, Avon, Chutz Mano, because I can make ultimately again a Gil Shabbat of Avon. Between Chutz Mano, Chutz Komo and his household, to dominate the Mikdash. Ultimately, again, because also it has many similarities as well. What are these similarities? Number one, Machshava, Sas, Dam, and Shlishi. If you think quickly at Rashi is the Mikdash, it's the first wide line in Rashi. Then Machshava, first of all, Sas, Dam, Shin, Shlishi. Now, what is actually really beautiful Gemara? So listen to this. Shlishi, Chutz Mano, Chutz Komo, Chutz Machshava. Right? So Chutz Mano, Chutz Komo, Shneya, Tzum Machshava. Then Kishe B'Netzasa, Mitzvah. So say first of all, Sabot, Chutz Mano, and Chutz Komo, both of them are thought. Machshava. That's the man. Next. In issue b'mitzasa, nipa kulot. Furthermore, kut tzas, even if you have an erroneous mindset of Chutz Mano, which is a little bit of tzas, ultimately invalidates the cover. Next, Ushem Nisan ba'avodas hadjan, that's the doubt. Both of them can be disqualified during the blood service. And Ushem nemar shlishi, and the positive is not shlishi by both of them. La puti tuma, the ena pasuk machshava. Now this excludes the case of Tumah, because by Tumah, ultimately, again, the erroneous mindset does not do anything. The Nikna Mitzas on the Nikma Kulo, furthermore, part of it becomes coming out, all of it becomes coming. The Yeshara Achaz Rikas coming, but ultimately it's also subject to Tumah after Zrika, and there's no Shlishi. There's no Shlishi that's mentioned. However, Rabbi Yochanan says, what's that to Yimara? Tani Zvivi Bar Levi, Asya Kodesh Kodesh. Making Zir Shabbat Kodesh, Sipapa, as Kodesh Hashem. If you know the Mikvah, it says over here, right? As Kodesh Hashem, you know, ultimately again, this is the concept by Mosar. Right? As Kodesh Hashem, you love the Mikvah, that if you eat Nosar, you're subject to Kares. If it's Hassan, it's Sarafta as I Nosar Ba'esh. Not La Halon Nosar, but the Gomleton Nosar, Afton Nosar, so there's Nosar. The new Yakmana Gabi Nosar, for all club Avonon Yisah, when they eat a Chutz Komo Mikares, you know that you back by Nosar, and have Magir Shabbat from Nosar to Chutz Mano, which ultimately comes to exclude Chutz Komo from Kares. Beautiful. In my cultures, the Kra'ani have a Chutz Mano. So what's this now? Fine. Remember, all of this is predicated on both sides of the following idea. That what we call the longer pasuk, right? The longer pasuk in Parshas Sas is going to be talking about Chutz Mano, and the shorter pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim is talking about Chutz Komo. In which the Gemara says, just by the way, in my causes the Kra Arika B'Chutz Mano, Ushlish the Parshas Kedoshim continue Chutz Komo. How do you know that? How do you know that the longer pasuk is talking? The longer pasuk in Parshas Sas is talking about Chutz Mano, and the shorter pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim is talking about Shifting Koma. How do you know that? April. Is it just the opposite? People find out. Is it just the opposite? It's the opposite. So Ricky says no. The Stata Arika Bakush is my thing. It makes more sense that the longer pasuk, which is the first part, the start, is talking about Kush's Mano. Why? The Gama Avon Nosar, the Gamile Gizab. Because most I remember again that the first pasuk has the Lashon of Banda Avon Avona Isa Avon. And there's a zero Shabbat Avon from Chutz Mano to Nosar, and also just like Nosar's colors, therefore Chutz Mano is going to be colors. Adraba, so just the opposite. Alita Chutz Mano, we can mention to Chutz Mano. We should be done like, oh, I think just the opposite, right? I think just the opposite idea. And ultimately, again, then maybe the second pasuk ultimately again, let the first pasuk, let the Gemara calls the longer pasuk, in fact, the sad. Let the longer pasuk be talking about first limb Kamo, and the shorter pasuk in creation ultimately talking about first limb Mano. We shouldn't be done right. You should go to Sunday, it can imagine that ultimately, and also his juxtaposition, so ultimately, again, first limb Mano the colors, and therefore again it's excluded. Amarava, and therefore it's excluded the colors. Amarava, who will Arika Asyon, the sin, that you're saying, no, to stop over with Amarava. Stop over here. Listen, just understanding, might just run off with the question. So let's just highlight over here. So the way the Gemara set up everything was as follows. That Halacha L'Maisa, here's what we know. Let's go to our facts. Mishnah told me that a machshava for chutzin komo to either eat, burn, sprinkle a part of the carbon outside of the familiar area. What does that do to the carbon? What do you do? Hustle, but no colors. Chutz mano, you have in mind to either burn, sprinkle, eat outside the familiar time. And which means hustle and colors. So now the Gemara says, how do you know that? Because to be honest, those things sound really similar. So the fact that one is colors and one is not colors, where are you getting that from? What does it essentially come down to? One in Parshas Sav, which the Gemara calls the long pasuk, and one in Parshas Kedoshim, which the Gemara calls the short pasuk. The way the Gemara wanted to line it up is that this whole exercise was that the Gemara ultimately said the longer pasuk is talking about Mano, right? And therefore, again, there's a zero shava to the pasuk says Avon, zero shava from that pasuk to Nosar, just like Nosar is hiding colors, so the Chutz Mano is hiding colors as well. The second pasuk in Parshas Kedoshim, ultimately, again, the shorter pasuk, Gemara calls it, is talking about Chutz Komo, and there's no explicit mention of colors in that Chutz Komo. No explicit mention of colors in that pasuk. The Gemara just challenge that. I understand. I could just easily flip that entire thing around, right? I can go ahead and flip that entire thing around, and ultimately, again, how much to learn it out differently. So kind of depending off on that question, Rabbi is going to come along and kind of set this whole thing straight. But in the other session, that's where I'm leaving off. So again, we thought we had a construct. It's a pretty good construct. We're going to challenge the construct, and Rabbi is going to realign things out. So we'll say we're going to continue our session tonight. So again, that tonight is at 7:45. Weather permitting, it'll be in the Sukkah, the beautiful, beautiful Rel Hashanah Rabbah plan. It's going to be just a very beautiful, uplifting evening. So again, we're doing tomorrow's daf tonight. So that'll be 7:45 this evening, probably 7:45 to approximately 8:30, give or take an hour. So approximately 8:30. And then in the next section, 8:30, we're going to be doing the Siddur Kabbalah. Not our regular Siddur Kabbalah, but we'll be focusing on running the Shana Lab on the session, still in the Sukkah, we'll a little bit as well. A beautiful evening. Shivayach everyone, a good night, a beautiful, beautiful day. The Salas Thomas, Shaklavi Svel. All right, good day, everyone. Good night, everyone. First of all, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all in our sponsors for this morning share of faith. Our commentator response to the month of Tisha B'Av in October. It's our coming celebration of continued eating Ezekiel of the Silver's Kibbles and himself. Nathan carries smoke in the source of the entire community. Today's guy, because we always dedicate our name to such passages. The Prophet from being Holy Shalom and the Kala and Night of our holy soldiers. That is one thing to test the whole Maaseh Yudayim. So it's Kibbles, Shalom, today's back above. We have to go a lot of ground cover. We are picking up the Eretz Hashem on Chafar days 25b, the last of the short lines. So our topic over here is still the topic of airspace of a creed. What is the status ultimately again in the airspace of the country? The Gemara says it's all time has nothing yada oklov or on the Iraq. What's to be she has in mind of this. What's halachah? So that's the paradigm. So the person goes there, the water flows. Remember again, the paradigm has to be mining time. Has to be spring water. So the halacha is if ultimately again there's any kind of intervention in the flowing of the water, it disqualifies the water. So in this case over here, the water is flowing, but a person goes out and puts their hand or their foot in a way, channel the water. Or aliyakos or vegetable leaves, in all of these cases, the water is possible. The sea water is just whatever. Only clean the aliyah goes in share, but if you use the leaves of these leaves or the nuts, it's kosher. Now what's the reason? Yakla, second white line, 25. Yakla, Dabaham the Kabbalah too much psulim, some psulim. Dabashim the Kabbalah too much sharing. Because I is like this: something that is in the Kabbalah tumah, if you use to channel the water, ultimately disqualifies the water. Conversely, something that is not in the Kabbalah tumah, if used to channel the water, does not disqualify the water. We're not having to do committed with others. So this is very interesting. There's a paradigm. You can go ahead and use from the spring, or from some type of plate. It will be tar. So when God says, every part of the water, every part of the water process must be done in a state of ritual purity, including the channeling of the water can only be done by things that are not metabol tumah. There's also notice, what do you see from here? That the airspace of the utensil is just like the utensil itself. Again, just to clarify, so if you remember again, when we're talking about airspace, we're not talking about the airspace of the interior of the utensil. Because as Rashi pointed out in yesterday's daf, once something comes into the interior airspace of the walls of the utensil, everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa is considered to be at rest in the utensil. When we say airspace, what are we referring to? Really, again, the area above the utensil, the airspace above the utensil. As you see from here, that the airspace above the utensil is like the utensil. As you really see that, the fact that halacha l'maisa, if I channel the water with my foot or with my hand, ultimately the water is disqualified. We're assuming over here that what's happening here is I'm channeling it in. The water is going into the airspace above the clean, and then ultimately falling into the clean. I'm going to say that if you by Abba, we don't love the show says maybe the water ultimately is trickling in. Maybe it's not an airspace issue. They tell you that's crazy. It's not what it says. It says in order that the water will enter into the barrel. Based on that's my Rabbi Tzadok, we're going to follow the Mishnah. We stand Hayid Rabbi Tzadok al Hazocharim Shekilchan Ba'aliyah goes and Shem. And there was a situation over here, sinking water to the paradigm that will cause the flow ultimately again with only a goes. Only goes and literally again are like the leaves of a nut tree. The idea here is they're not mechaber, and therefore Allah so the water remains kosher. So this actually occurs in the sea of our place of Ahaya. The Bar resident from the Mishkas Agazis, and ultimately it came before the Mishkas Agazis, and they declared that the water itself was still going to be kosher for the use of Harabim. Incredible. So that concludes the sugya of Avia. So just to understand what's happening over here, the Gemara is trying to understand the concept, whether or not airspace above a tree has the status of the tree itself. Obviously, once an item reaches the exterior airspace of the tree, this means it's in the airspace of the walls. Everyone agrees that it is considered to be at rest in the utensil itself. The shadow is in airspace above the tree. Is it considered to be at rest in the tree? Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara's conclusion seems to be yes. Seems to be yes. So just something interesting to ponder again. We're not totally finished with that subject, right? The conclusion of the Gemara seems to be that Ave Akri is Kikli Dam. As noted by Damazir Amrabi, very interesting case here. At Soy also have had the Akakach Kibel Dama Pasel. So it's a fascinating case over here. A person goes ahead and shechts an animal. Right? Shechts an ox or a sheep. After he checks the sheep, but ultimately before he goes ahead and does Kabbalah, he nicks the ear of the sheep. Okay? So Shkita, I mean, this guy's very fast, right? So Shkita nicks the ear of the sheep. What's the concept of nicking the ear? He does something that would normally constitute a mum, meaning a blemish. In other words, if let's say the animal before Shkita were to have a nicked ear, that would preclude it from being used as a carbon. So in this case over here, what he did was, he did Shkita, then he blemished the animal, and then he did Kabbalah. Blemishing was done after Shkita, between Shkita and Kabbalah. What's the status of the animal? Puzzle. So the Gemara says that the James says it's puzzle, name of Rabbi is puzzle Shneimar. The Lakach Vidam Hapar, Par Shahayat Bagot, Par Shahayat Kivar. So the Pasuk says when you do Kabbalah, you have to take from the dam and the par. What does it mean, hapar? The par as it was before, meaning just as the par at the time of the Shkita had to be unblemished, so too the par at the time of the Kabbalah has to be unblemished as well. The par at the time of the Kabbalah is blemished, even though that blemish took place after the Shkita, the animal itself is precluded from use. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ashkechem Kachin Kadosh. Alright, so that's the post by Kachin Kadoshim. Kachin Kalin, and how do I know that this is true? By lower sanctity Kabbalah's Kachin Kalin, on the Rava Tanya, Set Tamin Zachar Ben Shana. So it says that ultimately you have to use a complete sheep, a shar, Tamin sheep, male, 1 year old. What do you see from here? She had Tamin Ben Shana. B'shas shkita. But ultimately, again, the animal must be literally 1 year old, unblemished, and male at the time of the shkita. The Kabbalah, Bahalacha, the Zrika, how do you know this is true? By the other parts of the Kabbalic process. Tamaloma, Yivia. Therefore, the process says, it shall be. You see from here that again, I've said, at every stage of the sacrificial process, the animal must be in the same level of intactness that it was at the time of the Shkita. So just like at the time of the Shkita, the coming days after, it had to be unblemished, it had to be male, it had to be 1 year old. So to at every stage of the process, it must maintain the same characteristics. Incredible. Says Rabbi, so I was like, actually, sure, man. Call us back into the Goshen Stein, Kazayis Master, or Kazayis Chaylev, Zorik Es Adam. So also, like the Gemara says, any carbon, let's say something happened to the carbon, right? As long as there's left Kazayis of flesh or Kazayis of Chaylev, you're able to do Zika. What do you see from here? You see from here that obviously if that's occurring, something happened to the carbon. That contradicts what we just said before. We just said before that in every stage of the sacrificial process, which is Shkita, the animal must be fully intact, as it was at the time of the Shkita. Here it's clearly saying that that's not the case. How do you reconcile this? Which the Gemara says, this is very interesting. The only part ultimately again that has to remain, that has to be attached to the entire process, again, it has to be 1 year old. So in other words, if something changed in the animal, let's say over the course of the sacrificial process, on the color days, the animal is going to be kosher. As long as the animal is still 1 year old over the course of the entire process. To which the Gemara says, why? Is there any case where over the course of the sacrificial process the animal could age? Or is it what's the number again? We just come a data, everything has to be done that same day. So at the start of the day, and the animal was 1 year old, then the pashtus what is it's going to have to be 1 year old the rest of the day. How could it ever age out over the course of the sacrificial process? This guy's going to is also Meres. What do you see from here? This teaches us shows postos. So let's say this is fascinating. When it comes to the age of carbonos, of sacrificial items, age is not determined by what we call the ace, that 24-hour periods. Age is actually determined both by the calendrical date as well as the hour in which the animal is born. So, for example, a 1-year-old sheep for Kalan Pesach is determined by ultimately, again, the day that it was born and the hour it was born. So the moment that it comes to that, a year later, that same day and hour, even the animal ultimately ages out. So interestingly enough, we can actually have a Kalan Pesach that ages out over the course of the sacrificial process. For example, you shechted it at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It had to have been that it was born at 12:15. So maybe the Shechita and the Kabbalah were done ultimately again when it was still 1 year old. By the time you got to the Zrika, ultimately the animal has aged out. It's a fascinating idea. The one says that's a tremendous muscular in this. If you look at that Russian Zosa, what does this teach us? Shows postos percussion. Whenever something is holy, holiness, kachim, requires an acute sensitivity to the use of time. The time is not only measured in days, the time is also measured in hours. In hours, and I will say that is true ultimately again for Karbanos. In Allah has come how that is true for us as well. We are kachim. Right? There's nothing more sacred, there's nothing more sanctified than us, than a Jew, than a Yid, than a human being. And you see from here that again, when it comes to kachim, sha'os postos. It's not just about how you use your days, although that is important. What is equally as important, not even that is kaddish, is how you use your hours. Time management. I always reference this to Piagetna. Piagetna wrote the name of Shavitova. One of the most important things that is a secret to life success is scheduling. Is maintaining ultimately again a schedule of how I use my time, and not just how I use my days, but quite literally how I use my hours. For everything else, you measure time in days, but for kachim, for holy things, sha'os postos. Even the misuse of hours, Pastor Shalom become the undoing of man. Let's phrase it in a positive. For kachim, one has to be careful not just how they use their days, but even how they use their hours. I'm another also. As the Gemara says, he gives me blood rabbi. What's the interesting piece of that? What happens if the carbon is inside of the base of English, but its feet are dangling outside? So what's the halacha? What should you do? You should first cut off the feet of the animal and then shut the animal. Okay, now I will say, obviously, even at first glance, that doesn't make any sense. We'll talk about this in just a moment. I will say, now what's the concern over here? We're going to see the concern is that if you put the animal with its feet dangling out, the concern is like this. That means part of the animal was outside of the base of the fish. Blood flows through the body, which means now that there's blood of shchitei chutz, right, which means the animal is slaughtered outside of the base of the fish, mixed with carbonic blood, right, because the blood flows through the body of the animal. So you might what's the only way to obviate that concern? Cut off the legs and then do the shchita. The Gemara says 1 second. Okay, we're going to come back to that. Cut off the achakach shachat shchita. If you first cut off the legs of the animal, then you did shchita. Ultimately, the animal was kasher, tapat chavav. Shachat the achakach cut off pas psula. But ultimately, again, if you shecht it first and then cut off the legs, the animal is possible. Now, again, what's the logic behind that? Because if you shechted the animal and the legs were dangling on the outside, then the problem we have over here is there is external blood mixed in with sacrificial blood, which was shchitei chutz, and that should invalidate the animal. So you're telling me that I should cut off the legs of the animal and then do shchita? How could that possibly be good? They'll say, if you cut off the legs of an animal, then use the animal into a balmum. Once it's a balmum, it's no longer fit for use. So how can you aggregate that? Alaima, the Gemara says, Alaima, Patach, the Achakach, Kibel Kasher, Kibel, the Achakach, Patach, Tzila. That's what it means like this. if you went ahead and you first cut those words, let's say you did shvita, and then ultimately again after shvita, then you cut off the legs before Kabbalah, then it's kosher. But if you did Kabbalah, ultimately again before you cut off the legs, it's possible. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Cut off the akar kaf kibot shire hakidati. So we're going to talk about the do shvita, cut off the legs, and then do Kabbalah, it's going to be kosher. Rabbi Zera, Hatsorin Ozin the Bukhar, the akar kaf kibot dalapas, or shnemar, the lakach midam hatar, shehar shahayot ba'ah. But that comes to say before. What did we say before? The animal has to be in its feet and blemish state through all stages of sacrificial service. Right? And again, the problem is if you're cutting off the legs before Kabbalah, that means by the time you get to Kabbalah, you have a blemished animal. I was this on Rabbi, focus me'eva action idea that no, what do? You cut the flesh up until you get to the bone. Now, what does that do? So that prevents blood flow. But ultimately, because the bone is intact, ultimately the animal is considered to be unblemished. Very interesting. But however, if you first did Kabbalah and then only afterwards cut off the leg, it's going to be possible. Why? Shamas, what do you see from here? Dam hamukla ve'ibarim damri. Listen, what you see from here is that halakha when blood is mixed in, ultimately again is considered to be one cohesive unit of blood. But remember, what's the issue over here? The issue here is because the legs are dangling outside. When you check that animal, essentially what you have is you have two bloods, right? You have blood of a sacrificial animal in the base of the flesh, and then you have blood from an animal slaughtered outside of the base of the flesh. What's the problem? The blood flows. So now you have a mixture of that exterior blood with that interior blood, which invalidates the carbon. So the word just says, obviously you see blood of an animal as one cohesive entity. Shamas Minah, Basar Kachim Kami, Shiyat Zepez Vitastam, Apostle. We also see from here that again, that the meat of Kachim Kami that went out of the base of Mikdash before Zviga, ultimately again is going to be possible. I said to you, I deal with the Kachim Kadash. The only thing I can't get out of it is maybe we're talking about Kachim Kadash. Okay, fascinating. So that's the end of that subject. And listen, I want to point out over here is the takeaway from this, right? There are a couple of different takeaways. So takeaway number one is that Adler 3 decree, that's we spoke about before. Takeaway number two is that halakha I saw, an animal is supposed to be in its fully intact state during every stage of the sacrificial service. Takeaway number three is that halakha when engaging the age of a carbon, we don't just count days, but we also count hours. Right? Takeaway number four, in halakha in this interesting case, where part of the animal is inside of the base of the flesh, part of the animal is outside of the base of the flesh, we're going to have a problem. How exactly you deal with that problem is a discussion, but we have a problem. Why? Because when you slaughter that animal, now we're going to have a mixture of interior blood and exterior blood altogether. Okay, incredible. Let's go ahead and turn our on. Kachik Kadashim, Shkita Simitsafa. So it's a beautiful love here. This is going to be reminiscent of the kind of things in the Cobra. We're going to learn a lot about these halachas, about where different things were slaughtered. So Kachik Kadashim was a special member again of highest sanctity Kabbalas. Ultimately, Shkita Simitsafa. They are shafted in the north of the Azara. This is the courtyard of the base of the flesh. The Kibbutz Zaman, Bishar Sisafon, and you receive their blood in a service utensil, also in the northern part of the Azara. Ahmad Bedaram, the Hoshit Yardar Safon. What happens if the Kohen was standing in the south, but he extended his hand to the north? He shachat and he shafted. So interestingly enough, in this case over here, he's standing in the south, extends his hand to the north. So the animal ends up getting shafted in the north. What's Talaha? Shkitas of Sheira, it works. Kibel, what happens if halakha nicely is standing in the south? Right? Did Kabbalah ultimately in the north? Kabbalah Psula. Such a Kabbalah ultimately again is going to be possible. If Mitzvah Shavuot, if you went ahead and brought his head and the majority of his body into the north, it's if he was fully dead. I will say that's an interesting halacha. What that says is, if your head and most of your body is in a particular place, then it is considered to be as if the entirety of your body is there. In your case, the Yatsasala the Chazak Shela, what happens if you slaughter the animal in the north, and then the animal convulsed? In your case, means it convulsed, and as a result, it moved to the south, but then it moved back into the north, ultimately Kachin Kadash, Kachin Kali. Next category, Kachin Kali, Shvita Sambifnim. Ultimately, again, the Shvita could take place anywhere inside of Hazara. As long as it's in the Hazara, you're good to go. The key does Zaman, the Kisharis Kismi, and ultimately, again, we receive the blood, Kabbalah is done, and the Kisharis in the Hazara. So also, if you notice again, whereas Kachin Kalim has to be done in a particular part of the Hazara, namely the northern part, Kachin Kadashim, lower sanctity, could be slaughtered anywhere, right? Shvita and Kabbalah could be done anywhere as long as it's in the Hazara. Okay, so it's all the what's next inside the list in the shop. Actually, does it share up. The coin was standing outside of the Hazara, extended his hand into the Hazara, and did Shvita like that. Ultimately, again, it will be kosher. He down Kabbalah Sapsula, but if he was standing outside, extended his hand inside to do Kabbalah, that is going to be invalid. What happens if he extended his head and the majority of his body? Notice he's standing outside, but he extended his head and the majority of his body inside. That doesn't work, because since he's standing outside, even though he's extending the most of his body in the inside, it doesn't work. Kirikisa, the Yatsasala, what's the Chazra? What happens if again you check to the country and cover in Yazara? The animal convulsed. As a result, again, it moved itself out, but then it convulsed again and moved itself back in. Ultimately, it's awesome. What do you see from here? Basel touching current, that's a thing that's done in Sweden. What do you see from here? That the meat of touching current that left the Azara before Zvika, ultimately is awesome. I much well maybe not don't but all you know is I cover the shit part. We said about the sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts, and therefore sacrificial parts went ahead and moved. And if not, that's when it's going to be a problem. Right? But other parts now, it's not. Because finally, they avoid the shwam. They avoid the shwam. So the father is for Ashwell, the father is Shaiva. Keep it in. What happens ultimately against the carbon? Right? Feet are on right. The animals on the inside. But ultimately, again, its legs are dangling out. So what's that? On the lake sea, the Bium Nashon Ashete Kulo. You learn this already. You have to bring it to Hashem. But ultimately, again, the entire animal has to be inside of the base. I mean, at the time of Shvita. That's what he has to. That's why it obviates a little bit the previous discussion. And Allah said again, in order for a covenant to be valid, the entire animal must be inside. Now, what does inside mean? Again, these are important principles, which we'll see later on. For Kachin Kalim, lower Sanctity Kavanas, anywhere in the Azara. Kachin Kadashim, north of the Azara. Okay, we're going from the middle of this one. Tell the shot now. So it's an interesting case. What happens if you suspended the animal and you shafted it like that? That's the halacha. I'm going to share as a discussion. I'm going to ishtabashta. He said, I think it's a mistake. Because what you know, Shvita al Yerech Choleka, you do need Shvita to be done in proximity to the Mizbeach, and ultimately, again, you're missing that if the animal is suspended. Nitla B'Shakatas was the interesting case. What happens if the shok was suspended? Shokrit was suspended. Don't ask how, right? It's just, he was, right? He suspended. I remember it was like, the Gemara always asks hyperbolic questions in order to isolate code. So let's say that whatever the case is, right? There's a little bit of potential, and his friends are, hoisting him up in the air. So ultimately, he's suspended. So and then he checks what's the status of the shkita. Amalei Sulam. He said ultimately it's possible. Amalei Ishtabak said, I think you're mistaken. Shkita Ayera for Shachot Ayera. It's just the shkita has to happen by the side of the Mizbeach, but there's nothing that says that the shochet has to be by the side of the Mizbeach. So as long as the animal is in the right proximity, it doesn't seem like the shochet needs to be in the right proximity. And therefore, even if he's suspended mid-air, Allah unchecked like that, Allah it should be good. What happens if he's suspended and he does Kabbalah? What's the halacha? Amalei Kshira, ultimately is kosher. Amalei Ishtabashta, if you think you're wrong, ain't that Kshira is the that is not a normative way to do a service. In other words, it's not about covenant. Kabbalah, remember again, is one of the sacrificial services. Let's remember again, going back, Shechita is not part of the Avodah. How do we know that? Because Shechita is share even designed by non-Kohen. So therefore, to do Shechita when it's suspended might be fine. But to do Kabbalah when it's suspended is not going to work. That's not the way to do Avodah. Tala, Vikida, Maho. What happens if the animal was suspended and you did Kabbalah? Amalek Psula. So this possible. I want to use Tabash. That's I think you're mistaken. Shechita Ayara, Flo Kabbalah Ayara. Only Shechita has to be done by the side of his back. Kabbalah doesn't have to be done like that. Also, first white line of Kabbalah Dallas. I'm not buying because Shekadashim, Kulam Psulos. So in general, when it comes to Kachi Kadashim, all of these cases are going to be possible by Minitla V'Mishkishaka. One exception, which is if the shoket is suspended. If the shoket is suspended and he checks, it's fine. Otherwise, all the other cases, I will say all the other cases are the animal was suspended, right? That's not going to work because it requires shkita by the side of his back. Or ultimately, again, if the animal or the shoket are suspended for Kabbalah, because that's not the proper way to do the Avodah. The Kachin Kalim Kudam Kshelis, when it comes to Kachin Kalim, all the cases will be kosher. Bar min nitla v'kibel, with one exception, if the animal was suspended and Kabbalah was done. And whatever Maishna Kabbalah v'kibel, what's different ultimately again if the coin is suspended and does Kabbalah, the Kachin Kalim Kshira, the Agir Pin gets him dummy. Ultimately again the airspace of the interior is correctly back interior. The Kachin Kadashim Nami, Agir Tzafan Tzafan Nami. And that's the Kachin Kadashim. You should say the airspace of the northern side of the Azara is the same as the actual northern side of the Azara. Rabbi, right? They the Kachin Kadashim, they the Kachin Kalim Shiros. In all cases, these situations will be kosher, with the exception of Ar Mintala B'Shachat B'Kachin Kadashim. The only exception will be suspending the animal and shafting it. That won't work by Kachin Kadashim. Nitla B'Kibel. So again, ultimately again, if the shoket himself was suspended and did Kabbalah, getting the Kachin Kadashim, getting the Kachin Kalim. Ultimately, also everyone will be in that case is going to be possible as well. Why? Any together shares. So it's not the appropriate form of service. So Rabbi Yemi asked Rabbi the following. So who gets in the tzitzah sabachot's mouth? So it's an interesting case. What happens if the coin is standing inside of the base of the brush, but his hair extends out of the base of the brush? Okay, so again, between he's got a string hair, right? A little bit of a longer hair, and it's extending out of the base of the brush. So what is the halacha? Because let's remember again, if the coin does the avodah outside of the base of the brush, the avodah is possible. What about in this case where he's got a hair extending out? So ultimately, the Moshe Pasuk says it will be brought to Hashem until the entirety is brought on the inside. Hachanami devoat el olam moed, achiyavo kulo the olam moed. So to the Pasuk says over here, when it comes to the olam moed, ultimately again until everything comes to the olam moed. So this is interestingly enough. Halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says if one of the hairs of the coin is extended outside of the Mikdash, ultimately again the avodah is going to be possible. Okay, even if I am a coin, I'm not going to have to worry about it. I'll say, but again, but l'maisa, interestingly enough, obviously where does that come up? That's only going to come up in a situation where halacha l'maisa is standing by the edge of the azara. Right, if you're standing on the inside, nothing to be worried about. But Mishnah, let's look at that. So some other interesting cases over here. Let's say they went ahead and they placed the sacrificial meat on the Kaddish. Kaddish is the ram. Shalot Kineged Hayisor. I will say now, we haven't seen any of these halachas yet. Right? What we just did see over here, and again, these are good facts just to keep with you along our journey. Right, so again, what do we have? What we have is, number one, Kachin Kadashim are slaughtered in the northern side of the courtyard. Kachin Kalim are slaughtered anywhere in the courtyard. Now, I will say, interestingly enough, we're switching gears over here to the blood apple, Zrika. So Zrika, let's say Zrika was done on the ramp and not by the Yisod. The Yisod is the base of the Mizbeach. What we are going to see is that there is like a trim a little bit of a base along part of the Mizbeach, not the entire Mizbeach. That's where Zrika is supposed to be done. So in this case over here, you did Zrika on the ramp and not by the base. Or Nosa and Sanitana Lamata, that's Sanitana Lamata. So for example, we're going to see there was also what we call a Chukasitra, a red line that ran across the Mizbeach. Some blood applications are done above the line, some are below the line. In the Mishnah we're talking about over here where you made a mistake, you did something that was supposed to be below, above, something above, below, or between Bakot, say kind of Bakot between, or certain blood applications are done inside of the Heichal, some are done outside of the Heichal. You messed it up. Point over here is in all of these cases, you did an inappropriate blood application. You made a mistake. What's the halacha? Hustle the imbakaris. In all these cases, obviously the avoda is going to be hustle because you did it wrong. But ultimately, again, you're not subject to kares for your infraction. Said, we'll say on the days. I'm a Shmuel. Shmuel says, hustle, basar, about binding this copy. It's very interesting. Shmuel says in all of these cases, Shmuel says, so bottom line, in these cases, you did this Zrika wrong. So when you do this Zrika wrong, what does the Mishnah say? The covenant is hustle. Shmuel says, what does it mean, hustle? Hustle means you can't eat the sacrificial meat. The meat is hustle, but the carbon affects atonement. Wow, that's good news. That's good news. So you must have a this captain. My time also reason. Double cross it. The pasuk said, "Dani the sacrifice lochem lechapa on this day." So you must have because the pasuk says, "I've given this to you to atone on the altar." Everybody should be down on this day after this kaput dying, which tells me what? As long as the blood reaches the mizbeach, even if what, it's the wrong spot on the mizbeach, kapara has been accomplished. So again, can't eat sacrificial meat, but as long as essentially that blood has arrived at the correct space, then halacha l'maisa, ultimately again atonement is done. Atonement is done. If that's the case, basar nami. If that's the case, then ultimately again, I don't understand. Then the meat should be fine as well. Why would the meat not be good? As the pasuk says that the kapara is out of all the because again the pasuk says essentially once it's reached the mizbeach, ultimately the kapara. For kapara it works, but for anything else it does not. And therefore, as long as that blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara has been achieved, but ultimately again the meat is going to be invalid for consumption. Incredible. Alma, what do you see from there? Alma kasara shalobin komo kim komo gamu. What do you see from there? But halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa shalobin komo kim komo gamu. But ultimately again, when blood reaches the mizbeach, even if it's not the right spot, it has the status of the right spot. Incredible. Tinan b'ida. So let's read Tinan b'ida. We learned different parak. Nasnu ala kadosh shelo keneged hayisod. If you place the blood on the ramp, not opposite the base of the mizbeach. Nasa is honey turn on the lamala, or also we have certain blood application, which was supposed to be done on the top part of the mizbeach, and you did it on the bottom. Or as honey turn lamala lamata, right? Or you went ahead and you decided to do it on the bottom, but you did it on the bottom. Again, place it on the wrong side of the mizbeach. Or as honey turn b'fnim b'chutz. That's how you turn it up. Or it was a blood application that was supposed to be done inside of the base of the Mikdash. You did it on the outside. On the outside, on the inside, what's the halacha? In Yesh Dam HaNefesh, Yachza HaKasha V'Yikado. What is incredible? What does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says, if there is any lifeblood, which means the blood from the Kabbalah left over, what should you do? You should go and you should reapply it. That contradicts what we just said before. What did we just say? Well, so what did he just say? That essentially, as long as your blood, reaches from his bath, even if what? It's the spot. Which essentially means, even if the blood reaches the wrong spot, as long as it got somewhere sacred, you're good to go. You need not repeat the service. At most, Shmuel says, kapara has been achieved. At worst case scenario, the meat can't be consumed. Here the Mishnah says, what do you have to do? You have to repeat the process. As long as there's more light flow, you have to do it again. So what's going on over here? But if halacha l'maisa again, now we hold that even if it got to the wrong place, as long as it got to a sacred place, ultimately you're good to go. Then why does a kosher person have to go ahead and do Kabbalah again and reapply the blood? Maybe the only reason we would require a blood application is why? To permit the meat for consumption. Like kapara has already been accomplished. But if you want to permit the meat for consumption, you should go ahead and do the service again, do the blood application again. That doesn't make any sense. Why? Meat is regal below the kaparas. The sharia basar back. You know? I understand. Is there any such thing as this rika that doesn't affect kapara and does allow for meat consumption? So what you would be saying is that second zrika doesn't do anything for kapara because kapara is already accomplished. But then what? The second zrika is going to allow for meat consumption. There's no such concept like that. The other kasha, someone says you're right. What's the case? The case of the Mishnah says where the blood application was done by someone who's disqualified. As long as that kasha. That's the case. Whatever the case was, a non-Kohen, a coin puzzle, whatever it was, it's just like a coin puzzle. That's the case. So a coin puzzle did this zrika, but now the Mishnah says if you have more light blood, or you can do more light blood, have a kosher coin come and do the zrika again. To which the Gemara says, if you have a kosher hanami, I'll ask you what's the case over here. If you have a puzzle, oh wow. The case ultimately over here is where halacha l'maisa, the initial blood application was done by someone who is puzzle, a puzzle kohen. But one second, so it's about the year the Mishnah saying, if the kohen was puzzle with this rika, what should you do? As long as there's more light blood, get a kosher kohen to go and do the whole thing again. That's what he's talking about. The Gemara says, but I don't say, isn't that called deeply? What does deeply mean? It really means once something is invalid, essentially it's permanently invalid. So what if we say over here that halacha l'maisa,
it's an important part about being the world's most dominant force of media.
The kulon shekiblu chutz lizmano v'chutz l'mikomo. So listen to this. Any person who is puzzle,
I feel like I just fucking did that.
Or any coin is puzzle. Ultimately, again, with intention to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of its prescribed time, or what's the komo, or to eat the carbon outside of its permitted place. Ultimately, again, if there is halacha l'maisa still light blood, so what should happen? I'm saying. So then a kasha should come and do Kabbalah again. But I just want to point out very specifically, what's the case over here? The case over here is where you have someone who is disqualified who is doing Kabbalah. At the time of the Kabbalah, he has in mind to either eat the current outside of the permitted time or outside of the permitted place. So in that case, if there is someone kasha, let that person do another Kabbalah.
Examination.
Why could this be rectified? Why? Because disqualification is taking place at the time of Kabbalah before Zrika. So if something is wrong at the time of Kabbalah, if you have a puzzle to do Kabbalah, you can rectify that by a kasha doing Kabbalah. Kiblu in. Zarkulo. Once Zrika was done by a puzzle, ultimately that cannot be rectified by time of what's the reason? Bishum Dahavi Bikhu. So once Zrika was done by a puzzle, then what? We're done. There's no need to rectify that. So how could it be as much as you said before? It might sound like if somebody who was puzzled with Zrika, someone else can come along and read through the Zrika, to which the US alone is the puzzle of not Shabbat. That's not the case. Ultimately, again, the reason is because halacha l'maisa, he puzzled it with erroneous thought. If that's the case, he argued Kabbalah nami. Well, if that's the case, that Machshavas are erroneous thought in invalidates the carbon. So that even if a puzzle did kabbalah, that should undermine the
bless you and
effectiveness
guard
of
you,
the
may
carbon.
Hashem shine his face upon you and
Furthermore,
be
again,
gracious
whereas
to you,
in
may
the
Hashem
Pastor
lift his face
Machshava,
to you and
does
grant
erroneous
you
thought of a puzzle invalidate the
really,
carbon.
yeah,
Was the last
Hakin
Rabbi
Ani
say,
Dalet
in
every
Machshava, Elas, Ela,
every
Misha,
Nifrati,
Lavoda,
Shape,
Ubidara, Lavoda,
Anachnu
Ubidakama,
Kamorim
Lavoda.
Badava
Was
Yiddish
an invalid thought,
Harmi
an invalid
Shega
thought only goes ahead and invalidates a carbon when, number one, it has to be a coin who is fit to do the avodah with sacrificial material that is permitted, that is fit for carbonic purposes, and in a place in which avodah could happen. Which means, Abosai, if someone who is hustle has an erroneous thought that does not invalidate the carbon, to which the Gemara says, you're right. Lo tema zarto, lo ela ima shachto lo. So what are we talking about? So the Gemara says, you're right. So the Gemara, if you look at Rashi, Rashi's in the wide lines. The wide lines about 8 lines in. Lo tema zarto lo, the bada ikatakanta, that it is zarto, pasava machshava. So what's interesting enough? Ela ima shachto lo, she shachta pasava machshava, sura katakanta. If they're going to call up Shem Mishko, Surin, and Machshavas. What's very interesting? You're right. If somebody was hustle, ultimately, again, gives retail, so ultimately, he wants him to suggest that Machshava Zara, the erroneous mindset can't invalidate his retail. Why not? Because since he's not fit for his retail, therefore, his erroneous mindset can't undo his retail. But interestingly enough, also, if someone has, or let's say a hustle, has erroneous mindset by Shkita, that can invalidate the carbon. Why? Because since everyone is accustomed to do Shkita, therefore erroneous mindset by Shkita undermines the carbon. So you can only mess up something with an erroneous mindset if you have the talent for engaging that. If you don't have the talent for engaging that, your erroneous mindset ultimately again cannot go ahead and cannot undermine the effectiveness of that carbon. So Gemara says, so look at Zarko ala imo shachtulo. So my question, so what is this teaching? The Pasuk Mashava, that ultimately again, that Mashava undermines Shkita. Within this Tanina, the Ficha, in Pasuk Mashava, HaKamash Baruch Hu, Kavana Ba'ila, no Pasuk Mashava, my time is to do. But this is very interesting. So a very important fact here. What's the important fact? That if a person is hustle does the avoda and has the hustle machshava by the avoda, so again, that hustle machshava by the avoda only invalidates an avoda that he is fit to do. And if you're not fit to do it, your machshava can't undermine it. So therefore, again, for example, if let's say somebody was puzzled, does this rika, which obviously is illegal, he has an erroneous mindset by this rika, he doesn't undermine this rika. Why? Because since he's not allowed to do it, his hustle mindset can't invalidate the carbon. However, if someone who is hustle does the shvita, has an erroneous mindset by the shvita, that can invalidate the carbon. Why? Because shvita everyone. So since he's allowed to do the shvita, ultimately again, his mindset invalidates the shvita. So what's the meaning of that? Essentially what it says is like this. Power of thought, right? Thoughts only have power over something you control. But if you don't control it ultimately again, then your thoughts absolutely have no impact on it. So first of all, in general, I think there's two profound misunderstandings that come from this. Number one, that is we spend a lot of time focusing on things that we do not control. Right? We spend a lot of time focusing, we worry about the future, worry about this, worry about a variety of different things that we don't control. At the end of the day, your thoughts have no power over things you can't control. So why spend time worrying about things you can't control? Instead, focus your energy at the end of the things you can control. Rabbi Nachman, who's going to say this today. The Rebbe says something that Moshe Rabbeinu says to Tzaddik, Ata Yisrael, Ma'ashem Elokecha Shalom Yivach. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, and now, Tzaddik Yisrael, what does Hashem ask of you? What does Hashem ask of you? Kiyum Yirah, to fear Him, to revere Him. Rebbe says, that's not what it means. What it means is like this: the Ata Yisrael, Ma'ashem Elokecha Shalom. Yisrael, what does Hashem ask of you? The Ata. What is the Ata? It's Ata with an I. What does that mean? Now, all Hashem asks of you in life is to be the best person you can indicating that.
Myślę i o
Hashem does not ask you for guarantees about your future. One simple reason. You can't guarantee the future. I can't guarantee what's going to happen 5 minutes from now. I can't guarantee that we're going to finish shoot on time. Right? But I can go ahead. I can't. Right? I'm going up. Right? At the end of the day, there's only one thing in life that we control, which is the here and now. And that's what Tantra asks of us. Don't spend your time worrying about the things that you can't control. There's a famous Lemar Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, halacha l'maisa, that is false. That is false. Stop thinking about tomorrow, because at the end of the day, you can't really control it. We spend so much time focusing on the things that we don't control instead of putting our focus on the things that we can control. Number two, and this will stop. We spend so much time worrying about what other people think
I've
about
really
us.
been liking
And the truth is,
learning,
we can't control the thoughts of other
having
people.
our learning
So when the Gemara teaches us, thought only invalidates processes that you control. I can't control what other people think. I can't control other people. Sadnaitis will simply stop worrying about it altogether. Machshava is only impactful in areas that are under your sphere of influence. I can't control the future, Sadnaitis will stop worrying about it. And I can't control what other people think or feel, Sadnaitis will stop worrying about it. Ultimately, says the Gemara, says Rabbi use your thoughts to focus on the areas that are under your sphere of influence. Use your machshava to ultimately maximize your present. Use your machshava ultimately, again, where it could truly have an impact. We'll say, Shkoyach, by the way, good run today. Excellent run today, Shkoyach. Great job. Great job. Good night. Shabbos, good night. Good Shabbos, good night. Beautiful. Beautiful. And Jerry, there's still time for us to get to Shabbos. So we're going to shine. I'm going to shine. Anything could happen. Yeah.
This is fucking British content, fucking island. And then it has like an emoji, it like calls
People say
like
good
weird,
morning,
really weird shit.
everyone. To be able to go ahead and continue our learning this morning together. Shkoyach 2, Rabbi for giving God the first day of Yom Tov to my son, yesterday, complicated sugis. Today we have the gracious of course to begin a new Mishnah. Actually, everyone seems to cover more ground than I do. It doesn't really matter who it is. And so we are actually starting today's Daf's Chafei. And today's Daf's Chafei, and my son got us to Chafei and Aleph to the Mishnah. And yes, so that's what we are going to pick up with this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei Haba Living with Rabbi Yol and Shari Talmud. The celebration of Giving Zidin and Zikin, and the celebration of Astral, Nick and Harry Smith, and cover the entire Kehillah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, very beautiful sponsor, Ken and Yocheved Gerula, in honor of Akiva and Karen Andrews, friends from the beginning of their journey in Baltimore, and continuing in Eretz Yisrael, where they have been tremendously supportive of our Israel family. May they continue their good work and our friendship until 120. An appreciation of the entire Dafyomi Fabra at Suburban, and to the tech team that makes it possible to be part of the Shir live by Zoom. Beautiful. And of course, we dedicate our learning and discuss our precious hostages. We are all waiting with bated breath to see if the mission of Israel and Yetz Hashem, their fruits, and Halavai and Yetz Hashem, the should actually be accepted and implemented. Halavai, can you imagine? As they say, that hostages may come on with all your Shabbos, Sunday, Monday, you're entering from Shana Rabbah into the last days of Yom Tov. I don't know, somehow mended, although, when you tear something and you sew it back up, so it's never quite the same, but a mended garment, even if stitched unevenly, still better than a torn garment. The Halav should be built on Eretz Hashem, we should be mended, our Holy Soul should be successful, the Abraham, there's result of Eretz Hashem to release the Yaakov, Sika, Stavik, and Apollo. She was looking to the Giva. She was looking to the Solar Stavos, so she was looking to Eretz Hashem for some plus for Tazra. It was like today's back is Papa. We're studying the Mishnah. We're studying the Mishnah, and this actually is a big sugya in the Sefas Slavim, the sugya of Mishpach. So let us begin. Okay, she says the Mishnah Mishpach. Alright, that's it. Mishpach. That's the okay, right? Mishpach Adam al Mitzvah. If blood fell on the ground. Now, what's the key? So it's a good action. Mishpach al Mitzvah. Mitzavar behima shalom ischaba b'kli. So here's the case. Kohen is doing the shchita. Although again, as we've spoken about, remember again, you don't need to question the shchita. But for the purposes of our illustration of it, Kohen is doing the shchita. And what happens? So remember again, shchita will say, like, comes after shchita. Kabbalah. Kabbalah is done in a Rishon. Good. Just reviewing our, and we've been on vacation for a long time. Reviewing information over here. So our case over here. So instead of the blood going into the Rishon, the blood spilled on the ground. Okay, so this is very important because there's going to be two different cases of mishpach. There's a case of mishpach where the Kohen chefs the animal. The blood goes to the kli, and then the blood from the kli spills onto the ground. That's the case, right? We're not talking about that. So we're going to reference it in just a little bit. That's not the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the shchita, and literally again the blood spurts right on the ground. So obviously the Kohen in a rush to collect it back up. What's the status of the blood? So the Mishnah said Mishpach Adam al Mitzvah, no asful. If you go ahead and you subsequently collect it, possible. Ultimately, again, the blood is possible. Blood is possible. Once it hits the ground, the blood is automatically possible. So the Gemara says as follows: Tarabanan. It's interesting. I don't know what the expression "don't cry over spilled milk" comes from. But it is interesting to see that, like in life, we'll get into the technicalities over here. Right? Sometimes there are like these two buckets of realities. There are things that happen. And you're like, okay, like don't sweat it, you'll correct it. And there are mistakes that occur that are incorrectible. And sometimes one of the most sobering things in life is that you do certain things, you say certain things, you act certain ways, and it puts me down in such a can't be back out. So this is like this so the Mishpach Adam al Mitzvah. Sometimes the blood falls on the ground, and that's it. That's an irreversible mistake. All right, let's analyze. So the Pasuk says as follows. The anointed Kohen will go ahead and take from the blood of the par, and he will go ahead and bring it to the oil moed, which is to the Mishkan. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara is going to dash this possible. So what does it mean, Dam HaPar, the Gemara dashes? Dam HaNefesh, the love and Dam HaAr. So first of all, when it's talking about the blood used for Kabbalah, it's a specific blood. Let me specific blood. What we could call lifeblood. So let's say what's lifeblood. So this is if you ever see shchita. So the way that shchita works is you chef the animal, right? Again, remember we're cutting the esophagus and the trachea. We're going to be cutting other things also, which we'll discuss. And the idea over here is there's like a spurt of blood. That spurt is called the lifeblood. That's blood from which you're receiving Pisharts from Kabbalah. The interesting thing the Gemara says that's called Dam HaNefesh, lifeblood. Below me Dam HaAr. In other words, let's say during Shchita you ended up the coin also ended up making a puncture wound on the animal. Whatever, the knife went a little bit to the side of the neck or to a part of the body. That blood is not Kabbalah blood. So if you treat that black blood actually is puzzle for Kabbalah blood. Kabbalah blood has to be lifeblood. Furthermore, Belami Damatansis. We'll say Damatansis is residual blood. What is that? After the initial spurting of the lifeblood, there's a continuous flow of blood. That continuous flow of blood, that's the residual. Ultimately, and that's called Damatansis. So again, that's not Kabbalah. So Kabbalah blood is ultimately lifeblood. The Dam HaPar, so the process of Dam HaPar, Dam HaPar Yikablan. Ultimate time. Dam Me HaPar Yikablan. Also, here's the part that's important for us. Where is Kabbalah done from? Kabbalah is done from the par. Now, what does that mean? Kabbalah is done from the par, as opposed to what? As opposed to from the floor. Like, so in other words, when Kabbalah is done, Kabbalah is the way Kabbalah works. Is the coin receives the blood from the
Alright.
animal. If the
Mamzer.
blood goes on the floor
Mamzer, Hebrew
first,
and Yiddish
before it
refers
goes into
to
the Klisharis,
common
then the
parlance.
Klisharis is
In common
effectively
parlance,
receiving it from
Mamzer
the
is a very
floor.
derogatory
So that is
reference
an
to a
invalid
difficult
Kabbalah.
and
So also, so
unpleasant
a couple
individual.
of really
The
interesting
term Mamzer
halachas, just
refers
right
to a
off the
Jewish
bat.
person who is
So
in
all
a
the way down
certain
from Dam
situation
Hapar.
and is therefore
Halacha
disallowed.
number one
Most
is that
religious
ultimately
rule
has
is
to be
in
like
Mamzer.
blood.
Unlike the
Halacha
English
number
word
two,
bastard,
halacha number
the
two
Hebrew word,
is
the
ultimately
Hebrew term
not blood
Mamzer
from
does not
any
refer
other
to
like
a
secondary
child
injury or other
to
wounds.
unmarried
Halacha
individuals
number
who could
three, no
theoretically
residual
marry
blood.
former
And halacha number
couple.
four, I must say, I want to
Rather,
point
it
out
refers
something very
only to
interesting.
the
If you
offspring
notice the
of
drasha,
people whose
what's the drasha?
relationship would
The
be a
pasuk
capital
itself
offense
reads,
or
"Raka
punishable
Aser
with
Mashiach Midam
excision.
Hapar." If
This
you notice, the Gemara
includes many
Darshan Dam
blood
Hapar,
relative
Gemara
to a
Darshan
woman
it,
who was
Dam
concurrently married
Me
to someone
Hapar.
other
What
than
did
the
the Gemara
child's
just do in
father.
that drasha?
A
What did
Jewish
it do?
marriage is more
It
easily
removes the letter.
facilitated than a
Right?
bona
If you
fide
go
Jewish
some,
divorce.
the pasuk says Midam
After all,
Hapar,
couples were
and the Gemara Darshan
presumably
it, Dam
wed
Me
under
Hapar.
better
It moves the men.
circumstances
It
than
moves the
during the
men.
divorce. As
And
a
we're
result,
going to see what
nowadays
is
the
that, like
most
what kind
common
of
reason
we're
a
going to
person
talk about
would
that
be
in
a
a moment.
mamzer
So the Dam
is if
Hapar
a
teaches
Jewish
me that
woman
halacha
remarries
l'maaseh, the
without
blood
first obtaining
has to come
a
from
divorce
the
by
cow
Jewish
itself,
authority
as
from a
opposed to
reputable rabbinic
the blood
organization.
spurting on the ground.
This means she
Ultimately,
is
again,
technically
according to
still
directly
married to
from
the
there.
first
So
husband,
the Gemara
so
said,
her
"Inside
life
I call
with a new
Dam
consort is
Me'akiv
sin and
safe."
future offspring may be
Because if you think
mamzering,
that Dam
plural
Hapar
mamzer.
just means
It is
from the
therefore
blood
crucial
of
to
the
receive a
car, as
legitimate
is
get
written,
before we
the
return
Gemara
to
says,
suspect
"Dam
that this
Ba'akiv
may have
Mitzvah
happened to you,
Dam."
and
Then
you please
perhaps
not
what
take
that
an
means
expert
ultimately.
word
Then
on
I
it
would have
forever,
thought Midam
because there
Hapar
may be
means
other
what?
factors
You
to
only have
consider
to come
when
on what?
whether a
Some of the
person
blood.
is truly mamzer.
Some of the blood, but you
Naturally
don't need
mamzer.
all of it.
Mamzer
You
is
have to
barred
be
from
Baham
entry into the
Marab,
assembly of the temple.
Hashifet, Sarat
Hence, her
Shirkabu as
descendants may only marry
Chodabo
converts to
Shapar. Then
Judaism
the
and fellow
halacha is,
mamzering,
the halacha is,
and
ultimately
their
again, that
descendants
the
are also
Shofet, the one who's
mamzering,
chanting that, or the
despite
code is in
pretend
Kabbalah,
generations.
has to receive
Despite
all
the
of the blood.
social
Shne'emar,
challenges
Ves
that a
Kol
mamzer
Damo
faces, he is
Yishbach.
recognized
The
as a
pasuk
full
says,
member of the
you
Jewish
shall
nation and
pour
able to achieve
all of the
spiritual
blood.
greatness.
Then listen,
A
I want to
mamzer,
point
who
out,
is a Torah scholar,
obviously, it
then
must have been
sages,
impossible to
proceeds
get
in
all of the
ignorant high
blood,
priest of
right? They
Allah.
must have been
In
spurting
Judaism, a person
mechanisms.
is
But
judged
the
not by the
idea over here
circumstances
is,
into which she
this is very
or
interesting.
he
The
is
Gemara
born,
says,
but
first, you
what the
have to
person
appreciate like the
possesses in
drush
life.
a little bit over here.
The mamzer
Well,
did
the Gemara
nothing
is
wrong,
like this. The
although
pasuk
confined
itself
and
reads,
even
Midam
isolated,
Hapar.
they must be
I would have thought
concentrated.
Midam Hapar
There
means,
must
when
be
we read
concentrated
Kabbalah,
kernel of
just
positivity,
get
goodness
some
so
blood.
strong that it is
Just get some blood.
couched
You
in
don't
suffering.
need to
We'll
all,
get to
but
that
just
later.
so therefore the Gemara
What does a
Gemara says
mamzer
that
mean? The
can't be
Hebrew
the
word
drush.
mamzer
Because the halacha
appears once
is
in
you have
Torah.
to
A
get
mamzer
all of the
shall
blood.
not
Now,
enter
does
the
all of the
assembly,
blood
which
mean all
even
of the blood?
the 10th
No.
generation
But all of the blood means
shall
as
not
much
enter the
as is
assembly,
humanly
which is
possible to go
doesn't
ahead
mean the
and
11th
collect and
generation.
deplete.
The final
So
two
therefore,
letters of
once
the
I know
word
that Midam
mean
can't be
stranger
understood
or
literally,
outsider.
it gives me
Ger,
license to go ahead
ger
and
means stranger or outsider.
understand it in
The
a different
same
way. So
word appears
instead of
again in the
looking at
book
it
of
as
Zechariah.
Midam
And the
Hapar,
mamzer shall
ultimately again,
dwell
how
in
am I
Ashdod,
dashing
and
it?
I will cut off the
Dam
pride of
may
the
have
Philistines.
which means the
In
blood
this
has to
case,
come
the
from the
commentator
cows,
Rashi
opposed to if it
explains that the
spills
mamzer refers
on
to the Jewish
the
people who were
spills on the
strangers
floor
and
first, they can't collect it
arch
and have
enemies
it kasha.
of the
So what's
Philistines,
Allah?
who
Midam
had
Hapar,
traditionally cut
therefore I know
Ashdod
dashing it instead of
home. The holy mamzer. But there
saying Midam
may be a
Hapar,
deeper
Dam
connection.
may
Scripture
have
tells us how
pari cover.
Philistines
Ultimately, really dashing it is
had
Dam
captured
may
the
have
holy
pari.
ark, taken it
Ultimately,
to
again,
Ashdod, and
it has
placed
to
it
be blood
in the
from
temple of
the
their
animal.
idol. Soon,
And if I want to say,
though
teaching
the
me
idol
that
lay broken
Kabbalah
on the
be done
Philistines,
straight from the place of the Shkita.
soon
And
enough
if
the
the blood,
idol
as
lay
the Mishnah
broken on the
says,
floor. The
pours on the
Philistines
ground
began to
first
suffer.
before going into the
Soon
Kisharis,
enough, the
if the
idol
blood
lay
tries to
broken
sweep
on
up
the floor,
afterwards,
and the
it's going to be
Philistines began to
invalid.
suffer
That is
terrible
what's
wounds.
like. But what
What does this
exactly
have to
like
do
is
with
the
mamzer?
principle that allows you to darkish that, right?
What does this have
The
to do with the
Kasavar,
mamzer? In heaven,
Golim,
says the Kabbalah,
Humosifin,
book of
the
Zohar,
Darshan.
there stands a
The
great
Gemara says
scale,
what you can do is very
great
interesting.
scale full of
You can
souls.
take a letter from here,
When things are good in the
add a
world, the scale
letter
tips
to
to the
there,
side of goodness,
and
but
darshan it.
what
So essentially,
happens
like I said, the
when
pasuk
things are
itself
less
is
optimal
Midam
and
Hapar.
evil
All
dominates?
the Gemara is doing
Then
is
the
moving
souls in the
them
scale
and
are
making it
cast to
Dam
the
May
side of
Hapar.
evil.
So apparently, the
But
Gemara
these are
says
holy souls and their
is
power radiance. But these
a
are holy souls and
darshanic
their powerful
vehicle
radiance is
that
harmful,
one could go
and the
ahead and
evil.
use in order to be able to
But these are
understand the
holy
Mars.
souls, and
Okay,
their
beautiful.
powerful radiance
Let's
is
take a
harmful
look,
to
quick
the
look at
evil
that for
side,
just a moment.
just
The
like
Dan
the
me
holy ark was
Kaplan
harmful to
Rashi
the
says,
Philistines and their
"Shenishbach min
idols.
Asava ala
So what
Litzvah."
happens
So
to
let's
these
just remember
special
again. So
character
now,
souls? They
understand,
become
Pasuk
righteous
itself
Gentiles
is important
and
Rasha.
Jewish
Is this
Torah
important Mishnah? The
scholars
Pasuk
are
Yidam
Mount
Hapar.
Zion,
The Gemara
and
says Yidam Hapar
these
cannot
individuals
be
rise even
understood
to the high
because what would I
priest.
assume Yidam Hapar means? Some blood, somewhat, but that's not halakha. Halakha's Kabbalah requires as much blood as possible. So if it's not Midam Hapar, so what is it? New Darshanic principle. Mosif and Gorim Darshan, or Gorim
And
Mosif
having
and
no
Darshan,
their said
Dam
great God,
Mehapar. And that teaches me that
things are good in the world,
the
this got
Kabbalah
to the
itself
side of
must be
goodness,
done
but
from
when
the actual neck of the
what
animal,
happens
and
when
therefore if
things
the
are
blood
less than
spurts on the
optimal
ground
evil
first,
dominates
and
the
you collect
souls,
it from the ground,
and the
that's not
skill
going to
are
be good.
cast
Good,
to
now let's
the
see
evil
that.
side, but these are holy souls, and their proper radiance is
Therefore,
harmful
again, once
and
we put this
evil
all together,
is
it yields
harmful
the
to the
following
evil side,
conclusion
just
that if the
like the
blood
holy ark was
poured
harmful
on
to the
the
Philistines
floor,
and their
the
idols.
us,
So
again,
what
so
happens
just
to these
understand
special
the
captured
sequence.
souls? They
Kohen
become righteous
Shechted or whoever
Gentiles
Shechted,
and
Kohen
Jewish Torah
Shechted,
scholars
blood
who are
spurts
Mamzer,
directly on the ground. Kohen
and these
Paul
individuals
goes
rise
and
even above
collects up the
the high
blood.
priest. The
Hustle,
Zemra
always this is hustle.
Lubavitch
Shahare, when it's
points out that the word
Kabbal
Mamzer
because the
has a
blood is not being
numerical
received
value
from
of
the animal itself. These
288,
are
the
that
number
the
of
high
mystical
them,
sparks of
the
holiness that have been
down
scattered
that
around
shoe
the
like
world.
you can see the
When
mesh
all
but
these
because that
sparks will
again
be
actually goes on.
elevated
It
to
says that
their
halach
holy source,
myself,
the world will be perfect
halach
and God's
myself.
original
Otherwise,
and
it's
the
going to be
Shem's
darshan
original
as it's
purpose for
read.
creation
The
will
damahar.
have been achieved.
Ultimately, again, it
Every
sounds like all you
human
need is a
being
little bit
has
of the
some
blood.
spark or
Rashi then points
sub-sparks
out
to
by the
it
way
that
this Golian.
apparently
Rashi says
the
this idea that you can take the letter
hardiest
from here,
souls are
add it over
expected
here,
to
and
do
darshan
the
like that. So
are
apparently, this is the
expected to
view of
do the
Rabbi
heavy
Shimon
lifting, affecting
in
those sparks
Yuma.
beyond
Okay,
the reach
shouldn't
of
keep in
all
mind.
others.
Good.
Thus,
Well,
the
so that
Mamzer
and
who
it's very
rises
exciting
above his
because this
circumstance
the
and
halacha,
studies
this meaning
Torah
of the
is
Makar and the
chosen from
halacha
the holiest souls and
ultimately is
placed
the
in the
Mishnah.
most
Beautiful.
difficult
Let's go and
circumstances in order
analyze
to
it.
accomplish the greatest
Gufa.
mission of all,
Says the
to
Gemara.
rise above and uplift some of the most daunting of
Says the Gemara.
spiritual
Gufa. I'm not reading them around.
circumstantial
I show the
limitations
Tarshik Haba as called them on
imaginable.
Shapar. So what did we just say before? Well, so the Gemara is restating the statement of Rab.
So back to
That if you shecht an animal, that you have to go ahead and receive all of its blood. Again, when we say all, what means
does
all
a
that is
Mamzer
humanly
count
possible?
in a
Well, really, what does all come to exclude?
woman?
What does all come to exclude? I don't know, like a token amount of blood, right? You would have thought, which, by the way, I think we all would have assumed, because remember, blood, what are you doing with the blood of Osei? What are you doing with it? You're sprinkling it. How much blood do you need for Zrika? Not a lot, not a lot. So therefore, again, Allah for the Maisa, actually intuitively, I would have assumed you have to just receive a little bit of blood. Kamashwan, the Gemara teaches us you have to receive actually everything that you can really get. Now remember, it's not as much blood as you think. Why? Why? Because you're like, this sounds like more than enough blood, right? But it's not as much blood as you think. Because no, it's not all the blood. It's the spurt blood. It's the life blood. It's the
Are there
stuff.
any
I don't know
known
exactly how much that
Mamzerim
is.
in the
I'm
world right
sure,
now?
I'm sure there's a YouTube video right about this, right? But the nice it's certainly not an insignificant amount. So the Gemara goes right there. So we just so when you check the animal, you have to receive all of the blood of the pash. Because the pasuk says he will pour out all of the blood. Rabbi say, now what's fascinating about that pasuk? The Gemara says Yishpot. What is that referring to?
Yes, in theory.
Rabbi say that pasuk. You know what that's referring to? That's referring to the leftover blood. The leftover blood, ultimately, again, that is poured down the base. Remember, by the base, I'm talking about this. By the base of the Mizbeach, they were like these. There was a drainage system.
Why don't they
So
count
whatever
as
leftover blood
in a
you
minion
have,
because
you
they're fully
pour down the
Jewish?
drainage system. So here's how the Gemara says: when you do Kabbalah, you have to go ahead and receive all of the blood. How do you know this? Because the Eskoladam, all of the blood you shall pour.
Wait,
The
it
Gemara
says
says that's not written
they
by
do count.
Kabbalah. That's written. That's leftover blood. Most of it is going to point out how beautiful is it? How beautiful is it that we have a reference, the Gemara's reference over to the Mizbeach on Chalaman Sukkis. Right? So much of Sukkis ultimately again was revolving around the Mizbeach.
I thought I said mother.
Remember again, they would circle the
He comes
Mizbeach.
from Indian, he can get rid of he can become a great Torah scholar.
Circling the Bima, also showing the Shulchan, is reminiscent of what was done in the Mason Mikdash, but they would circle the Mizbeach. They wouldn't circle the Mizbeach with their love Minnesota, they would circle back with Haras. Notice how beautiful is the Mizbeach reference. The incredible. All the Shirayim say, that is by Shirayim, you might say, well, in the Shirayim, the Halasim, the Kulei Dam, in the Kabbalah. So I said this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, well, I don't need this structure by Shirayim. Why I will say? Because by Shirayim, one thing is for sure, which is you do not have all of the blood. You miss about trying to get the shrine. What do you have?
Hopefully not as long as yesterday. That's
in other words, the Lashon of the Eskol Hadam Yishbo, I don't need that statement altogether. I don't need that statement by Shirayim. Right? Why don't I need that statement? Because at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, there's no din of kol dam Shirayim. Shirayim is whatever is left over, I pour out. So if I don't need kol dam Shirayim, what can I use it for? Kabbalah. Beautiful. I use it for Kabbalah, and therefore it teaches me that halacha l'maisa, whatever, when I do Kabbalah, I have to receive kol hadam, all of the blood. Incredible. So it's already done with Shmuel, so what's another halacha? Hashochei starts to be a sakin amala. This is fascinating. When the Kohen does Shlita, listen, this is just fascinating halachas. And remember, the target Shlita, this actually is a halacha that applies to all of us. Right? Because when I say, exactly do Shlita, so Hashochei starts to be a sakin amala. When you do Shlita, it's important to go ahead and lift the knife up after the Shlita. Now look at actually just a moment. Sakin amala actually says, Shlo yipol dam hasakin ala mizrach. As well, so just to understand, right? So just to understand, how is Shkita done? How is Shkita done? So it's not like if you have it. Okay, so what Shkita is like this. Back in his day, they had rings. They had rings. We're going to work on getting some basic images, right? By the basic English, they had rings. What would happen is, they would put, especially the larger animals, they push it on the side. What they would do is the rings would lift up, push the animal on the side. The ring would come down on the head of the animal. This is PETA approved, don't worry, right? And so it would come down on the head of the animal. What would then happen over here is the coin would check, and you would take the knife, and you would hold the klisharis, the bowl, right by the neck, which means that the knife itself is in proximity to the bowl. So you might introduce me to is that halacha l'maisa, you have to make sure after the shkita to lift the knife up. Why? Because we don't want blood from the knife dripping into the bowl. Why not? This is fascinating. So the Gemara says, because what do you do Kabbalah on? It's blood from the ox, right? From the cow. Right? From the cow, the ox, right? It's like the blood. And not from what? Not the blood from the knife. In other words, Kabbalah is done on blood that comes from the animal, not blood that comes from any other source. So if knife blood drips into the bowl, that's called knife blood and not animal blood. And that would potentially invalidate the Kabbalah. Incredible. So Rashi says over here, the Davacher Sakin goes, that's not lawful. So the Gemara says, 1 second, it's fascinating. Right? So what exactly are you cleaning the knife with? Right? So now I have this, obviously there's blood on the knife, and halacha l'maisa again, I can't leave it there, like that can leave it there, because at the end of the day it is carbonic blood, but yet it's carbonic blood that is unfit for sacrificial use. So what do you do with it? So the Gemara says, what are you wiping with? Everyone said, but this is fascinating. Like intuitively, you think yourself, what are you wiping it with? Like a cloth, like a towel. So apparently, it's interesting. Doesn't even go ahead and think about that idea, because I guess the Gemara felt that would have been like disrespectful in some way, like it is sacrificial blood. So you notice the Gemara just totally bypasses that. Gemara says, what do you do with it? Interestingly enough, Rabbi is sas mizrak. What you do is you take a bowl. Again, I will say, so like it could be a cliché, and what you do is you scrape the knife against the bowl. Right, so therefore, again, essentially, you scrape off the blood. You take the ice, you scrape that against the side, and the blood comes like that. This fast mizrak, give it siv, kapuri, zahab. So what's this interesting? I just want to point out over here. So as opposed to, let's say, wiping it in a cloth or in a towel, which would have been deemed disrespectful, because I guess I don't know if that just gets washed. Obviously, the clay is going to get washed also. Like, you're not going to leave it like that. But at least like that, by definition, the blood is being put onto something a bit more respectable. So therefore, you scrape it onto the side of the plate. The Gemara quotes the pasuk, Kafuri Zab, pasuk from Ezra. Rashi says over here, Kafuri Zab. So Kari the Mizrak in the Sefer Ezra Hashem Kinuach. So interesting, Kafuri Zab means gold bowls. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the lashon of Kapuri is also a lashon of Kinuach, also a lashon of wiping. So it's interesting that it calls a bowl like a lashon of wiping also. Why? Because the bowls were used to wipe the knives. Incredible. So there's another interesting halacha. So this name of Rabbi Rabbi Shochet, Sark Sheyitain on the base, Sark Sheyitain breathe in the Sochatu. So Rabbi said this is quite fascinating as well. When you shech, you have to shech the breathing into the kli. Rabbi said the breathing refer to two sets of like arteries, or a set of arteries, two arteries in the neck. Now remember again, shchita, as you said before, requires a cutting of what we call the rove of two simanim, the majority of the esophagus and the trachea. Once in addition to that, it is important to try to cut the bleeding. So again, like I said, the bleeding are these major veins in the neck, which allow just for greater blood flow out of the animal. So the Gemara says, so you should go ahead and try to cut the bleeding into the kli. Look at Rashi. Bleeding is so happy. So the idea over here is because, again, this just allows for more blood flow into the kli. Okay, incredible. See it, my nami. I'm going to say, I'm going to be open on reading Sark Shiniru Avir. That was very interesting. The Rothschild of the Gemara over here is you have to try to cut the vridin into the kli. Now, just the way that these I don't know, like I'm going to call it arteries, right, are structured is that you're not going to be able to get it into the kli, right? Obviously, what ends up happening is you're going to cut it and it's going to spurt, and obviously what it's going to do is it's going to like arc, so to speak, is going to go into the airspace of the kli. This is going to be very important because when we get into an airspace discussion in just a moment. So that's like the Gemara says, Itmarnami, Amrasi, Amradi Yokran, Vridins are Shiviru Avir Kli. It is very important that the vridin, that the blood from these veins, from these arteries, go ahead and come into the airspace of the kli. Fine. So the Gemara asks over here, so we're going to talk about also the airspace a little bit over here. This is a very interesting shaila. We asked the following Rabbi Yochanan. Haya Mikavel, the Mikzatu Shulim Mizrak, actually he dam la'avir. So let's take a step back for just a moment. Remember again, what did Mishnah introduce us to? The Mishnah taught us that halacha l'maisa. The halacha l'maisa. If you do shchita and the blood spurts on the ground, ultimately again the blood is possible. But yet, interestingly enough, the halachas, and we've seen this already referenced, that if the blood goes into the klisharis, and let's say then the blood spills out of the klisharis, the Kohen can recollect that and still utilize that. Right? If we essentially went from the animal to the klisharis, even if there's subsequent spillage, the blood can still be salvaged. If there's shchita and it hits the ground before there's a klisharis, it can't be salvaged. So the Gemara asks an interesting question. What about the following case? Imagine if here's a scenario. Kohen does shchita, the blood is coming into the airspace of the kli, right? All's on target, right? So remember again, because it's always like, just point out, you might always point out over here, that the kli, always by definition, has to be held at some distance from the animal, right? Because if you're not holding around, you have to be shchita. Remember again, intuitively, the moment you cut, what happens? Spurting. So you can't hold the kli right next to the neck because it has to be
like via shchita, like literal slaughter.
There's an kli, which means there's airspace between the animal and the kli. Now, that's fine, right? That's fine because as long as the majority of that blood, or quote unquote, a lot of that blood is landing in the kli, we're good to go. Now I'm going to ask an interesting shayla. So what happens if I call in shafting, it has the kli ready for Kabbalah, the blood enters into the airspace of the kli, but before it has a chance to actually hit the bottom of the kli, the floor of the kli, lift the kli shooting mizrach, actually get down the avian. And what happens? Ultimately, again, the bottom of the kli gives out. Ultimately, before the blood itself actually enters into the airspace of the kli itself. So in other words, so shchita happens, the blood is spurting out, the kli is there, right? But the bottom of the kli comes out before the blood is able to enter the airspace of the kli itself. So obviously, the blood ends up going on the floor. The shayla is the kli was there at the time of the shchita. What's the halacha? So what's the shayla? On one hand, then ultimately again, this is airspace that was never destined to come to rest. Right? Now, remember, we've seen the concept of airspace many times in halacha, right? The most famous case of airspace of Avir, which you can think of, of Shabbos good. Good. Get. Let's think about get, right? But right, so we have this concept, right? By get and by Shabbos, right? If somebody flies through a space, it's as if it comes to us. So sometimes we do that's like this. When that blood essentially comes into the airspace of the Kli, but it's never going to come to rest in that Kli because the Kli doesn't have a bottom. What's the status? Avish in Sofa Lanuach. So if it comes into airspace, ultimately again, it's never going to come to rest in the Kli. Why not? Because by the time it enters into the airspace of the Kli, the bottom is gone. Do we say Kimunach Dami or not Kimunach Dami? Is that considered to be as if it has come to rest in the Kli or not? That's the side. If you look at Rashi, Avish in Sofa Lanuach. Incredible. Kizon Haim, Shasibin Shula Lipon, Achilo Yomra, down the so-called. So because in this case, the bottom of the Kli was never going to be there by the time the blood came to rest. The shaila is, how do we view the entry of the blood into that airspace? Do we say Kimurach Dami, that it's as if the blood came to rest in the Kli? The Havana Commission is Kadal, the Nishbah, the Kasha Sukkot. So, on one side, maybe we view it, since it came into the airspace of the Kli, even though the Kli never had a bottom, it's as if it came into a Kisharis. And therefore what? Even though subsequently, where's it landing? On the floor, but it's like blood that was in the Kisharis is spilled on the floor. What's the status of that blood? Kasha. Therefore, the Kohen gets corrected up. Oh, Lav Kimunach Dami, Vahavi Leiki Mishpach Minasava Merutzba, the Apostle. Or maybe not. Maybe even though it's in the airspace, since at the end of the day, that Kli does not have a bottom, it's as if it has not come to rest in the Kli, and therefore what? It's as if the animal has been shafted, and the blood went directly on the floor. What's the halacha if sacrificial blood goes from the animal to the floor? What's the halacha? That's our Mishnah. It's possible. Because Shegia down the other Dofnosa, actually lift the Pushula, no be by way, the Mishnah says so far Hadikaba, and I must say, and by the way, Rashi is very important. Rashi says, if you notice, the Gemara is now like in a case, was a classic case where the blood came into the actual airspace of the Kli, and the bottom was there. Everyone agrees that case is as if blood came into the Kli Sharis itself. Let me clarify this a little bit. In this case over here, the blood is, when we say coming into airspace, where is the blood? Where is the blood? The blood is in the airspace above the Kli, not in the airspace of the walls of the Kli, right? So like you've got animal, going high tech, you've got animal, right? Cohen is just me, right? Cohen, right? Ultimately, again, Kisharis. What's happening? The blood is coming spurting, and the blood is in the area between animal and Kisharis, not in the walls of the Kisharis. While it's in that space, that airspace hovering above, right? In a direct trajectory towards the Kisharis, but above the Kisharis, the bottom of the Kisharis gives out. Now, why is the Gemara setting it up that way? Because Rashi pointed out it like this. If that blood comes into the Kisharis, actually within the airspace of the walls, once it's in the airspace of the walls, it is as good as in a Kisharis. And even if before it hits the bottom, that bottom gives out, that is the equivalent of blood coming into a Kisharis and then spilling on the ground. And the halacha is once blood is getting a Kisharis, even if it subsequently spills, gather it up and use it. Our shaila here is where the blood is in the airspace above the Kisharis. It hasn't yet gotten into us. While it's in the airspace above, the floor of the Kli has given out. So the shaila is, since it's in the airspace above, how do we view that? Do we view that as if it has come into rest in the Kisharis? Or no? No, it hasn't come in. Therefore, it hasn't come into the Kisharis. I would say, what's the afternoon? No? If you view it as having come to rest in the Kisharis when it's in the airspace above, then good news. It's like blood that came into a Kisharis and subsequently spilled, which can be recollected and reused. If, on the other hand, it never came to rest in the Kisharis, then it's our Mishnah and it's sacrificial blood that's spurted on the ground that cannot be salvaged and reused in the future. Incredible. So we'll say, so that is our Shaila. That's our Shaila. So the Gemara says like this. So Abishin is like, so it says that's the formulation. Avir, airspace, which refers to the airspace above the Klisharis, She'ein Sofa Lenuach. When that blood is in the airspace over the Klisharis, right over here, that blood is never coming to rest in this Kli. Why is it never coming to rest in the Kli? Why? Because the bottom did that already. The Shaila, since it's never going to come, it's in the airspace above, never coming to rest in this Kli, but directly above this Kli, do we view that as having come in to rest in the Klisharis or not? That's our Shaila. So the Gemara says as follows. Amalei to Nisua. Where we learn this. So it's going to be very interesting. So where do we learn this? If you have a barrel that literally again is situated underneath the flow of water, what we'll define this just a moment. So what's the case? Look at Rashi. Kadis Shek Munach Tachas Hanizot. Sinor Hamikaleach Mayim Mehar Isopuk. Ba'Kiluach Mikaleach Onerachot. Inosel Lachavas. So here's the case. You have like a waterfall. You imagine like a spring that is flowing down a mountain, right? Then at the edge of the mountain, right, it flattens out a little bit, and there's a pipe. That pipe channels the water. Now Rashi points out over here, that pipe we're going to see doesn't invalidate the water. This color, just to understand, what's the water being used for over here? Paraduma. Paraduma has to be spring water, which means that if paraduma water comes into a Kli before it is used for the paraduma process, it is invalid. So normally, if you would say if water comes into a pipe, isn't the pipe a Kli? In this case over here, the way this pipe works is like this. It's open on both sides, and it is incapable of retaining water. Kli is only something that is capable of retaining liquid. In this case, the way that the pipe is situated is essentially it's like flat, and therefore you're going to, or even at an angle, and then you get an angle. And therefore, Allah say can't retain water inside of it. So because of that, it doesn't have the function of a Kli, and because of that, it does not validate the water. Okay? Let's finish up with Rashi. Sino HaMekaleach Mayim Mehar Zokot, Ba'Kiluach Mekaleach Onerachot, Inofel Lachavas. The Chavis Zu, and so what's happening? So the water's going down the mountain, going through a pipe. Pipe is not a Kli because it can't retain the water, has no gesiba, has no receptacle. And then out of it, the water falls into a barrel. What's in the barrel? The Chavis Zu Eina Munach Hashem L'Shem Kiddush Mechatas. But interestingly enough, that barrel was not placed there with the intention of receiving Para Aduma water. Okay, so that's going to be the invalidation part over here. So the Gemara says over here, so what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, so the halacha is tzivei ti rezinot mayim shebisof ha'psulim shebichutza kshein. So if you bring the barrel all the way up to the spout of the pipe, ultimately again the water inside of the barrel is going to be possible. Now, why is the water inside of the barrel going to be possible? Because that barrel was not put there with the express intention of collecting water to parties that requires kavana. Requires kavana, which have a futsala shela, but ultimately again, outside of the barrel, ultimately again is going to be kosher. What is that? If you look at Rashi, mine should be so far should be futsala. Psulim. Kolomar shelo yitin kli. So no, sorry, that's not it. So let's listen to this. So now, what is in this case? So therefore, water that ultimately, again, if you move the barrel right up to the pipe, any water that collects in the barrel ultimately, again, is going to be possible. But any water outside of the barrel is going to be kosher. So Gemara says, let's analyze this. Hi, Mag. So Gemara says, what is this? So what may Avir Shem Sofal Anuach? Remember, let's say, what's our Shaila? Our Shaila is in the case of Avir Shem Sofal Anuach, which means what? Blood in the airspace above a Klisharis that is never going to come to rest in the Klisharis. Apparently, you're mentioning this part of the case because someone that has relevance over there. But in this case over here, the water is coming to rest, right? In the Paraduma case, the water is coming to rest in the barrel. That's not our Shaila. That's not our Shaila. Our Shaila is about sacrificial blood in the airspace above the Klisharis when it's never going to come to rest in the Klisharis. You're bringing me a case of Paraduma water where the water comes to rest inside of the barrel. What does that do to each other? No. There's two Shailas over here. Thinking Silomar, Avir Shem Sofal Anuach. If you hold that in general, airspace above the Kli with the liquid, in this case sacrificial blood, is never going to come to rest in the Kli itself, is considered to be like it was never in the Kli. What about Avir Shesofal Anuach Ma? You ask a different question for this one. What about airspace in general? What is the status of airspace above a Kli, where let's say the liquid is going to come to rest in the Kli? Do we view the liquid in the airspace above the Kli as already at rest in the Kli itself? To which the Gemara says, so the Gemara is kind of pivoting a little bit. The Gemara is presupposing that we're going to hold that liquid in the airspace above the Kli that is never going to come to rest in the Kli, because let's say the bottom of the Kli is down. The Gemara is presupposing everyone's going to agree that is as if it never entered the Kli. Let's take that for granted. Okay, so now let's ask a follow-up question. What if the liquid is in the airspace above the Kli and is going to come to rest in the Kli itself? Do we view the liquid in the airspace above the Kli ultimately again as being at rest in the Kli itself? And I want to show you what this means, so just so you appreciate this, right? Let's go back to our part of the case, just so we can stop just a moment. But let's go back to our part of the case for just a second, right? What's happening in the part of the case? The water is flowing out. Why is the water in the part of the case? Why is it invalid? Why is it invalid? Why is it invalid? Because the Kli is not placed there with intentionality, right? Now, listen, I watched it. What happens if I were to take another Kli that I have come out of a para aduma, and I were to put it in the trajectory of the flow above the lower Kli? Would that work or not? Can I collect para aduma water like that? So listen, what does it depend on? It depends on the following. That water coming out of the pipe is coming down in the airspace of the Kli situated on the ground. If you hold that airspace above the Kli is like the Kli itself, that essentially means that what? Any water that's coming out of that airspace, it's potentially going to be invalid. It's potentially invalid, even if I get another Kli in there. But if you say airspace does not have the status of the Kli itself, then I could use some of that water coming out of the pipe from the mountainside as long as I'm putting a Kli there with intentionality. So let's just read one more line and so the Gemara says as follows: Rabbi must, sorry, Yosef must be, so Yosef had the way it was just finger above. Rabbi Kahana must be, Chavis Barinei, Upashat Chavis. Chavis was the question, and therefore answered Chavis. Rabbi must be, Chavis Barinei, Upashat Mizrach. Rabbi said ultimately again, the Shaila ultimately again was on the case of Chavis, and he answered it back ultimately with the case of the bowl. I was stop over it for today. We'll pick up in the session. Don't worry, we're totally good. We're fine. Right, one day we're behind. Good. It was too good. It was too good. Ultimately again, not to get a little bit more time with it. Those are the stop over today. Mir session. Davening is going to be in Mir session in the main shul. Mir session 6:30. Everyone. Everyone Zoom. A good night. I'm gonna work on it.
Yeah, we're going to go in all those directions, but it's the 60th day of this pitch, so we've got to do the timeline. And then, dude, I've been trying to do the segment to film for a long time, too.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning.
We make today's really long.
All of our sponsors for this morning share the thing. How much all the sponsors for the month of Tishrei B'Alim, the Torah, all these are coming. The salvation of completion of Satan, seeking for the sorrows, troubles for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith, and supposed to be in Perry Kihila, we open an American common Torah for Shbach, we open all of our hostages home with Shalom in the Kala, and our holy soldiers to be successful.
I don't really know for sure.
However, you should be Zoka, and yes, Hashem, Harakamon, and Yakim, Mama, Sukkah, Staff, and Apollos, Zoka, and yes, Hashem, the restoration of the ultimate Sukkah of Klal Yisrael's. It's a Mikdash. Ula Klal Yisrael, Mashiach, Tias, Mason, Hallelujah, yes, Hashem, Shalom, for Klal Yisrael. So let's see, with that, let us hear a really beautiful daf ahead of us, really excellent daf. Just on page 22. And we are picking up on top Aleph in the base 21b, about 5 lines up from the bottom, at the 2 backs. Kufa, I'm going to be able to see Rabbi Chanina. You're hearing it, that I'll tell us this number again. But this is a statement that was already quoted by the Gemara a little bit earlier on. The Gemara says as follows. I'm going to be able to see the whole here. So any PR that doesn't have the ability to sanctify four Kohanim at the same time. Which Rabbi said, means the cure has to have two things. It sounds like what the Gemara is saying over here is, number one, it has to have enough water to be able to go ahead and sanctify four Kohanim at the same time, and enough spigots or spouts to be able to go ahead and sanctify four Kohanim at the same time. So minimum of four Kohanim have to be able to use the cure simultaneously in order for it to be kosher. Says the Gemara. Where do you know this from? You must say, if you can't do that, in the catching though. Ultimately, again, then use it for conservatorial purposes. Where do you know this from? Shneimar, Moshe, Aaron, Uvano. As the pasuk says, ultimately, when referring to the cure, who washed Moshe, one, Aaron, two, Banav, minimum of two more, for a total of four. Also, that there is also a beautiful and tremendous Moshe Haskenis. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? Kedusha never occurs alone. Kedusha can never occur by itself. Kedusha always requires a group. The ultimate Kedusha that we find is always when we embed ourselves in community, in Tehillah, in the Chevra. By yourself, you can only get so far. But if you want to really come with Hashem, you want to really come in close proximity with Yivon Shalom, by definition, that is always going to require you're always going to require the embedment. That's a word. Embedded. Then with somewhat greater cohesivity. Incredible. Mason was a guy from Kol Hakli, so I'm catching though. There's a one side. The right says as far as Kol can be used for consecration purposes. Right? And this is talking about condition because all healing can be used for consecration purposes. Then Shilish for end reviews, half of Kimo, that's right, from days, then Shili Ben reviews. So ultimately, you're going to say, so now, halakha l'maisa, the kiddush that I've raglayim, you could use any kelim, any utensils, whether the utensil has revius, whether it doesn't have the revius, type of face, or b'vad, shiru kusharis. What's the one requirement? It has to be a service utensil. It has to be a kusharis. So what says that's halakha, you have to use as kusharis. Now again, how an item ultimately again becomes a kusharis, that's a different discussion. Look at that. Especially says over here, being trained on years, Hawaii, Yapa, the left of Shiu, I've in the president, the Gabi Kiddush, what about even here? So what's actually very interesting. Apparently, by Kiddush, like sanctification of hands and feet, there is no requisite amount of water that has to be used. We're going to contrast this with Nitila Asyadam in just a moment. But by Kiddush, you have to wash your hands and feet, but there's no minimal amount of water that has to be used. And therefore, the Brisa says that Allah myself, you can use any utensil with any amount of water for sanctification of hands and feet, provided that the utensil itself is a clean shut. It's the service utensil. I can also that kind of say this before, because before the Gemara just said, right, from Yosef said that you have to use a utensil that is capable of sanctifying for Kohanim. Here we're saying any utensil is permitted. So what's going on over here? The Kodak the soap. What's the case? So what's the Kodak the soap literally means you're boring a hole into the side ultimately of the Kia. What is that? Here we go, the Kodak the soap. Rashi says, Kodak, Gotro Shakir, Kodak the soap of 3 katan, and it's also in the courts. The Yonik Minei Hakir, and most. So interestingly enough, the Gemara's fascinating interpretation. When the Brisa says that any tree is good for Kiddush without line. So ultimately, again, what is it referring to? If you were to make a hole in the side of the ear, and you were to go and put a utensil in there and siphon off the water in that, from that, or through that, ultimately that would work for Kiddush without line. In other words, technically speaking, the water is not coming out of the ear, it's coming out of the flea, and then that is bored into the side of the killer. The Gemara says whatever size that flea is, that's absolutely fine. Okay, finish up Rashi. Then we have killer, motzi about the other nafshe, or even shia about Kohanim. So that's the idea. So in other words, it's not saying like this. You need a vessel that is capable of washing or holding water to wash 4 kohanim simultaneously. If you were to take that large tree, bore a hole into the side of it, and siphon off water to a smaller tree, it would still be good. It would still be good. Why? Because the mothership, the mother tree, still has enough water to go ahead and wash 4 kohanim simultaneously. So just as a small tree, even if it's a klishare, if it does not have enough water for honey, ultimately unfit the Kiddush by Rabbi. It says, and how could that be? In other words, in a case where you're boring a hole into the side of the kiyah, say with a smaller tree, how does that work? Because then you're not washing from the kiyah, you're washing from the smaller tree. And the Torah says, you have to wash from the kiyah. What's going on over here? He says, Yirchatzu Rabos Klisharis. If I use the version of Yirchatzu, right? And what does Yirchatzu teach me? Yirchatzu teaches me ultimately again that from any Klisharis, any service utensil. So Yirchatzu is just like a general statement they have to wash. What do they have to wash from? Anything that has the status ultimately again of a Klisharis, ultimately is going to be good. You must 1 second. You have to recall Nami. Well, 1 second. If that is true, that Yirchatzu teaches me that they can go ahead and wash from any utensil, then why do we need 2 shires? Even a mundane utensil should work. Rabbi, we call it one much is unmikabel mikano. Was interesting. You can't use a klikol. Why can't you use a klikol? Base kavachomer from kano. Kano, is the base of the kiyah. Now, I will say, now this is very interesting. Let's read this and then we're going to go back and analyze this a bit more. So when it says, now the base of the kiyah, I will say, the kiyah itself was apparently made up of 2 pieces. There was what we'll call the labor or the receptacle, was the area that actually housed the water and had the spigots or the spouts. And then that sat in a base. That base is called the kan. So the Gemara says we can make the cup from kano. Now the base, which was actually anointed together with the kiyah. Because remember, I will say these are service utensils. All service utensils are anointed with shalom mishkar, anointed with anointing oil. So if the base itself, which was anointed, if the base cannot be used for actual washing, certainly again, then a mundane utensil, which was not anointed at all, certainly cannot be used for Kiddush or Dain Rabbi. Now, a word about the time. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, actually, no, look at Tosis. Have a comment in Kano, Tosis, right across to the left without the 6 lines down. Can we have a comment? שיש לו טוב, לא עשו כנראה חיבה פריצה למעלה, והקיר יושב עליו. Now, let's say, from the Gemara's point of view, the discussion sounds like that the base essentially was hollow. In other words, that it was a base in which the kiyah sat in. So you have the kiyah, which is the actual wash basin, that sat in the base. But the base, it sounds like had a cavity, and the kiyah sat in the cavity. And that's why the Gemara discusses, washing from the base itself, because since the base had cavity, the base can hold water. So this is just what very interesting. He says, Rabbi says another one. See, that is a different interpretation. The other directions over here, that exactly look like an overturned pot. And let's say if it was an overturned pot and the kiyah sat in it, that means it didn't have a cavity. So again, folks is pointing out over here that there happens to be a machlokas about how the kan itself was actually made. Seems to be the first approach makes the most sense for this discussion. There was a cavity on top that is water, and ultimately again the kiyah sat in it. So the point over here is that Halakha Lamaisa, the Gemara says, that you cannot use a mundane utensil, non-free sherries, because the kan at the base, which was anointed together with the kiyah, can't be used. There's certainly a klikol, which was not anointed at all, cannot be used. Incredible. I asked the Gemara, 1 second. You cannot be knowledge. How do you know that you can't use the base? I was say, why not? Here's the sake. if the base itself was indeed anointed, so then why can't I fill up the base ultimately with water and wash from there? So how do you know that you can? The sign of Rabbi really says, you might have thought that the base has the ability to consecrate, much in the same way that the kiyar has the ability to consecrate. The pasuk says, so you know what I'm saying? No, I understand these are two pieces. You will not know this, by the way, per se, just from the psukim in the Torah. You will not know that they're two pieces. You know, because this is easily imagined this as one piece. The top piece, the kiyar, which is the actual water receptacle, and the bottom piece, the base. But one could imagine them to be one comprehensive piece, one cohesive piece. Mashal the Gemara says they're two different pieces. So what do you see there? About sisa kiyar and the koshas. There's a kiyar, ultimately identity of Choshas, and a kano, and a base of the Choshas. When the Choshas chases, the road would cover after. Ultimately, again, for the Choshas, for copper, ultimately, again, so we are comparing it, but not for anything else. One is the most side, the comparison between the kiyar and the kata is for one purpose only, which is materials. They are both to be made out of copper. But ultimately, again, from a usage perspective, they are going to be fundamentally different. The kiyar is used to wash, and ultimately, again, the can is not. So you cannot wash from the basin itself. This is not necessarily a good comparison. They will say, what is the can made for? What is the can for? The can is made simply to be a support for the kiyar. It is not made, it's not made to use its material. It's not made to be used as a receptacle. But yet a kli ultimately, again, nevertheless, halacha l'maisa, a regular service utensil is used. I'm not saying how to service utensil. A regular utensil is made to be used for its material. So in other words, just because you cannot use the can, ultimately the kiddush down to should not necessarily dictate that you can't use a kli. Why should you also understand the distinction? The can is not made to be used as a receptacle. The kli is made to be used as a receptacle. So perhaps you should be able to use the kli even though I can't use the can. So as Allah, remember, we need to take the text. That is what the pasuk is, you shall wash from the. And this comes to exclude a kli, right? A regular mundane utensil. Kli sharis nani. Or exactly, if that's the case, also that menu should exclude anything other than the kiyar. The kiyar should have right. But menu should say if you want to wash your feet from the service, it has to be done from the kiyar. Even a regular kli sharis, therefore, should not be usable. What's the problem? We just saw in a couple of days that you can use a regular kli sharis. So what's going on over here? To which this is Marois. So how do you know? In other words, why do you include a kli sharis and exclude a kli? It's very simple. The Gemara says, "Zet ta'ul mishicha kamohu, zet ta'ul mishicha kamohu." To which the Gemara answers, there is a very simple distinction. What's the simple distinction? A kli sharis requires mishicha, requires anointing, just like the kiyar, a kli does not. Therefore, it makes sense to include, ultimately, again, the kli sharis in the ability to be used for Kiddushin line and to exclude a kli. Therefore, we'll say, what is the Gemara come out over here? We're not totally finished with the sugi, but the Gemara comes out like this. Obviously, Kiddushin line can be accomplished by the kiyar, and that's the ideal. Gemara seems to indicate minimum share of the kiyar, ultimately, again, is going to be to wash 4 kohanim at a time. Okay? The kiyar had a basin. That basin was like the kiyar in that what? 2 things. Number one, it had to be made from copper. Number 2, it has to be anointed. But you cannot wash from the basin. You can wash from a kli sharis. You cannot wash from a kli. This seems to be all the takeaways from the Gemara. So let's say, so ultimately, again, how do we pass this? I'll just read through the Rambam quickly because there's a lot around I want to try to get to today. Mitzvah l'kadish yimei akiyar. There's mitzvah to the calling to sanctify his hands and feet from the kiyar. In kiddush, me'echad mikli sharis harei zeh kasher. But interestingly enough, if the Kohen washed his hands and feet from any klisharis, it's good. But you need a service utensil. But if a Kohen washes his hands and feet from a mundane, non-service utensil, ultimately, again, it does not work. It does not work. A couple of other details over here. The Gemara says, fine. Good, so that's our takeaways. By the way, we're going to see that Rambam does asking that the kiyar itself has to be large enough that both the hands wash it from the same time. That is going to be Allah for myself. A Kohen ideally should wash from the kiyar, but he can actually wash from any clean choice, from any service utensil. That's halakha myself from the Rambam. Okay, now let's go back for a little bit. For the interesting discussion over here, I'm going to show you. The Rebbe says, so let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, whatever type of liquids are suitable to complete a mikvah are suitable ultimately again for the kiyar as well. For the kiyar as well. Now let's say, I just want to point out something very interesting over here. Just, if you notice, for the kiyar, that there is not a shear for klisharis. Right? The kiyar, as in its identity as a kiyar, has to be able to wash 4 kohanim at a time. But yet a Kohen could wash his own hands and feet from any klisharis, whatever the size of that klisharis. Why? Okay, because why? There's no shear to kiddush and blah blah. So just to keep that in mind. Now, the Gemara says, so now that we understand that there is a shear for kiyar, right? A kiyar has to have enough water to wash 4 kohanim. So the Gemara says, Rothschild says, when thinking about the liquids that can complete this shear, whatever liquids complete the mikvah, ultimately again complete the kiyar. So the Gemara says, the Rabbi is enomasht, but ultimately the Rabbi is, these additional liquids ultimately again do not complete. Now, what's the Rabbi is? Actually, breaks out over here. Rabbi is the minimum amount of liquid that is needed, ultimately again for a tefillah and to washing your hands. Mikvah, bread, whenever there's a thing that does, then you need a minimum of a radius of water. So look at that, watch this. So this list of interesting liquids, which I can complete in the course and go through, complete in the class, can also complete the requisite shear in the kiyar. But for radius for hand washing, you always require water. So we want to remove a minor. What does this come to exclude? So we want to either know maybe they teach on the go. Maybe it's come to go ahead and exclude liquidy mud. Liquidy mud. So the Gemara says, take it down. Well, what's the case of liquidy mud? Eat the parashah, and then after you reduce nami. See if a cat would drink it. Or if it's liquidy enough that a cat would literally again bend that in the dick, then we'll say that's water. That's water. If it's water, then halakha l'maisa again, it's certainly going to be good for mikvah. It's going to be good for kiyar, and it's even good for kiyar zelayin, because water is water. The ein parashah parashah, and if the cow would not bound down into it, ultimately bound down into it, afilu mikvah nani ilamah, then it wouldn't even be good for mikvah. Hello, so this is very interesting. So what is going to exclude? Yafushin adumim. Rather, it comes to food these red yafushin literally are like gnats or bugs. Now, what is this referring to? Look at Rashi. Yafushin adumim. Red yafushin. Meaning nutrition is like gnats or small little insects. So looking at them, they don't have wings. Together, shagado the shuli fabio shayayin shalom izachutz. Yafushin doesn't appear in the mind. So apparently, again, it looks like these small little insect-like gnats that would grow in the water. So interestingly enough, because they grow in the water, it's fascinating. Halachically, I was going to remember the status of water. So therefore, again, the Gemara says as follows: it's coming to exclude kushin adum. So the Gemara says that what the halacha l'maisa that although these red insect-type things can complete the shear from the top, can complete the shear for the kiyar, ultimately again for radius do not count as a radius of water. So the Gemara says, 1 second. One second, those are fine even by themselves, right? This is pretty wild. Anything that comes from the water ultimately is treated like water, and therefore you could immerse in it. So the Gemara says, these regular yafushin, because they come from the water. And therefore, get ready for this. And therefore, technically speaking, if you were to go to a mikvah of Yakushin Adumim, okay, like, not on the bucket list, right? But when I saw, if you were to immerse in a mikvah full of these items, technically speaking, it would work. So this is very interesting. If you have to have a very large fish, right, and that fish ultimately again were to wash up on shore, and its eye were to dissolve, you could go ahead and immerse yourself in the eye jelly of the fish, right? Why? Because again, because halakha l'maisa, since the fish comes from water, the fish itself has the status of man. So because of that, ultimately again, you should fully immerse. So again, therefore, again, anything that comes from water by definition has the status of water. Incredible. Just understand what we're trying to do over here. Which like you made a statement. Always the same as principle. Any liquid that completes the requisite shear for mikvah, completes the requisite shear ultimately again for the cure, but does not work for the revius needed for the tilas yadayim, because for the kilos and for hand washing, we always need water. So we're trying to figure out over here what's being included, what's being excluded. So therefore the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, good. Listen to this. Nasan sa'ad natal sa'ad. So Papa says it comes to exclude the following case. The case of where you put in a saw and you take out a saw. Now what does this mean? Take a look at Ashley in just a moment. Ashley says over here, first white line in Ash. When you eat nasan sa'ad natal sa'ad, when you eat anak meaning, this stands behind the Tanimikwa, Hamim Ma'alim, Hamim In Ma'alim. Meheros, the Chomashke She'ino Ma'alim, the Tanet, She'efnitz, the Katani Hasimis, this will say. So let's say you have liquids that by themselves are not fit for mikvah. For example, fruit juice. But fruit juice is not fit for mikvah. So now I'll say, now watch this. So Rashi says over here, Natani Asam, Hamim Ma'alim, Hamim Anima, Kitzak, mikvah Shikulam Kasei, the Naflo Sa'ad Mehem Sofa, Lo Havas, Performation Muscle, the Ash Lo Pas Muscle. So listen to this. Let's say you have a mikvah that's 39 saw. Remember, minimum share of mikvah is 40 saw. You have 39 saw. And then one saw fruit juice falls in. Obviously, mikvah's not going to be good. Mikvah's not going to be good, right? Because you have records in mikvah. But listen to the following case. You might say, coming down, case of how you besota Arbon saw Nukubanos, Nossi saw Milamin, and the Nako saw after the Sina Kasha, the Bagas was like this. Let's say I have a mikvah of 40 saw, and then I put in there a saw of fruit juice. Okay, what status of the mikvah? Status of the mikvah? Kasha, right? Now let's say I remove a saw from the mikvah. So the halacha is the mikvah still kasher. Why? Because essentially, once I had a 40 mikvah, fruit juice, that fruit juice is bottle. It's bottle. So now when I remove the saw, we're good. Now watch this with us. Go back to Mamra Papa. When we say nasan saw, but not all saw. This nan, mikvah shish, but man, the sun is the banos. If we look at exactly 40 saw, nasan saw, so you put a saw, something puzzle in there. Then all saw, how makes a kasher? So if you put in a saw, something puzzle, and then you remove a saw, the mikvah still kasher. Because once the mikvah introduce non-kosher material, the non-kosher material becomes up to the mikvah. So that even if you remove a saw, that's fine. Because in other words, you had a 41 saw mikvah, you remove the saw, you still have a 40 saw mikvah, you're good to go. Then you move the bar shila amar abasim on the opener, add rubo. Now, interestingly enough, you can keep doing this as long as what? As long as you know that you maintain the majority of water. In other words, you can keep putting in, taking out, as long as you know that 51% of your mikvah is water. Amra Papa, in Kadak Borabias, so it says, therefore again, the Gemara says, all of this works for a mikvah, for a kiyar, but it's not going to work for the tira. And it comes to the tira, you need a revius and you need a revius of water. And that's it. None of that when he's doing games. Right? But none of these other halakhic mechanisms come into play. This is another interesting halakha over here. So I'm going to talk about in Kadak for revius, not even more machtin the tzinoros, whole here the mikvah asya. That's a very interesting idea over here. So the Papa says that imagine for a moment you have a mikvah, and then inside of the mikvah you bore a hole. Or you put a kli the size of a revius. They're both saying now when the level of the mikvah is at the same level of that kli, Obviously, you can immerse anything in that. We call it the tunnel of that fleet. So if even if the water level drops below, you could still immerse small items in that tunnel of the tree, like in that tunnel over there, like that little tree. Why? Because since the water in that tree ultimately comes from the mikvah, therefore it's going to be touching for immersion purposes. Interesting. So it says this follows. So ultimately, again, whatever waters are fit for a mikvah are also fit for the kiyur. The kiyur shall brag lying. The main rock. They don't mind. I'm doing that 1 second about that. That is a big thing, right? Remember, the Gemara says that the waters of the mikvah are kosher for the waters of the kiyur, which is indicates that the kiyur does not have to be spring fed. Like kiyur doesn't have to be spring water. Nine tiny, like it was a 9 tiny, is not just a Hamisha brand of self, right? Nine tiny. Again, is spring water. So you can't think that ultimately, again, that the kiyur ultimately can be mikvah water. Like it was a look at it, it's going to be spring water, but also collected rainwater. So now that you're telling me that a water of a mikvah is used for the kiyur, then we get back to these spring fed. Is that true? And then we go by and find in the Batanya, Binayin, Belobiyayin. Also, yes. The Torah says that this is actually talking about over here the washing of sacrificial parts. The pasuk says that literally again the innards, right? The innards, right, and the quarters have to ultimately be washed by water. So we got you from here. Water and not water and not diluted water. The mayim levels shar mayim, and ultimately again water comes to include all types of water. The kavachomer will make kiyur, and the kavachomer ultimately again to the water of the kiyur. Hold up, what does that mean? My kavachomer will make kiyur. What does that mean? The kavachomer will make kiyur. Lab the mayim tayim minhu. I will say, is it not saying that the kiyur needs to be spring-fed water? Does that not mean that it needs to be spoon-fed water? You must not kill a kavachomer. She's kavachomer mayim. So again, what it's saying over here is, if you could use this water, regular water, to wash sacrificial parts, certainly you could use the water of the kiyur, which is what? Spring-fed water to wash sacrificial parts. But this is to indicate to us that the water of the fed, low, the kiyur, in other words, low of the covers. Rabbi said this follows. No, what it means is that actually Lojikachi will make clear manish kayola kavachomer shalofsim b'neinah creating kavachomer shalom b'kachu. What it's saying is that even though the waters are not spring fed, they can still be used to wash the sacrifice. You must be kadishi mal yusihi, and ultimately again it is a proper kiddush. I v'hatara b'shmuel ma'im she'enan she'en levai. So B'shmuel says like this. B'shmuel says, interestingly enough, Rashi says over here, he's not sure exactly what this is referring to, but we'll see this in a moment. Rashi says, when you can't get this, when you use water, you have to use water that doesn't have a shem levai. But a shem levai means any type of description, or appellation. Gemara says, Yatsu on the days, Yatsu make kiyur, sheish lam shem levai. This comes to include the water of the kiyur, which has like a descriptive name, because it's not just called water. What is it called? It's called mei kiyur. Rather, again, it must be water that is fit for the kiyur, and this seems to indicate to us what? That in fact the kiyur has to be spring fed. To which the Gemara says, in reality, tanoihi. This is a machlokes tanoi. So what's really fascinating? Where does the water of the kiyur have to come from? None of the Yochanan made kiyur, and the Shmuel made mayim, the Chum only shar nunosim. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan says that, Shmuel says it has to come from a spring. And I'm going to say, by the way, which is not the biggest deal in the world, because remember, in the days of it was a subterranean spring. So it's not like it's a difficulty, but when I say again, Rabbi Shmuel's halakha, I say it must come from a spring. Come say shar, it need not be spring-fed water. Most of the Rambam Paskins, like the Chachamim, just give it a second, it's fine. Now he says that has to be like the Chachamim, ultimately again, and therefore the water need not be spring-fed water. So that's why I pass halacha. It's very interesting. So if I just want to point out something interesting, so just see here is as follows. In certain respects, right, So here and mikvah share a lot of similarities, but even there, not total similarities, right? Because remember, again, a mikvah doesn't have to be spring-fed, but a mikvah also can't be mayim shum, it can't be drawn water. Our heart has rainwater. So that a kira can be fully drawn water. But halacha essentially, we begin to see it as follows. You really have on one hand kira mikvah, which is like in one category, and then in the other category, netilas daim. Netilas daim is very easy. What do you need for netilas daim? What do you need for netilas daim? Water. How much of it? How much of it? Minimum of arabias. For kiddush daim for raglayim and for mikvah, you have a lot more flexibility the type of liquids. And for kir, it does not need to be rainwater, does not need to be spring water, it can be any water. Ultimately, again, and as we've said, has to kir has have enough to wash 4 gallons simultaneously. But according to these, any sharis for kiddush and raglayim and any amount of water. Incredible. Let's go right there. These are Orel. So what's this? Now we're going down the list. Alright, so remember again, if an Orel does the avodah, ultimately again the avodah is invalid. Says, we know that Kabbalah is that covers any transfer shoving a little bit. We give you a test of and boosting a mandel. The truth is, we'll say, interestingly enough, this is not written in the Torah. It's fascinating, right? That an uncircumcised Kohen can't do the avodah is not written in the Torah. Where is it written? So it's written in Yechezkel. What does Yechezkel say? Now, there's a lot of stuff in this passage. A foreign person, Arel Oleid of uncircumcised heart, Va'arel Basar or uncircumcised flesh, Lo Yavo al Mikdashi B'Sharasim, cannot come into my base on Mikdash to go out and serve me. The Gemara says, Kuminalan the Machli Avodah. And how do you know, by the way, how do you know that if an uncircumcised Kohen did the avodah, that the avodah is invalid? Where do you know that from? B'chsiv, Ba'aviachem, Es B'aviachem, B'nei Nechar, Arle Leib, Ba'arle Basar, Lios B'mikdashi, Lechalel, Es Besi. Because the rest of the pasuk says that if they go out and they serve, Lechalel, they profane my home. So from here we see ultimately, again, Halachah L'maisa, that a Kohen who is an Orel is not only unfit to do the avodah, but if he does so, the avodah itself is invalid. Incredible. The Lord goes back to Terabanan. Ben Nechar, Yochel Ben Nechar Mamish. So we'll say, tell us it says Ben Nechar. I would have thought Ben Nechar Shabbos. Now, what does Ben Nechar literally mean? What does it literally refer to? A Gentile. Right? That's literally what Ben Nechar is. So I would have thought the passage is actually saying that a guy that a Gentile is not allowed to do the avodah. Okay, it seems to be obvious. Was it Kabbalah or Rabbi? Therefore, the constitutes of uncircumcised heart. So we'll say, what's uncircumcised heart? That's someone who has religious issues. Right? That's talking about again someone who is not whole with that Kodesh Baruch. There's an arla, there's a foreskin over my heart. There's a barrier. In faith. So what's a ben nechar? So Tamar says essentially it's a modifier. It's not masav la'avir shabashamayim. So essentially what ben nechar does, because it's called ben nechar, orel leid. Essentially ben nechar explains what orel leid is. What does it mean uncircumcised heart? What does that mean? Someone who's uncircumcised heart, I will say, is a ben nechar, is a son. Actions are alien. So let's say, so essentially, Aramid means a son who alienates himself from his father by engaging in activity that the father does not approve of. That's what it means. And also, it's something fascinating. When I am a ben nechar, which is inevitably we all are at different times in life, if I am a son, ultimately again, who engages in behavior that alienates him from his father, what does it do over time? That makes me an aura that creates a barrier over my heart. It's like a cool effect. So I will say, if you delve down a little bit, part of the psychology of sin, right? Why do we sin? So we like to think that it's because of gaiva, arrogance, taiva, desire. At the end of the day, that's all true. But the reason I also sin is because I assume that I could do an avera and still be the same person. Right? That's deep down what this is all about. I'm going to do what I want. I love a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Let's say we never say I love Kodesh Baruch Hu. I love a Kodesh Baruch Hu. I love everything. But I do what I want to do. And I make the assumption that I can do what I want to do, and it's not going to have a residual effect. That's how we operate. I can engage in negative behavior, but still the same good person. There's only one little problem with that, which is it's fundamentally false. Everything we do has a profound effect on us. So if I'm going to be a Ben Nechai, if I'm going to be a child who engages in alien behaviors that my father does not approve of, the result of that is I'm going to become an Aralev. There's going to be a barrier that forms over my heart. There's going to be like so to speak, a spiritual force that goes ahead and forms over my neshama. I'm going to be distant. I'm going to become a changed person. Every single thing we do on who and what we are. There is no such thing as an active small that does not fundamentally shape me and change me in some way. So if I'm going to be a Ben Yitzhak, just understand what is going to happen is I'm going to become an Aralev. Tremendous. You know, the name of the Aralev. So I only know now that a Kohen who is spiritually impeded, spiritually handicapped, right? He's engaging in behaviors that are foreign in the eyes of HaKadosh, and therefore has an Arla over his heart. He can't do the Avodah. He must Arla Basar Minayim. I don't know that quite. The uncircumcised Kohen can't do the Avodah. I will know about Arla Basar. Therefore, we'll say Arla Basar literally means an uncircumcised Kohen. Now listen, I want to need both. Why need both? Teach me one. I was listening because to a certain degree, they're a little bit one of this. Obviously, if the Kohen is uncircumcised, it means that I look nice again. He's a Ben Echad. He's engaged in activities that his father doesn't like. Whenever he's an Aralei, if he's an Aralei, so what are they both? I'll tell you why. It's tricky. Because of Rahman Aral Basar, you shouldn't have us. I would have thought like this: uncircumcised Kohen can't do the Avodah. Why? Because, so to speak, he's physically repulsive. The lack of a bris milah, by definition, makes him physically repulsive in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, he can't do the Avodah. About Aralei, the Logba is imolog. The Lord said he's actually quite beautiful, but an Aralei, he's not repulsive in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Lord said, is that not the most beautiful line you've ever read in your entire life? Even when I become an Aralei, even if I'm a Ben Nechaz, and if as a result an Aralei, right? Even though I'm a person who has engaged in activities that are foreign in the eyes of my father, and as a result I have created an Arla around my heart, I am not repulsive in the eyes of my father. HaKadosh Baruch Hu always loves me, no matter how badly I mess up, no matter what type of behaviors I'm engaged in. I will say, here lies the fundamental distinction between human relationships and our relationship with Hashem. What's the distinction? We'll say, we like to say in human relationships, like that there's unconditional love. There is no such thing as unconditional love in any human relationship. Think about the relationship for a moment, right? People with parents and children, right? I love my children unconditionally. No, you don't. There are things that children can do that will distance them from a parent. I'll always be your parent. And there will always be a sense of connection and a sense of duty and a sense of responsibility. But are there things that a parent has for them? Absolutely yes. There is no such thing as unconditional love in human relationships. In fact, the only unconditional love that exists in the universe is HaKadosh Baruch Hu for us. Even our love for Him. We don't have unconditional love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We don't. We have unconditional love. We strive for unconditional love. The only true unconditional love in the entire universe is the love that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us. I will say, isn't it worth it to learn the entire Shas, just to get to Zimbabwe of days and days to learn that even if I am an Arel Lev, a Ben Nechar, and as a result of being a Ben Nechar, I am now an Arel Lev, even so, my father loves me. There's nothing I could do, nothing I can do. He might punish me, he might be angry at me, but he never stops loving. What happens? Kirachem Av Al Bono Shel Olam never stops loving. So the Gemara says, Yashmarina Aralei, you shouldn't be angry Bola Shaman. And if we would have just said Aralei, I would have said he's excluded. Why? Because Halach Lamaisa, his heart is not for the Kadosh Baruch Hu. About Aral Basar, the Bola Shaman Imolotsu. I was saying Aral Basar, his heart is still to Kadosh Baruch Hu. I will say, if he's an Aral Basar, like if he's uncircumcised, how can you say that his heart is with Hashem? It's very simple. I will say, there's a classic case of why a Kohen would be uncircumcised. What's the classic case of why a Kohen would be uncircumcised? Rashi says, Mesu Achav Mach Masmila. Today, what we know is hemophilia. Right? He's uncircumcised because his as a result of bris milah. So again, the halacha is also that after right, if his previous two as a result, depending on the halacha, like if one is as a result of bris milah, there's obviously something going on over here. He's uncircumcised. Uncircumcised Kohen need not be an act of spiritual rebellion. It might actually be halakhically sanctioned uncircumcised kite. But yet nevertheless, he is still precluded ultimately again from doing the avodah. So again, I would not have been able to learn working with them, therefore I need that. Good. What's this just one of why? And also that is halacha l'maisa. So whether a coin is an oral lake, never was obviously. No one's going to be able to use it. How do you know if a coin is an oral lake? Okay, so obviously there are certain objective metrics. You see him engaging in behavior that is contra the halacha that he's an oral lake. If he's a benecha oral lake, he can't be avodah. Or ultimately, again, if he's an oral basar, we have to know that also. But halacha l'maisa, either one of those two disqualifications ultimately precluded from doing the avodah. Next, it says there, tamei pasal. Who's tamei? If he does the avodah, ultimately again, the avodah is pasal. So this is very interesting. Let's just actually begin this on the Mustaber for today. Loshon ela tamei sheretz. This is very interesting. When do we say that if a coin is tamei and ultimately does the avodah, that the avodah is compromised? That's if it's tumas sheretz. Get ready for this. About tamei meis. But if it's tamei tumas, it talks shemeratze b'tzibor, meratze nami b'yachid. Since ultimately, technically speaking, tumas meis is hutra b'tzibor. Right, if 51% of Klal Yisrael is coming to Masmeis, the laws of Tumah ultimately. So too, if a Kohen does individual avodah in the seat of Tumas Meis, ultimately again it works. It's mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing. The Gemara says, "Hey, Haki, Tami Sheretz Namei." So, if that's the case, then accidentally, like inadvertently, in the case of Tumas Sheretz, it should also work. There's no Kavachol in Tumas Meis, not Tami Meis Sheton Azar Shlishi Shvi Merasa. If Tumas Meis, which is a higher level of Tumah, because it requires sprinkling on days 3 and 7, yet if the Kohen does it in the state of Tumah, the Tamei Sheretz She'inoton Azar Shvi, so ultimately, again, certainly Tumas Sheretz, which does not require sprinkling of Haradim on days 3 and 7, if the Kohen did the avodah in that state of Tumah, should work as well. So the Kaplan Kimis Kaplan ultimately also we treat the Kohanim like the Baal. Also, non-Mis Kaplan Taminis in Tamei Sheretz Law, at the Kaplan Taminis in Tamei Sheretz Law. So we'll probably do it today, but I think with the Zikri Gamma introduced me something very interesting. That it could very well be that the concept is, get ready for this, the concept of Tumah Hutra Mitzvah, showing 51% of the cloud is coming, that the laws of Tumah are suspended, may only be a din by Tumas Meis and not a din by Tumas Sheretz, despite the fact that Tumas Sheretz, the form of Tumah. Mind-blowing, mind-blowing, and that's Hashem to be clarified, expounded upon, continued, and resolved tomorrow. Shkach, everyone. Omid Agabi Kilim Agabi Gedima Agabi Lakni Fadero process. Darius focus validate the avodah, and amongst them, if a coin stands on top of the or on top of the animal, right, or on top of his friend. Ultimately, again, the avodah is also again comes down to the character. Based on his when actually said that he loves him, not turning on the program. Second, we know like the movie like the things on the floor of the beach spot of the business. We have all these questions. It's how do you start? All of this comes to us if you start with just like the part of the business. And if you start with the service utensils, use the sacrificial rights of services as starting to fight. Maki Sharis create other coaches for no we know the day to Sharis. Was it just when it comes to Sharis? Now, luckily, that the message of the and it's looking like it's expensive. The Cody can't be wearing a glove, the Cody can't have a bandage, the Cody can't in his hand must come to direct contact. Ritzbah, though you don't associate, they know a bit of Ritzbah. So children, when it comes to the floor, there can't be anything opposing between the coin and the floor as well. So what's the Ritzbah? Now the obvious question that you are doing is the following. Which is, the coin needs to be standing on the floor. There can't be anything standing, there can't be any mirror with interposing between. Why do I need to tell them these pieces? The coin is standing on the pencils, coin is standing on the animal, coin is standing on the feet of the friend. Yeah, I got it. The coin has to be standing on the floor. If it's not standing on the floor, you have all this muscle. Why do I need all of these pieces? Speak of these muscles, I'll tell you why. Well, the action, you know, the whole thing, Gracias, puedo pedir cuando quieras. Por avances de la clase, se va a ver más de estos tipos de productos de so we're going to discuss this more in just a little bit. Rashi says, Ramo the Shai David Kisha Ishte Saudos Mishusha Mira Yamina Vanishta. So we are going to see interestingly that the Dabranara was the Kaddish the floor of the Israel. So we discuss the Israel Dabranara getting together to build the Israel, sanctify the floor of the Israel. So again, so you might ask, why don't we tell you these pieces? I'll tell you why. Yes, we'll do that too. We say the lab, the process. I would have thought that the coldest thing on top of the tree. The reason why is that over this puzzle is because it does not form a flesh. So because it is not the form of flesh, ultimately you can interpose it between the coin and the wisdom. About the animal, you know the puzzle in the land. Also, the animal is made of flesh, salad of flesh. It does not form a flesh, it does not interpose between the coin and the wisdom. Furthermore, if you actually know the I have to like to tell you the halakha of the Torah. Meaning that the Torah is on top of the name of the avoid of this muscle. The low of the other rule, as the most like a Behema is not a person. About Hadiro, the other rule, is alone. If he's standing on his fence, because his fence people are going to want everything to be free. They want to get it, that's supposed to come to the issue. Therefore, what? Therefore, giving the man says that you get better with these people. This is an animal, right? I love that I said, the point must be standing on the wisdom, must be standing on the Raglo Afas Alam. The Raglo Afas Alam was an interesting piece. What happens if the coin has 1 foot on the pencil and 1 foot on the wisdom? What's it? What is the halacha? Ultimately, okay? So what's the status of the other? 1 foot on the wisdom, 1 foot on the wisdom. It says, or Raglo Afas Alam, and then Raglo Afas Alam. And what's the status again? 1 foot is on the stone. 1 foot is on the wisdom. Because it's in this case, again, what is the alien material, non-rich material, what happens is we've got 1 foot on the spot, but 1 foot on something else. How does that exactly work? Yeah, the government, which was already going, close to the so it's a usually very simple. What would happen if you took away the stone or you took away the piece? Yoko Lamo da Lagua Akos Lamo, so that's what you know. The coin will be able to balance itself on 1 foot and still be on the front. We don't see the ability to touch it. Big and rough, but if you fall down, how do you like to go to down? Some will watch it, and will wrestle this. And also, one of the places you have to choose. This halacha is not to avoid. What's the specific halacha like that? Whenever a person is obligated to stand, but the meaning of so does it negatively impact the particular activity and the simple answer is yes. What is it about? Review the status. If you particularly the object that you're leaning on, it still stands, but ultimately again it's considered as if it stands. If you particularly the object that you're leaning on is small, then that's called lean, and the object that was supposed to be comes up, this comes up at the beginning of the like Shmona Esther. So it's that very first thing like that is the that's the point of the master on the but not I would fall down. That's not called tefillah ba'amida. Verse explicitly about pointing the pillar, but this was again, you're committed to being over, you're not in a way which is support the weight against you. Because it's still at the idea. So one has one foot on the tree, one foot on the ground, right? So is the avoid the share depends. Is supporting the then the avoid is possible. But if he's not using less than this, the avoid will still be standing, the avoid is but why would the other? Let's say, let me put this in states. So the other asks the following question. Nidalgo ha'evin ba'amad ala'al ma'at. What's the look at Rashi? Rashi almost right across. Nidalgo ha'evin apas mi'amalami so this ananas it's shaky. So you feel it move, it's loose. So what's that halacha? So we'll say what's that halacha? The point does the avodah while standing on and technically attached marble tiles. So again, remember, it's in the ground, but it's essentially detached from the rest of the floor and it's shaped. What's the status? It says now, if I think I said that I'm talking about the types of so we'll say if I have absolutely no intention to go ahead and what? To go ahead and reattach it, then it's certainly certain differences. And of course, if I have absolutely no intention to reattach it, then then ultimately again it's going to get chatzitza. Kiti by the way, we'll say when does the question come up? The daito lechab. We'll say let's say again now it's loose. But what? But I'm going to reattach it. So when you say even the daito lechab lechab so what do you say? That since it's my intention ultimately to reattach it, therefore what? It's as if it's attached already. Oh, Dilma Hashka Mia Hot. Or basically, at the end of the day, right now it's detached. And because it's detached, it's as if what? The coin is not standing on the mitzvah during the avodah, and therefore the avodah is possible. It's like Havdali of David, right across the Tosos Kori. Rabbi Zuti, Boy Lahav. So let's say, so the Gemara asks that question, and then the Gemara kind of leaves that question alone. Rabbi Zuti comes along, and he frames the question a little bit different. So Rabbi Zuti, Boy Lahav, he said the question is as follows. Boy Rabbi Ami asked, Ne'ekra ha'aven ba'amad ba'ma ma. So he asked the following question. What happens if the stone was uprooted and he stood in his place? It wasn't just different. It's the Rashi. Ne'ekra, Rashi says, Legamre. V'haguma niris sham, v'amad v'guma v'aven. Also, you see the contrast. What's this case? This case over here is, let's say the towel is actually tilted up. The towel came out of place. So what do you have? You have an empty hole. You have dirt. The coin stands inside that square during the avodah and does the avodah. So the status now, the shayla is, what is the status of the avodah? It's also misleading and more dramatic. Apparently, according to Rabbi Ami, or I should say according to Rabbi Suti's version, if the tile is there, but use, everyone would agree that that's the point. That's the point. Like, let's say it has to be whatever, secure in place. Like, I might say that's not sure. The real concrete, what happens if the tile itself does it out, runs as a whole, and it then seems not opening together. What's the status of the other? Now, so my tell me what it is. What's the fundamental status of the other? How do you struggle with this? What are you on? Or Shuma as the Alice to the so we'll say, shut the up your way to travel. It doesn't have a sanctified. The floor of the basement. If you just sanctify the surface floor, which is the tile floor, or to sanctify the floor all the way to the top. Remember, David had a switch over the head. Like you did, remember, if you just saw one actually, you divided the sum of the sanctification. That's what exactly the mechanics is. How can you sanctify the floor and the so in David America sanctifies more of the he provided the actual marble floor, tile floor, physical floor, so it's the entire floor area from the surface all the way to the home is all complete. So what they're going to have to do with the prerequisite, and the case like this, the tile is removed. If they're going to just sanctify the surface area, then what? Then if the home stands in the whole the floor, they have a constant. If however you sanctify the floor, all the way until the home, then what? Then ultimately the apple will be constant. If you buy them, if you buy them, all has our kilo, if you buy them, all has our kilo. So I don't understand something about it. If that's the case, then why are you claiming this as one tile reasons? I was asking a dramatic question. Let's say the floor of the base of the English was taken up. Right? They're taking up the floor. We'll say, right, here you have your basement. So the floor is moved, and now all you have is dirt. So can you put the avoda on that dirt surface or not? So which would you might be all of the away. The so one question. What's it? Reality, because it doesn't sanctify the floor of the basement from the surface all the way to the top. So what is this? Yeah, she was the path or in that it was I'm not the question of your God is sanctify the floor of the basement. We know, and again, I will say, I want you to know, we're going to spend time on this, discussing the specific sanctification of the floor. You must concentrate how far the sanctification of the floor extends down. What you must concentrate also is the promise. Is the cone standing on a dirt floor considered to be the proper form of service. Derek Sheris Bekach, me having Ora Ara, or Mikro Sheris, or Lodge. Was it considered to be normative, fractal, and that covered it for the avoda, or that's the real passion. What's the nature, ultimate idea of this passion? Which the Gemara says, which was the Gemara says, chooses, so what's the Gemara says, the fact that the floor is still completely the floor of the but that's what he has Shaila is standing on the first floor, fitting up the avodah, and therefore reaches the threshold of Shaila's Look, very good. He built a small pot for the Shana. What's the next thing? It's the color. And did you have all of the seed? With his reference. The avodah so the student says it's country. Safety, Montana, the expert, the rock match, the Rami, the low egg, Kabbalah, and the was a just a moment. The Loka had pointed double Sabbath the expert. In a strong outline, back was a go ahead and take of the drum of the finger, and we shall place it on the corners of the stair. This one is talking about which is what is that stick of the side of the body and the one thing the classic says the X-ball, the lock. Okay, the word the X-ball is written in the X words. One is the lock, and one is the Nelson. So the Gemara says the X-ball, the lock. the word that follows on the Loka. Running, locating Kabbalah and ultimately conclude that Kabbalah of the blood and the right spot made that son. And I was I remember also says the X spot and then made that son. Running, locating the Sia element. So let's say the word X spot is going back to the units. Do what you like on it, it's tested by second. And establish the verbs of the Loka tells you that Kabbalah has to be done only with the right hand and see that. The bottom is there, all has to be done right. And so you go to that system of it, the X-Bubble of that, which is the Loka that can be done and the X-Bubble, then a sign outside of it. The Tila HaKosel, the X-Bubble, being Kabbalah is the Torah places the word X-Bubble, in between Kabbalah is reading the blood and reading the scripture of the blood. You are sharing the product from the Akhir, and therefore again the word expert of the dash, the word for it, and the word after. Loka and the Nelson. Shelo you elevate young. This is that all of these things that are all the community that we like that. Yachina the Kamal Yishmael, Omakum Shem, and my Expo, Aino Ella. Any time that the Torah writes Expo, the night is that what is only done with the right hand. Which you guys says, which you guys is the first commercial. If you never, Yad, you have a lot. Ella the Expo, all the lesson. So she was understand. Let's just say anything about Yad, and the Expo, Yad is the simply that the Expo, the lesson, and what does that teach me? Shalom Jane, Sina Ella. Because the Shimon says that the word the Expo goes on the nothing, doesn't go on the one. Therefore, what is it going to teach? That when there is a God application to be done, that God application has to be done with the right hand. It says, Elabet spoke also, Shoti the Sia Elabet, Olabalon, and Yad the Kabbalah, therefore, since the God doesn't use the word Yad when it comes to Kabbalah, when it comes to receiving the blood, therefore, keep out the small portion, therefore, ultimately, the ability to receive the blood in your left hand, ultimately, to receive the blood with your left hand, the Kabbalah was really possible. So, what's that? Ultimately, your opponent, the whole team, sees the Kabbalah. Like one of the guys who the word X-Ball, which they mean, say, means the right hand. Goes on both the Loka, the Kabbalah, as well as the Nafan. That you should make the choice the X-Ball only goes on the Nafan. Only place in the sea of the placement of the ball actually on the right hand. But the Loka, Kabbalah says you can't have the X-Ball modified, and therefore what? When it comes to Kabbalah, you can receive the blood even with your left hand and your elbow. With Shem Rasha, I understand Rasha. If they say Shabbat, if you hold the big Shabbat with respect to the moment, Kilo and the Yad and Kabbalah might have that even if it doesn't say Yad by Kabbalah, you should still require the right hand. Be less like Xer Shabbat, and if you don't hold the big Xer Shabbat, then what? So if you less than Xer Shabbat, Namra Yad the Kabbalah might have it. So even if you don't say Yad by Kabbalah, ultimately again, what would the Kabbalah be? Or it says, it wouldn't make any kind of difference. It's not just the moment. You want to check it almost like it's not so much. You just make Xer Shabbat, and now, Yad, so we're saying we're going to see this a little bit. Maybe it's just Shabbat Yad, but to eat something. So the same day, I'll go and go and Up, a welcome to the Yad, and what other day. Just make it like a story, though. You kind of say, I just want to open up here again to the right. I'm ready to go. You owe them less than Jewish. In reality, you shouldn't be that suspect. The Huckle Pop, if you never done this in Kabbalah, ultimately, again, doesn't say Yad done in Kabbalah. Wasn't the Torah ever mentioned that you have to do Kabbalah in the right hand? Only below Ne'emar Yad done in Kabbalah, since the Torah does not explicitly say that you have to have the right hand for Kabbalah. Therefore, what? Keep out the small part. That's what we should do. The Shema says, if it doesn't say it, you can't command it. The Torah tells us that in the Shema, the placement of the blood of Israel has to be done with the right hand. That's what Torah tells me. But the Torah never makes any mention ultimately again of the right hand by Kabbalah. Because the Torah never makes any mention of that, therefore what? Even if you receive it with the left hand, it is going to be. I'm going to Kabbalah is partially. Why would it be seen? Question was the left hand as well. So the rest of the chin to a Shabbat. Furthermore, the left hand of the chin is not fixed. It's not a half right hand. Well, one thing that has a yard, ain't not a lot of stuff. Everybody's doing something out there, right? Yard thing the first one, the right hand. Xbox, ain't not a lot. So the machine that we do, that's not only getting it from yard is what the right hand. But whenever it gets Xbox, that's the first thing that you can make. If you have to see the machine that's like a big deal, Shabbat, but the machine is quite specific. But yard and Xbox always comes the right hand. You have to let it come out in a small country. And the other level, that we love here, we all love this thing here, Shabbat, what we ask you, just in the Shabbat, Rahat is Kama, which Yana Yad Kabbalah. All of the Yana Yad Kabbalah, doesn't call it everything Yad by Kabbalah, and yet, of course, it does, but it doesn't say Yad Kabbalah. All of the Yana Yad Kabbalah, and the Xbox, you actually the Kabbalah of the Xbox. So what's the interesting enough, so whenever you use the word Yad by Kabbalah, now the one thing is that Kabbalah Never said, can you keep Kabbalah of the Xbox? The answer is okay, when you the host Kabbalah of the Kabbalah is making it done, concept language, the blood of Kabbalah. So if that is done in therefore, it says, the actual Kabbalah of the Xbox. Polo never Yad Kabbalah, Ella Xbox. Seems as though he never uses motion of Yad by Kabbalah, but not against Xbox. The actual Kabbalah of the Xbox, and it is impossible to do Kabbalah with a finger. He built a small kosher, therefore, he is speaking to the left hand, opening what? The Kabbalah really kosher. First of all, I'm going to Sama, actually, essentially, Kabbalah is actually Kabbalah is after the other way, Ozen is fast, it's not going to Kabbalah. Let's say, now you can do Kabbalah with your finger. If you put fast with like, Ozen is you put like an antenna, handle, right? If you put a handle on it, right? If you put like a literally right? If you put a lip, the idea is it will say, nothing. These shutters really do not have a handle. It's from the bottom of the side. That's simply just put over there. And it definitely is still a question to the shutters. Mara says, there is no ultimately identity of all of the Xbox. Ultimately, again, if the shutters myself as an angel. Ela Rabbi. So what's this? Rabbi is what's the other days? The Mikra Midrash Charav to the Achel. Rather than I will say simply the fundamental level is that that so it says our expectation of the apostle. So remember again, let's go back to the basics. As we said before, the concept that we're talking about the Rothschild question is the Lokach HaKohen. The Lokach HaKohen, Nidam HaKatos, the Ex-Bo'o, Vina Son Al-Karos in the point the tips in the bottom of the house, the Ex-Bo'o, which is finger, Vina Son Al-Karos in the bottom of the house. So it's like, you're understanding that word Ex-Bo'o, that word Ex-Bo'o, doesn't just mean Ex-Bo'o, that means Yap, and as well. So the fundamental application of that bottom is how to dash it possible. But if you take a look at the camera, I should have now in the days. Now, just watch this. Now, the shimmy Savar, Mikra Medrash Ma'acharov, the funds. So the shimmy holds that it's possible. It was like in a linear fashion, right? But the only dash in the puzzle is you want to dash from the Xbox, that structure only works if it actually comes after Xbox, below the color, and that's that comes before Xbox. Therefore, Xbox, Avanoslam, the Sipa Seikoi, below Avalon, not the Sipa Kamet. So what's the ultimate issue is that just follows. When the puzzle says, Vloga Hasbin, Damakatos, the Xbox, the Noson, so what is the Xbox, and darshan for what? And that which comes after it, what comes after Etzba'ol, right? Nasan. Nasan is supposed to be contribution of the blood on his hair. Etzba'ol refers to what? The right hand. What do you see from there? That the sina, the placement of the blood on his hair, can only be done on the right hand. But does Etzba'ol tell me anything about the blakah, the kavod of the blood? And the answer is no. Therefore, tradition and that teaches me that what? Kabbalah can even be done with the left hand. On the other hand, Rashi says, Rabbanon Savi, Mikra Nekra, Bonav, Ula. Ultimately, again, the Rabbanon was supposed to what? The concept of the Dash is both forward and back. And therefore, again, the word sex, the Ula will say, sandwich the Raka and the Raka. That that's when you see that done with the right hand. But what? The Kabbalah also has to be done with the right hand. Must listen over here that really wants that state my hooks and shit that I also see how you dash it. So I'm Rabbi says, how should I be allowed to do it? Not from the Agua, the must be with the Rabbi. Rabbi is still fine. That means from the Rothschild and the ultimately again is different than what his father said, and ultimately again, not from the Agua, not from the Rabbi. Different than what his father did. This is the son, the husband of Shimon, the son of Shimon. What? We have all the way to that. And I think that the Rabbi mentioned the name of the husband of Shimon, which is different than his father of Shimon, and different than the Rabbi. The Sanya. What's the Rabbi? The Sanya. And the husband of Shimon Omer. Komakum shenehem ha'etzba. B'Kabbalah. Shina b'Kabbalah Pasol. Sina Kach. What's it? Watch this. The Lord says as follows. Anytime the Torah that it mentions Etzba in reference to Kabbalah, so ultimately you see the blood, that teaches me that what? Shina b'Kabbalah Pasol. If you deviate by the Kabbalah will be Pasol. But the Sina, if you deviate with the placement of the blood, then what? Kasha. There's a beautiful Rashi for this. Komakom Shina Etzba b'Kabbalah. The Logan what's the religious things in the language? The religion says any time that the Torah mentions Etzba in direct connection with the seal, the placement of the blood. Let's say, for example, that's hard puzzle. Right? That's hard puzzle. The Lakach Ashon Yidama Chagos, the Etzba open Nasa. Right? So Etzba is meant to be direct connection with the Nasa. I can't do it. The religion should have Etzba have a lot of time with one of our Nasa. Here the Kabbalah is reading that. Either the smoke Amar Lachos, the Malcolm Shunekta Shakti, the Logan Shunekta. Yes, the Logan says that it's if Etzba is written with Kabbalah, then Shina the Kabbalah Pasol. Then it's ultimately again, you change, you deviate when it comes to Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah will be lost. Then the Sina, and if you deviate with the Sina, I deviate with that young, Shkashim. Malcolm Shunekta Etzba from the Sina, and its Etzba is written by the Sina, then what? Sina from the Sina Pasol, big Kabbalah Pasol. Then if you change by the Sina, ultimately you're going to be Pasol, and by Kabbalah Pasol. What's interesting enough, so the Rothschild is saying something a little different. Rothschild is saying you have to look at the context in which the words Etzba is written. Whatever context or whatever act is most closely associated with that left is deviated. I shoot in the left hand, you have over the passion. But if you deviate with the other type of over the ultimately again it's with the passion. The Ephod never expert in this. What's that really find the case? Where expert is written with this. The sin that the Pasuk says, like after down to the heart, you know, such a out and also death the expert. What's that the Pasuk says, the picture of down of the heart. So go ahead and watch the pages on the corners of the death with what is where you see a passage of where Etzba is written in direct proximity to us, but ultimately again the sea. But the Sadar, Mikra mentioned for Panav, the Lord is made Panav, the Lord is made Panav to the Aya. That was exactly again the shouldn't of the opinion, that we will get a possibility to dash of the Panav, right immediately before it, not that which precedes, that which is immediately before it, nor can it be dashed after it. It's like leaving the side of shooting the Shimon. I'm not going to go to the side. Rabbi Rabbi Shimon is as follows. Really, what it comes down to is an exegetical focus as to how you darshan see. Right? You have the Rabbanon saying that the word extra can be darshan for that which is before it and after it. Before it is Kabbalah, after it is Messina, usually that's what? Both Kabbalah and Messina have to become with the right. On the other hand, the Shimon says, we only darshan the word extra for that which comes after it, but not that which comes before it. And therefore, Rabbi says, every darshan is on the Messina, not on the Kabbalah. Therefore, Shimon asking that Kabbalah to be because it is the right. Listen, I'm asking Rabbanon that Kabbalah has to be done with all of it has to be done with the right hand. Says the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Rachman Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Hamakam Esura Amar Rabbi Rachman Rabbi Yochanan. Hamakam Shnei Exba Eno Elegam. What's exactly right? So Yochanan comes along and says this. Anytime the Torah uses a lush exba and Tumino, in particular, a golden question must be done with the right hand. Masakatai, Hartiba, so just the same thing with exba and Tumino, and Yaka Kameh, and you have to go with the right hand. You can see the Lokas had coined the Damakratos, the exba, the concept says that the coin will take from the Damakratos, which is interesting that the other Shemit and what's the ultimate the only way to the Torah? What is it about the Torah? It's about HaKoyim, but oh, how you love it. What's the interesting by the Torah, it says that the coin will immerse in the Torah is right kingdom. Right? This is talking about the application of the Torah. How about coin as a form of money? It's more actually as follows. Since by the Torah, it says it's called Hayumanis, so there's a way that's why that's in there. Whenever it says extra always means what? The right. It wasn't that we've already established, by the way, it doesn't just mean the right thing, but actually means what? That's why it's kind of the right hand. It says you have a height of the low sixba, yet so now what you're telling us as parents, whenever you see the word coming of extra and the that's usually that one. It's a particular avoidance question that we don't the right hand. 1 second. What about by Knitza on this side? By Knitza, the low sixba elamina. Also, that Knitza doesn't mention the word extra, but it does mention the word Knitza. Yes, we don't need to add. Omits the smoke. 1 second. We learn the most of it. One does Knitza with their left hand. Ultimately, the avoidance muscle. What do you see here? Either way, it just says Knitza. Even if it just says extra, that tells you that what? That's the whole gas is the right. I'm a love says, oh, extra, open. Was there ever for the right to an extra, or there was that's what? Yeah, open must be done with the right. I'm going to buy the one something. I'm going to go up and see if I'm the cabbage. It's safe for the Kuna. It's a good Kuna. What about the to the back church? Você quer thinking of words, so he uses the word it says you make it back point and sample, you make it hallucination. The Bible says in the point will go and offer up everything, and you will burn it under his gas. Gomer Mar, Su or Rothschild the garden of heaven. This refers what? Of the links to the realm, and yet it's not even. A red yell shows them this logo. O base or logo, você logo what? And the holiness declaration of, and the holiness having the universe. The red yell shall yummy this logo. And the ultimate takes, goes there and takes the right leg in his left hand, only left hand, who base a raw with hooks. Was a technique still out of these office. He carries in the water. So you never again is only one really and you don't of the lightweight top. So you ask the carry, yes, carry the weight in such a way will only the outer part of the ring, i.e. the eye will be there, the flesh is visible, but the part that is going to pass is not visible. So let's say, the point of view is that one. Where is he carrying it? Where is he carrying it? He's carrying it in his left hand. And yet the Pasuk says the word what? The Pasuk says the word Kuna. Here, it's supposed to, so you see from here that again, even when it does clean it up, not after that it means it has to use it for right. This means it's for right. Here, it's called Kuna. The Dava Hamahakis Kapara is really the Torah. Let's say, when do we say that the Torah says, just follow for a second, when do we say that the Torah says Expa or Kuna, it has to be done with the left hand? That's what we want. Dava Hamahakis Kapara. That's when it was for a part of sacrificial service. That is ma'aki the kapara. But if you then what? Then the avoda is covered. Julia Mitzora. It's like the Bible to the Torah. Remember, again, you should be learning this all out from the Torah. And once they have carried up the room to the American Messiah, it's important and it's part of the avoda. It is ma'aki the kapara, and the answer is no. Maharaya was a second component of each and everything there. Is the cover is good, and the answer is yes. So the course is not the piece that is ma'aki the kapara, even if the comes with it with the left hand, it's really very fun. I Bahari Kabbalah. Bahari Kabbalah the Sibulo, so that's the Sibulo of Kabbalah, the Sibulo, Kibula. That's the concept says Kibula. It's not the Halahani, it's horrible. Everyone says the Kabbalah is one of the four Planabodos to get the necessary part of the Kabbalah. Which now, what did you learn? He belt is small. You did Kabbalah with that one. Hustle, ultimately again, the Rabbi say that it's possible. That Shimon Makshi, look at what the Shimon says, it's confidence, I understand. Every single time the Torah says, by itself, or have an active,
Yo, what up, Zip and Pam?
it means you have to do it with your right hand.
Yo, dog, I'm every two.
Shimon Kartibon. That's the Shimon actually requires both. Shimon ultimately requires the Mitzvah and Kuruma.
He's uploading a stream right now.
But it tells you that it has to be done with. If it doesn't have both experts,
All right, I mean, maybe, because I got better stuff to do than jerk myself off in front of James McCann. All right. He posted in my comments on Instagram. All right, what's his YouTube video gonna be? Can you repeat that, please? What is organ hour? Oh, that's interesting. Psych. By itself is not strong enough to change right hand, only if it's accompanied by what? By the word expo. So that's the case, and what does the word mean? All right, I'll take a look. Just one moment. I speak up. The Torah doesn't write that. The Torah doesn't write that stuff. The Torah just uses the word Kuruna. It's not yet we learned what? Zarak the small apostle. What? And it was we learned by speaking like what? That if you sprinkle the blood with your right with your left. And even Rabbi Shimon agrees with us. So now, again, so it's going to be good. Dude, I have a question for you. I don't have yad. All I have is Kuruna. And yet we see that. Are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready? You don't want to play right now? All right, so why not? Shimon says that it's kosher. All the day, what happens with your left hand? Would Rabbanan say that it is possible? Would have a Shimon match? Supposed to be so it is a nice that goes down. That necklace that Shimon holds And not only is Kabbalah is small kosher, but what? Zrika is small is kosher as well. And the Haga Amarava, but what about that which Rabbi said? Yad Pizza, Regel Pizza, Ozen Mitzia. So one second. What about ultimate yad? So remember, Rabbi learns that it's Shabbat Yad Pizza, and it's just like ultimate yad. And Yad
Zoo.
right? It has to be done with the right to something right. Rega was also showing it to them, and it has to be done with the right foot. And Ozen and Sia,
Zoo.
which is that what is the Shabbat, that when you see
Why don't you want to play?
why do I need the Shabbat by pizza?
Zoo. Zoo.
Why do we say the Shabbat? Which the Gemara says,
Zoo. 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 Zoo, why don't you want to play?
One ultimate teaches me that what? From Rabbi, you learn out
Zoo.
one drush from Chometz and one drush
Zoo. Loser.
Rabbi got school city, so it's like Mitzah, we're learning to Shabbat Yad and the word Kumina. Both teach me that I need to use the right hand. Why do I need to use the right hand? One is to teach me the Hebrew Chometz, right? Just the two shards. She ain't together. She yochad zakish and the kaddish of the other one. What's that teaching me in Shabbos? One Russia teaches me that the Chometz itself has to be taken with the right hand. Has to be taken with the right hand. Chometz itself is with the right hand. And instruction number one, instruction number says what? The Chometz has to be placed into the two shards. When I was saying the placement of that Chometz takes place in the two shards, the Chometz between the two shards must also be held in the right hand. I know what you're thinking. How do you pull that off? So once again, we show many times you see them in the Fushiraya that the Avolta from the Mikvah had to be done with two Chometz. There was one coin who did the Knitza with his right hand, and there was a second coin, as well, there was a second coin who was holding the shards with his right hand. Holding the Knitza in his right hand, facing the Knitza to the shards become that coin in his right hand. So once again, for the two drushes upright, right, teach you that the Knitza has to be done, and it will be able to do shards. So it's not going to be take out the rest of the two little things. Or those who are miscalculated, heavy on that, but miscalculated. I would say ultimately that those who seek the Kapara have stronger ability than those who give the Kapara or give the Kapara.
What up, baby? You were flying around? How did that work out for you? Okay. Do you think your 15-year-old self sucked as much dick at mini golf as you do? We're going to go through this again. Do you think your 15-year-old self sucked as much dick at mini golf as you do? Are you ready to play? What up? How you living, Brandon? I hope you're having a wonderful day, my man. Pardon me. Zoot, are you ready to play or no? Zoot, do you want me to send you an invitation? Are you going to quit halfway through? All right, good. So, Zoot, what is James McCann doing? He's uploading himself playing the organ? All right. Dude, that was a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. I'll show you a good shot right here. Oh. F that. F that. Perhaps I did. That's garbage. No, it's not, because I'm going to do this. That amazing shot. I mean, you're not going to water bomb me. I have no worries about that. That's like an impossible water bomb. Dude, garbage. Garbage shot. Yep. Oh. It's terrible. I'll tell you that right now. It's going to hit my ball and go in the water. Thank you. You helped me. You hurt yourself, and you helped me. All I have to do is this. And I put myself in a perfect position to score. Take the shot, and you don't. You went in the water, and it was garbage. And now I scored. I did, because I got the point, baby. Now look at this shot, Zoot. You did. Now look at this shot, Zoot. You're not touching me. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, well that's a cool strategy, dog. Okay, I mean that's a really good strategy. How about you just make your shot? There you go. Dude, scoreboard. Yeah, look how many games I've won against you in total in the history of the game. Scoreboard. That's scoreboard, baby. That's the ultimate scoreboard, son. That's the ultimate scoreboard, son. Dog, I have way more wins against you than you have against me. Fewer than you have. No, it is. I couldn't believe it. You had like on your other account 1,400 games. It was like a ridiculous amount. You must have been playing this game like 24/7 for like 6 months of your life. Not that many. That was the amazing thing. You had like 1,400 games, but only 200 wins. No way. No. Dude, this is garbage. You and I both know this is garbage. A terrible strategy. Dude, that was a terrible strategy. You're not going to be able to hit the chicken. Yeah, big dog. Majorly.
Number one,
Why not? Let's see it. That was a terrible, terrible strategy. Just gave me the win. No, not allegedly. This is fact, baby. This is scientific fact. This is backed by double-blind, peer-reviewed studies. Oh no, Zoot, stop! Stop the ball! Stop the ball, Zoot! Stop the ball! Stop the ball! I don't know if that's a bad shot. That's a bad shot. Hit my ball. I mean, it's whatever you want to do. No. You have the skill to put me in a tar. It was terrible. You just gave me the best shot ever. You're gonna go in the water in the car. Oh, that was incredibly close.
Therefore, Malcolm should need to evaluate events that will increase where the owners of the country are coming to my space.
Nope, you missed. I win. Oh. Okay, so you have 53 wins. Okay. No, you played way more than I have. Dog, you have another account that has 1,600 games or something and like 200 wins. Now I'm gonna Zoo. I'm just telling you right now, I'm gonna dominate you, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Just awful. Penalty. What's that, Zoo?
The penalty was actually true.
Okay.
And Rabbi had that show.
Yep. The goal is to get the highest trick shot score, son. A 0. That's the worst shot I've ever seen. Maybe.
It didn't scratch though.
But look at this shot.
It was nice.
I made it incredibly difficult for you. Maybe the most difficult shot of your career. Difficult. So, it may be the most difficult shot ever. Great scratch, dog. Yeah, baby. Are you serious? I know. Where can I get it? Oh, okay. It takes that amount of time to. I'm sure nobody else cares, but I might do reaction videos too. A trillionaire. Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that kiss shot? Dude, what the fuck kind of answer is breathing? Dude, I can't wait to watch this. I'm going to watch Riser. We'll have popcorn. It'll be amazing. Because we love you. We're going to love your answers. Did you talk about how you were a finalist for Raw Comedy South Australia?
Yeah, my coach.
Oh, go. Penalty. Kick shot, kiss shot. Oh, you pocketed 2 balls because of that? That was brilliant, Zoo. Terrible shot. Oh, wow. What a comeback is right. Zoo, that was incredible. Dude, look at this guy play. That's too funny. Look at this shot. You're terrible at stand-up. I did. Did you watch Kill Tony yesterday? Who was your favorite comedian? Oh, what a kiss shot. What a kiss shot, son. Dude, everybody was skinny, actually. Oh, that was a great blind shot. Dude, you lost. Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. One of the great shots in the history of the game. I just did. I thought it was amazing. All right, Zoo. No trick shot, just straight up 9 ball. 1v1. This is the last game for right now. Yeah, baby. You're not funny now. Dude, come on, man. Have you ever heard yourself? Dude. Does that count? Oh, what a shot. What a shot, dude.
Oh my fucking god.
Dude, you're on fire, son. Baby, it's all recorded. Look how amazing this shot would be. Oh, dude, I can't believe you hit that shot. That was incredible. Like 3 shots in a row. Dude, you're getting good. Dude, you might sweep the table. Dude, Zoo. Zoo. I got 1 and I missed.
Oh my god. You know what?
I could still win.
This is what I'm going to take over. Yeah,
Oh, what a great round, Zoo. All right, we're leaving it at that, dude. You played amazingly. We're leaving it at that for now. That was incredible. That was amazing, Zoot. Baby, I scored them all.
Ultimately, on the side, when we say that there might be an effort for benefit to us, what's that same effort applied to the Kohen who is offering up to someone else on it? Well, the Most when we say that Tumas at the home is Melatza ultimately for the Bible, for the owners of the Talmud, is that same fixed Melatza for the Tumas at the home for a Kohen as well? Or let's say the Kohen comes to contact with Tumas at the home, is the fixed Melatza, which the Gemara says, you can actually use the woman. Kohen HaMelatza Bakavara said, Shalaz Yeba also Pesach, which Shalom Tumas at the home is most. What's that? Up until now, the Bible is talking about the owners of these Kabbalas when they contact with Tumas at the home. You know, said that the fixed Melatza at the home. What if it's not the owners? What if it's the Kohen? Or what if it is the owners, but it's also the Kohen? Because the contact with Tumas at the home is the six able to Melatza at the Kohen as well. This showed the Tumas at the home in Shalom. Was it the proof from the network that Tumas at the home is in Shalom the Kohen as well. Also, the Kohen king, as was a clear and active the Kohen, which the says, the Rani Barkama, Bible ultimately, the Rani Barkama student wasn't arguing on that which was speaking above. Tashma, so I say again, so now we're trying to understand is the license of a place to operate when the itself is also coming out of the home. So Tashma, the Nassau Adon as Abona Kodesh, so what's what it says. This is talking about the power of the six to the Torah. So the Pasuk says that Aaron, the Nassau Aaron is Abona Kodesh, Aaron in the boy. The Pasuk also titled this, the idea of nature Aaron, which sits will be on the forehead of Aaron. The Nassau Adon as Abona Kodesh. And Aaron will literally bear on him the abode the iniquity of the Kodesh. So what does it mean? This Pasuk is talking about the ability for six to be relaxed. This is the passage of the top starts out with the between six to a twelve. So the Gemara is completely so although no say, so ultimately again, so what's the first one? Look at Rashi, this is the 23rd page. Rashi says, first of all, Rabbi Barkama Rashi says, at the secret product, the more people I think to my spine, the spirit of the offering to come in, is the Shaya Kabbalah, so that he lets himself come out. First of all, there was never the still back in the hopes that I come in the secret product. The secret product telling us that I'm coming in the spirit and share it to set the offer of the face out. Because the secret level of you can that what, the secret offer of even if what, even if it can't be that, was an incredible finish. Very bad Chama, it's everyone else besides the chicken down. But no. Now look for a nice what is offer of coverage and what do you have to do? You have to be able to eat that coverage. You can't eat it, you can't offer it. Now what's in the must switching gears and just remember. You must ask okay. Let's talk about the system just a minute. So the possible is we know Sa'ar which is the same as Saban Kanisha. So Kabbalah got to year 76. But also what the Torah tells us is that it sits on the forehead of the Kabbalah has the ability to affect atonement of a certain scene in Kabbalah. Our side is what is the sixth Melatza. If you go Polyphenomen, I will question. If you didn't tell me that the six ultimately is Melatza, that is the most of the people is that the Kohen is doing one of the opposed slightly minded for that, is the true that carbon unrelated time. So for example, again, you have the mind to the carbon 3 days later. That's good. So if you want to tell me that what, that is Melatza, the people, that's not true, I'll tell you why. And so the first part is tells you that no question of what this carbon will not be healthy. Remember the thing of what? Possible. So again, so six cannot go ahead and do not put it in our own low start. If you want to see that the six is not correct, the low start. What's low start? Any carbon left over the top is right, right? You want to tell me that the six is your answer for that? No, doesn't work that way. By them, no, do not set. The person says it shall not be accepted. So what says so? We already established, so what we're doing is we already see that six cannot go ahead and affect home and cannot go ahead and do not that's not the master. It says not the low, right? So what does it? Ino no say, Ella Avon Shema, so Putra Nila Rabbi. What does it do? The six could ultimately again allow us to create as a maximum the type of Shema which is already permitted in what's a great it must just go good. It's like the six has the ability to go ahead and commit something which is permitted to see. You might like, but how do you know? Say, heart, the heart, you can become a little bit less so that you down to the heart, only much see what happened, and open it a lot of people that can see it. Heel of Jacob was niet geëxploreerd. Jacob was niet die was en die mensen die het was van de politie. Mindful was a student. So you don't get sick, you don't get sick, and that's something. So what does the sick permit? They permit to go to okay, yeah. They permit to go to my too much. So what I do, even now, need to like sheriff, situation around the activity. This is the only way coming to us sheriff, and we got nothing to come on, situation that the kids is not taking life. So we caught this is ultimately the other side of the case, and then come out sheriff, the other side of the case, or rules coming to us sheriff, and ultimately we allow them to see the government, the rest of that, no. So what's the only case that was a how long must what's the piece of the so it's which letters work that's the piece of let's say everyone is coming to my space like this one time at home now roughly is and you allow is coming to my space then the laws of tomorrow the laws of tomorrow suspended What's the type of tomorrow? Maybe already have a test which is offer up a product in this the type of tomorrow for which there is only a precedent to be not here, and the answer is less place. This, like I said, tomorrow is six, the answer, which is space. I don't think you're going to not. Hello to my space. The large stone should need to inside with it. It must be like that. It must be like that. The answer is what already the owners of this sense that carbon is something to offer. It's either you really don't want to offer such a carbon if there's something you can offer up why. Because it's not set for such a carbon. I had it if it's not set for that type of come on. Because that's the type of come up that you already have precedent. Because remember, the receiver itself is coming to us news, there was a come on system. I don't know, need to invite in the news. The shop will cover us saying, this is what you see here. You're the owners ultimately are going to come into my news. You have the ability to still send the Kabbalah information to the other one. We'll be mad. So let's say, what type of project are we talking about? Even as here, what's the difference in this? So now we're talking about the files. So now what's up? So this actually part of this. What we've done is, not just done. You want to have another, let's do this a few things. And then I told you where the hundred parts. In other words, you want to let them that it seems to be that it seems that the owners are coming to my space. If that feels should they be sending to coming to this because no. What if they do? Does it work? Yes. Why does it work? Because the truth is miraculous. Once it's never covered headless. Now what's the challenge? What's the case? So even though, if you want to tell me what's the this is the case of a Muslim who's coming to my space, who would have either to not be someone who's coming to the good, and they end up popping up, they weren't wise, because the truth is miraculous. So I don't understand you. This is Yahweh's makes a lot of that. So that's a beautiful fact. If the Muslim it's coming to my spirit. And what can I say? He's not sending his covenant to you. Why is he not sending his covenant to you? Because what happens if a Nazir becomes coming to my space? The Holy Spirit is shattered, and he has to start all over again. So I can't get to some Nazir, and I'm not always the Casa. So what's the two things must come up is where Covenant Pesach, the owner of the Covenant Pesach that knows that is wrong. Is coming to my space. Just like you guys shouldn't be selling this public guys. But if you start and it's offered up, it's still worth it. It's Mirazza. The last you don't see which will bite in the race. So what's a season? So this seems to be a lot. This is to be a value. So this is to be a dollar. What's it on a variety of them? First of all, number one. Now you see it as a case. Where the owners become coming, and even though again they are coming, they still send their covenant. The covenant is offered up. They treat it with access. In addition, they come a place after that, see another level of their covenant, which is what? They can't eat it. They can't eat it. And you know they can't eat it unless they simply don't ask me like what. Now look what I meant, so the Akiva got to Akiva for the Pesach, which you might say no. You might say, hold on. nice and simple form. Since we find the form of human by which of the sequel, therefore the kids can be relaxed on human as well, which you understand the father said. You see a section that reduced the form of human that is ultimately which of the sequel. The six is not relaxed on that type of human, and once we see that there's a concept that exists to be relaxed on subject, once you see that there's a form of human, then we put up the word that gives us the ability to say that the six is relaxed on some form of human. Even though the form of human that the six is relaxed for is not the same type of human that what? That is which of the sequence. Because the type of human that is which of the sequence is what? Thomas Mace, and the type of human that the six is relaxed for is what? Thomas Sharp. So what's that? So bottom line is, we need all this incredible approaches. The sequel, Dark and Right by Company, and the shadow of the ultimate source of which boils down to is as follows. The people from that company what type of human can the owner have? Two often of their biological and what is the sixth in that? So what's it? So bottom line, I want to the right side. And then later, so what do you do? What do I have on the house? Even if you're not from the so what's it? So how do we pass it? Remember again, seeking is direct. That's to us to remember that what you did that first of all, seeking direct was a seeking us that I want to the right side. Whether the owners are coming to my sheriff or to my space, they can still offer up for us. Even what? Even coming inside, which builds another dramatic position of which is the countries in Europe, but if this actually need not received by the owners together. Not still, of course, agree, but together you have to do what's a very constant that I will do. Okay, this. So what's it? Watch this. Help us get some days above a good days. Ready? Good. Put down the ceiling. Put down the ceiling. Coming shouts your people, or else what did I not believe? If a person is coming to my shouts, and I'm not pleasing oral, who get to oral separately? So I'm leaving oral from you. Coming to my shouts, we shall finish coming on saying, Umakriven Amen. Wow, what is it now? If a person is coming to my shouts, we're going to break down some of them. If a person is coming to my shouts, they have the ability to send a couple of things. Never again. Who are we not talking about every day? Oh, that's a very question, right? The owner. If I know the owner, I am in Israel, I have to offer up a covenant. I have to be coming to my shouts. I still want to send. I come into the base of the church, so that I'm not asking, I have the ability to do that, and I come into the offer on my behalf. Chutz, watch this, the Pesach. She'in shoftin osar from the sheretz, then shoftin of our ox, so what's that? Separate from Pesach, what's that? Why is from Pesach? Why is from Pesach the exception? Because you have Pesach shame. No, because remember when you have recourse. We're going to see this in just a moment. Right? Because again, remember you have recourse. Maybe you have recourse. I don't have to do it as part of it. So first of all, two reasons. Number one, so we decide with recourse. But because by Pesach, the issue is I have to receive. We cannot pass on to the guard. We passed it that in order to be Yotze because Pesach have to be able to eat of the carcass. If you can't eat it, you can't offer it. But even like Pesach for just a moment. General halacha is even if I am coming to my sheret, I have the ability to send a covenant to be offered up on my behalf. About coming mace. Oh, no, right? But if you're coming to my space, then what? If you aim at leaving a rough carbon cloud at if you are coming to my space, you do not offer, you cannot send a covenant to be offered up on your behalf. So listen, that is how my plan. If you're coming to my sheret, we'll let you offer up a covenant, you have to let you offer up. Send the covenant. This is not talking about the color. It's like this, no? You can send the covenant, but if you are coming to my space, you will not send the covenant at all. But, watch this. Because government, yes, I think so, had a valid, halacha has another distance here. We'll say it. So watch this. Valid test. Called carbon shein kavod is not. Now, the ground being mechanics. In the first halacha, which was you could write this down, in days with days, none of something generalities. Generalities, if you're coming to my sheriffs, can you have a covenant offered up on your behalf, coming to my sheriffs? Yes. To my space? No. But now that I'm in the value test, just a little more specific. And this now is the type of covenants. Full covenant shouldn't cover all those nuts. Let's say the covenant is not tied down, then what? In the door for us, Shabbos for us, so let's say, again, if the covenant is not tied down, then ultimately, again, there's never a need to suspend the laws of Torah. Why? To encourage how to believe Shabbos aside. To encourage Hayom, to encourage Hayom. Because Lamachar, Ulamachar, Machar, it doesn't have a very simple level. It's not going to offer that today, then what? Stop whenever. What if the covenant should cover others? They cover Siva, they cover nothing. Don't pass that Shabbos, we don't pass that Kippur. There was an ultimately again, if you have a covenant that is tied down, then Allah will amazing again. You can't set aside the laws of Shabbos and the laws of Kippur. We all call our tomorrow's ego, right? Now let's say the covenant does not set aside all on the Torah, Allah Tumas and ministry in that. Now that the only thing that will set aside is what? Will set aside ultimately again. So the reason why we're not going to take these technicalities now, but now we just point out that we can't have a case ultimately again where the laws of Torah will be set aside, and that's for the covenant, ultimately again that is Kabbalah, it has a Kabbalah, it has a set one. But Pesach will be a little bit different, because remember, Pesach has Pesach Sheni. So Pesach might be a little bit different, but this comes up, this halacha comes up, it's still a Kabbalah, it has to be put up, let's say by the Kabbalah, or other Kabbalists which have a Kabbalah as well. There are circumstances where the laws of Torah can be set aside for the Kabbalah to be offered up. So again, even the Rambam made a general statement, that general statement does have exceptions to it. But let's look for our purposes today. Just so that you emerge from some halacha l'maisa from this Sugya, so the New Testament halacha l'maisa, and you start to have a covenant offered up on his behalf. If he is coming to us Sheretz, then not if he is coming to us. Beautiful, good, nice, no shit. Yosef, so what's the next? Remember again, we're going to Mishnah. Use a different student in Kabbalah. So what the next student was, if the point does the Avodah Yosef, so the target is possible. You know that, of course, how do you know if the point does the Avodah Yosef, the target is possible? Amar Rabba, Amar Rabbi, Amar Rabbi, La'amod Yosef, La'amid Rabbi, Yeshiva, and what's it? This is like three open. First it says, La'amod Yosef. Ultimately, again, to what? To stand and to serve. You see, from the about the Rothschild, but Allah again that the avodah has to be done standing. So if you're sitting, ultimately, when you're this possible, you have to be standing and not sitting. The Pasuk says that what you have to stand and serve, mitzvah. So what's that? All that, see, from that pasuk, I could say that once. I could say that halacha l'maisa, maybe standing is like an aside. Mitzvah means l'chakila. L'chakila, a person should stand. But not that, but if I didn't stand in that, yeah, what's supposed to, I want to be clear. See, just because the Torah says something, and just like the statement, one can interpret that statement to be l'chakila. But if you have it, if you didn't do it, what the avodah is still talking. So I may have thought, when the pasuk says, La'amod Shabbos, that's a mitzvah. The Chakila should stand, but if I didn't stand, the avodah is still kosher. Kishu Umer Ha'omdim. The Rabbi said this, the Torah goes out of the same to say what? Ha'omdim, Shamli Hashem. So we speak of the obligation to stand the second time, then Shana Allah HaKosher La'amdim. What's the point of that? The point is that the people tell you that what? Not only is it not clear that you have to stand in the avodah, but what? It is ma'akim. But if you do not stand that what? Then what? Then the avodah is possible. Amar may Rabbi Nachman, Yosef, Zayda. Listen, maybe I would say the following. I would say it like this. It would be just a standard. But if you sit from doing the avodah, then what happens? The avodah is possible. So essentially, you should say that when you sit in doing the avodah, is the equivalent to Kizar Jami U'Machal Avodah. Or it says, according to sitting the avodah, during the avodah, is the equivalent of what? A non-Kohen seeing the avodah. First, just like if a non-Kohen does the avodah, a star does the avodah is possible. So if a Kohen sits, the avodah is possible as well. So therefore, I would say, Ma'imah, Mazad, and Misa, after I would say,
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Click. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you're not following me, you absolutely need to be. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I am excited to say that I have celebrated exactly 1 year of 24/7 X spaces. So literally, I have been hosting an X space on one of my other accounts 24/7 for more than 365 days, which is a lot of data out there. But what I think really makes it cool is that these are video X spaces. So I literally have an entire year of my life archived on the X platform. If you don't know who I am, if that's not enough, you will. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined. And I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mental coaching friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Torah states that twice. To teach you that what? The thing of Yisra, doesn't apply to any case of Kohanim only in the specific cases. The Kohanim still applying to Echad in Malach. And therefore, what do we know from here? Anytime Torah goes out of its way to state something multiple times tells us it only applies in the cases in which it is free and cannot be applied to the cases in which it's not free. The key of Yisra is only stated by specific cases of Kohanic deviation. Where is it not stated? Where is it not stated? By Yeshiva, by Sid. It teaches me that if only sits by the Avodah, that as much as you by Yeshiva, the prohibition is not by Yeshiva. Watch this. Ulamanda on the language, there was a 24 says that even as much as you have by the language, that if Torah states something twice, you can still go ahead and learn out of it. But for that, nevertheless, you're yelling, covered in juice. There's a third one that's always good stuff to do with Yisra. So when is that? By drinking wine. So it tells you that the point is being smart. Before doing the Avodah is higher Yisra. which also means that what? The Torah goes ahead and in 3 instances highlights the liability for Lisa, even if you don't subscribe to the principle of Shnitzul and Rabbi Ke'achachim Melamdim, everyone agrees that what? That Moshe Kshuv and Rabbi Ke'achachim Melamdim. That if the Torah states something 3 times, everyone agrees that what? That it's not conditional over a principle, rather the concept only applies in the stated specific circumstances. Therefore, again, I will say, because the Torah goes out of its way to highlight the fact that a Kohen drinks wine is tied himself, a Kohen doesn't wash his hands and sleep is tied himself, a Kohen does not wear the Kohen plant dresses is tied himself, tells me that what? That it is only in situations of specific Kohanic creation where there is a liability for Musa. But any piece of Kohanic creation where there is no death penalty, therefore what? There is no death penalty in effect. By the case of Iba, Torah goes out between tell me that a Kohen has to be stoned, but what? Torah does not tell me that if a Kohen sits, it's how you can say. Which then leads me to say what? If a Kohen sits, as much as the avodah will be puzzled, the Kohen will not be how you can say.
All right, I will say good morning, good morning. Let us begin a good Tavach, a great Swiss Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Zvachim together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Abba Lingla Tova, Yol and Sarah Kelman, the salvation of completing Saving and Seeking for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Nate and Perry Smith, recovered the entire Kehillah. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Adam and Allison Steinitz, in honor of David Schwartz's inspirational achievements in Talmud Torah. Beautiful. Avram Tzvi Klein, in honor of David Schwartz's theme on Chumash. And an anonymous sponsorship in honor of Avram Elbaum and his tireless commitment to the Kehillah of Yom Noran and throughout the entire year. Incredible. It's a beautiful. And Havai, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Zechus of our precious hostages. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu bring them home to Shalom and the Karv and the merit of our holy soldiers. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu allow them to be successful. V'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. May we Zochem Meretz Hashem to see Shalom for Klal Yisrael, for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael. Halavai in the days ahead. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Chav 21, and we are picking up on. I know that Richter got to the top of Chav Aleph. Actually, even if it's not okay, we're gonna start on the bottom of Chaf on the base because I can do whatever I want. So we're gonna start on the Chaf on the base at the Ibai, just to go back, give us a little bit of a runway for the coming sugi. So I'll say so. Ibai is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. So Ibai, so we'll say some really interesting sugyas ahead of us today. Some fascinating Gemara. So Ibai. Tuma, Ma'usha Torah the Kiddush Adayim Raglayim. So we'll say, so here's the Shiloh. What happens? So remember, our sugi has been about Kiddush Adayim Raglayim. The Kohen has to sanctify his hands and feet. Okay, now we know he has to do so from a kior or from some type of kli. Again, we'll get into that in the end of today, beginning of tomorrow. So the Shiloh is like this. What happens if a Kohen did Kiddush Adayim Raglayim and sanctified his hands and feet, but then he became tamid? So does that Tuma, so to speak, negate the Kiddush Adayim Raglayim and require him ultimately to re-sanctify? That's the Shiloh. Rashi says over here, now, it's interesting. Rashi feels that the Havanim of the Gemara is that his hands became tamei, not his body. Now, also remember again, generally that's not how Tumah works. months, right? Generally, when you become tummy, your whole body becomes tummy. The only time that happens is in rabbinic tumah. There are certain forms of rabbinic tumah where only the hands become tummy, the rest of the body remains as is. Okay, but anyway, then Gemara asks, so the Shaila is a coin, so again, Kohen B'Kiddush Shadayim V'Raglayim, he's saying about hands and feet, he then became tummy. Now the Shaila is, does he have to re-sanctify afterwards? Now Shatorah Kiddush Shadayim V'Raglayim. On one hand, you could say Yitzia Lo Pasla. Now, listen, remember again, we established the answer is that. Now, what happens if the Kohen leaves the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash? What's the halacha? The halacha is he need not re-sanctify upon re-entry, as long as what? There is no Hesach Hadas. As long as there is no lapse of awareness, even if he leaves the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, he does not need another Kiddush Shadayim V'Raglayim. Well, I can say that's because the Gadol Chazim. That's because even when he leaves the Beis Hamikdash, he is still in a personalistic state of readiness for Avodah. In other words, there's nothing that precludes him from doing the Avodah. Therefore, his Kiddush Shadayim V'Raglayim ultimately remains. But over here, when he becomes tummy, remember, a kohen becomes tummy. Well, so what can a kohen becomes tummy do? What can he do? He can do a lot, but he can't do the avodah. So perhaps since his tumah precludes him from doing the avodah, therefore, by definition, that negates his kiddush shadayim v'raglayim. Meaning that he sanctified odama, or maybe we could say kivan the hadar chazi dak level masak daite. Or maybe not. Maybe since at the end of the day, the kohen knows, even if he's coming now. And we'll say, what happens when you're tummy? What happens when you're tummy? What happens when you're tummy? Right? You become tar, right? Even though I'm tummy right now, at the end of the day, I know that I can become tar. We'll say, is that not the most important piece of information in all of life? Right? That even if I am tummy, I can become tar. That is the guiding right piece of information for personalistic success. Because if when a person becomes tummy, they think that once tummy, always tummy. There's no hope for the future. There's never any hope for tshuva. But it's when I become tummy, I know that one day, somehow, some way, I will become tar. That fuels me ultimately again to lift myself back up. So again, when the kohen becomes tummy, he knows that one day he's going to become tar, and therefore again he does not have a lapse of awareness. So that's the shaila on the side. Kohen the kiddush shadayim, he then becomes tummy. When asked tahar, does he need another kiddush shadayim v'raglayim or not? So Tashmas, let's analyze this. Kiddush shadayim v'raglayim v'nitbu. The Kohen became tummy. Kohen did hand foot sanctification, and then he became tummy. Matvidlin vein tzarek l'kadesh. So ultimately, again, he goes ahead and he goes to the mikvah, and he does not need to re-sanctify. Okay, so let's say that seems to be pretty explicit. To which the Gemara says, no. Nitmu yadav lo mibayilans. The Gemara says, no. In the case where just his hands become tummy, that's not our shayla. In other words, if his hands just became tummy, we know that once he becomes tar, he need not be sanctified, right? Because again, that's a very limited, lesser form of tumah, and therefore halacha l'maisa, once his hand tumah goes away, as long as there is no hesach hadas, right? Unless it's very important. The shaila only comes up in the case where he quoted kiddush shadayim v'raglayim, maintained awareness, became tamei, still maintained awareness. Now he's tar. So thus you have to re-sanctify. So the Gemara says something very interesting. If it's just his hands that became tamei, everyone will agree that as long as there is no hesach hadas, he need not re-sanctify upon becoming tar. What's the shaila? Kikami ba'ilan. Nitma kol gufo, if you full body tumah. That's the shaila. In full body tumah. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Kol gufo, kepo play, kevan devayin me avid heret shemesh, asutin inseftaite. And once the kohen becomes full body tumah, then the Lamaisa again, it certainly has to be that he has to be sanctified. Why? We say generally, full body is always going to require what? A passage of time. Sometime. Remember again, I was like, how do you rectify hand tumah? Right? Wash your hands, immerse your hands, like it's chip chop. Right? In other words, you can rectify it immediately. But full body tumah requires at least heret shemesh. Right? You're going to have to wait until nightfall. So because of that, anytime that there's a mandated passage of time, the assumption is that there's hesach hadas, going to be a lapse of awareness. To which the Gemara says, no, kidon. We can be talking about a case where, let's say, he became tamei right before shkia.
right before Shkita, right before sunset. That's the case of both sides. So just to give you like a simple case, Kohen did Kiddush Raglayim right before the Fajr, he did Kiddush Raglayim. Then what happened? He touched the sharets. What happens when you touch the sharets? You're talking what kind of tumah? Full body tumah. He goes to the mikvah, and ultimately again now Allah is just waiting for sunset. But again, this all happens right before sunset. Right before sunset. So therefore, there's no real time delay. No time delay. So the Gemara says, what's the case? So Tashma, what's the very interesting case? Hara, Rabbi Kia Bar Yossi, and the Kaddish Sharis B'Flim, Liyotse. So there was a very interesting case over here. So remember Paraduma. I will say it's interesting because Paraduma has come up already a number of times in the second spoken. Paraduma is very unique. Why is it unique? Because on one hand, we often assume that Paraduma is a carbon. What's the problem? It's not a carbon. Why is it a carbon? Why not? It's sun done outside of the base of Mikdash. So remember again, the Gemara last week told us they actually Paraduma really has the same to be a country of the Kabayis, like financial sanctity, not actual physical sanctity. But yet again, we're going to see that yet Paraduma is treated as a form of avodah. So watch this. It's very interesting. So Rabbi Yossi Omer, Mekadosh b'kli sharis b'flim b'yotzei. So what do you Paraduma? Kohen does sanctification of hands and feet inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and then he leaves. Right? He leaves because remember again, Paraduma is done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But Yochanan says, "Afilu b'chutz, v'afilu b'klichol, v'afilu b'nikidosh al-teres." Now Yochanan says, Kohen does require sanctification of his hands and feet, but number one, it can be done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Number two, it does not require klisharis, a service utensil, and number three, you can even use like a basic earthenware vessel. So they're agreeing that you do require sanctification of hands and feet, but ultimately, again, disagreeing in that the Tanakama holds, or the Rabbi Yosef holds, that it needs to be a formal Kiddush Raglayim inside of the Beis Hamikdash with a Klisharis, whereas Rabbi Yochanan says, outside, non-Klisharis, even a basic earthenware utensil. Most of the Kabbalah Chafar 21a. The Hakara, the Tamuid Metanile. That was saying this is one of the most fascinating pieces of Paraduma. They was saying who did Paraduma? They're market to do Paraduma only with a Tvul Yom. A coin was a Tvul Yom, which means that they would be Metame the coin, purposely Metame the coin, had it immersed in the mikvah, right? But remember again, this Tara will not be complete until nightfall. So Paraduma was always done by a Tvul Yom. This time, we'll see why it's known this time. The time in Hayu Akonesar Pesapara, Umakbilin also. So they would go ahead and they would purposely be Metame, the Kohen was doing the Paraduma, and then do the whole process. And they would go ahead and, they would Metame him, they would take him to the mikvah, so he would now be a Tvul Yom. Once he was a Tvul Yom, that's when he would do the process of Paraduma. Why? The whole team you leave ourselves cooking, ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and dispute the speaking, because the speaking said that a Tvul Yom was not allowed to do Paraduma. What's going on? Let's just pause here just a moment. Here we go, actually. Not actually, so far from the 21, but part of the point is that after this, so here was very interesting. All the use for the coin was in a part of the like this. First thing they would do is they would do the sanctification of hands and feet. Right? After that, they would purposely be mechanic. However, a simple case, don't say hold this, you didn't get shards. Right? Because when you hold get shards, you become tamid. Definitely with a mercy, he would be a Tvul Yom. Rashi says, the Tzilut Bahar Mishka herself, Bapitom said his para. After Tzilut Simiyad, who Sagan Na'alafta the Sarfa. So right after they would be Metanim, they would then immerse him, and then he would do the process of a Paraduma. And listen, what do you see from here? Ama Akra Kiddush Hazeh Haisa, Ushmamino Lo Pasta Lo Tuma. That was it for our purposes. What do you see from here? You see from here that after they immersed him for his tumah, what did they not make him do? What did they not make him do? Another Kiddush Raglayim.
They didn't require him to re-sanctify his hands and feet. Isn't that interesting? So let's say, so one more time, because I'm not sure if you're just totally enraptured by my words or the blind flew up just because you don't know what's happening over here, right? I'm going to go with the former, but I'll just throw on the side of caution. So again, so just understand the process, right? So again, Cohen would go ahead, so let's just do the paradigm. First thing they would do is watch Kedusha God right. Now, not focus how Kedusha God right was done. But let's leave it on the side for now. Let's assume it was a classic Kedusha God right. So you base on it that you watch the sides of the feet. Okay, that's the reason. The kingdom across the valley, right now from Haramish to Harzis, Mount of Olives. Right, that's where everything's done. Then give him a coming, give him a sheriff, hold his dead loaded. Okay, now he's coming. Then they would immerse him on Haramish and Harzis, and there was a mikvah. He would immerse. Now he's at full yom. Right, because technically speaking, he's not fully tar until that night. So that night, after the mikvah, he would then do the process of the Torah Aduma. He would burn it, he would offer it up, right? The process there. What the worst pointing out is that interestingly enough, what's missing? He didn't have to re-sanctify his hands and feet. What does that show you? That shows you that Tumah does not upend previous sanctification of hands and feet. That's what it shows you. And of course, remember again, that was the question that the Gemara started with. If a Kohen did sanctification of hands and feet and then became Kameh, after he becomes tar, does he have to be sanctified? It would appear that the answer to that is no. It says, once I just mentioned over here, it's interesting. This whole thing with the Paraduma and Furyom was all in order to go ahead and show the Tzedukim that they were wrong. Right? The Tzedukim felt that Halakha says Furyom cannot be Paraduma, if he's saying it's fully tar. So in order to show the Tzedukim that they're wrong, they're purposely doing this cunning the Kohen that he should do the Paraduma in the status of a Furyom. Which I will say is a fascinating idea. One of the things that we struggle with a lot in life is that sometimes it's okay to adopt a live and let live approach. I'm not to convince everybody of my opinions. I don't have to do that one. That has to do with me. You can have your opinions, I can have my opinions, and that's it. And that's it. But it's interesting that sometimes you must go out of your way in order to highlight what is MS and what is Shaka, what's true and what's unequivocally false. And sometimes you have to take a stand for truth, and you must go out of your way to disprove falsehoods. And if you don't do that, then ultimately, again, terrible things occur. Because when there's a corruption of MS, when there's a corruption just of truth, and there's no longer line between what is true and what is false, if there's no MS, everything ends up crumbling. So it's interesting to see over here, and again, just like this is one of the greatest challenges that we see in the world. People are shocked about what happened in Manchester on Yom Kippur. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked, because if at the end of the day you declare your support for Palestinian statehood and you go ahead and literally again you reward peace, so what you're saying is this is a legitimate path. It's a legitimate path. That barbaric bloodshed is a legitimate path. So if that's what you're saying, then by definition, just understand. If we declare, I mean to get off on this, but it's incredible how the world is. So if you're handing terrorists a state in the midst of while they're holding hostages innocent people, then what you're saying to the world is Jews are aggressors, Jews are enemies. Well, if Jews are enemies, then by definition they become legitimate targets. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when someone decides to act on them. Everyone's, oh, what happened? What happened? You lost your sense of moral clarity. What happened is suddenly everyone's right. Everyone's right. Or everyone's right and no one's right and everyone's right. And don't be surprised when the carnage occurs on your watch. So that's why it is so important for us in this day and age. I think as Jews,
we've always kind of existed throughout the millennia, ultimately is saying like living on it, like it's not our place to tell people what they should believe and what they shouldn't believe. But the age in which we live, it is so important that we stand up for what is right. And again, if people say things that are objectively wrong, the days for just kind of turning a blind eye to it are done. Because if we don't promote ultimately again what is MS in this world, if we don't promote what's MS, no one else is. And if no one else is, then again, once truth is gone, then unfortunately the most terrible, horrific things become possible. So you see, again, it's in a car fight. Whatever, I don't know what Chazal felt the need to take the stand over here, but it's interesting, right? There are many other things that could speak and they were like, whatever. But like that Paraduma, where it was like, what's Paraduma? Paraduma is like Tuma and Para. By Tuma and Para, there could be no equivocations. By Tuma and Para, there could be no gray. By Tuma and Para, there's no even like that everybody's right and everybody is developing time. None of that garbage. By Tuma and Para, there's right and there's wrong. That's all it is. And Chazal went out of their way to show that in this context. Incredible. Anyway, back to our daily schedule program. The Gemara says as follows. Let's remember, back to this, the Gemara seems to indicate that Allah Almighty, you see from here, that Tumah does not go ahead and in any way up and Kiddush and Rabbi, to which the Gemara says, shiny part, and it came in around the year wide, only the 2 yom no possible. You can't bring a riot in here. Why can't you bring a riot? We're saying, because obviously, Kala Aduma itself is its own unique entity. Right? Why is it its own unique entity? Because a Tvul Yom could do it. Now, remember again, what could a Tvul Yom do in generation? What could a Tvul Yom do? Nothing. So obviously, again, once a Tvul Yom could actually quarterback the process of Kala Aduma, okay, there's a different set of laws. So therefore, again, you're right, by Paraduma, so the Kiddush and Rabbi is not going to be upended. But you can't bring the raya from this to other forms of Avodah. So the Mercy, well, what's going to be happy? So if that's the case, I have a bigger question. Why does Paraduma need Kiddush and Rabbi at all? Like, why do you need it? In other words, if it's fully to do it, it's a good shot. Like, if it's fully to do it, what's like fully is effectively still coming. So, therefore, why does he need to decide by writing that all the fun in this process? Because Gemara says, Ke'in Avoda. Interestingly enough, as much as Paraduma is not sacral, and as much as it happens outside of the pieces of the race and stuff, at the end of the day, ultimately, it is still Ke'in Avoda. It is still like it is Avoda-esque. Right? It is still like the Avoda in the base. And therefore, to whatever degree, it should maintain a vestige of Avoda for it. We do that for the case of Rabbi. So, take a look at interesting enough. The Gemara does not exist. The Rambam seems to indicate that Halakha and stuff, wherever there is Tumah would require a re-sanctification of hands and feet. So again, if a person say, after then become hard, even if technically speaking there was no Hash Hadas, Halakha would require another Kiddush in that life. Okay, next question. Now look at it. The other I will here. So we'll say this is a very interesting halakha. Now we'll say how did the cure work? So we had in yesterday's daf, Ben Kachin, right, made the 12 stouts. Again, we'll say also we're not finished because Ben Kachin was second base Mikdash. We're going to see that the first base Mikdash, Shlomo HaMelech made something called Yam Shal Shlomo, which in Yetzer Hashem we haven't discussed yet. We will get to. But here's the shayla. But one thing is clear. How did you utilize the kiyar? How did you use it? Right? You went ahead and you turned the zach, right, or the spigot, right? And again, you collected in a clean, you washed again. Or without to. You turn the spigot and like you washed from the flow. So in other words, the kiyar was used through the flow, what we call kiyar, through the flow. Now I'm asking an interesting question. Now the kaddish of the kiyar. So I'll say, can you immerse your hands and feet in the kiyah? Like imagine a coin goes ahead, and just like he immerses his hands, he immerses his feet. So does hand foot immersion in the kiyah work, or does it have to be rinsing from the flow? For the Gemara says, Mimenu Amrach Manav. On the one hand, the Torah says, Mimenu, you shall wash from it. From it means what? A foot. From it and what?
not in it. Like, come on, don't be that color to put your feet in the keto, right? Come on. Right? So the nice again, so I wanted this is from it, but not in it. Oh, don't have to do so far. Maybe not. Maybe not. In other words, I was like immersion is immersion. And what does it matter if you're watching from the floor or you put your feet and hands in it? Well, that makes a touchdown. Oh, Shetava, the name Ara, the Avadasha Psula. So it's just on the phone. It goes ahead and immerses in water collected in the cave. Neymara, the coin goes ahead and immerses in Neymara, and that's the whole this puzzle. What do you see here? Doing it in Neymara, the Avadavadastira. Now it's only ultimately again Neymara, what is collected in the cave, because perhaps it's just not a valid mikvah. But the nice again, if you have the water collected in the kiyar, and the coin immerses his hands in yes, it sounds like it should be good. Yimar says, no, Neymar is Shrikalei. I need Neymar why. Yimar says, Shrikalei Shalom. So, Dupo Tova Bahan, Yada Ragla Lokos. It's a good Rashi to come up with this. Rashi says, over here, Neymar is Shrikalei. Shalom, the only Kabasya, the Kiyar Nami Paso. The Hagina Neymar is just a horrible Tila Mal Yoseki. A defect in here, Shem Shuvin, the Kiddush in time, Tila in time, Abahaka, Tila in time. So again, I'm going to put like this. I'm going to put that halacha l'maisa, that by Mimra Ara, since technically speaking, it could work ultimately again as in the stuff. So perhaps if Mimra Ara works for the whole body, so perhaps that should definitely work for hands and feet. Kamash Malon, the Gemara says, not like that. The point of the Gemara is stripping a raya from the Mimra Ara. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara does not actually resolve that question. Somebody using open-ended, that instead of the coin didn't use the flow from the cure, but instead immersed his hands in feet. Is it a kosher or kiddush or not? The Gemara doesn't answer. I will point out something very interesting, that this shiloh also comes up by the kilas yadayim. Right, interestingly enough, like halacha is normally, right, you're supposed to take a clean utensil and wash your hands, whether that's for nagel vasa or before you eat bread. But again, halacha is a clean. What happens if a person, let's say, goes to a body of water and immerses his hands in the water? Does that work? So interestingly enough, for the let's say you're traveling somewhere, right? And again, you want to wash your hand, bread. Can you immerse your hands in a body of water? So the halacha is you could immerse your hands, but interestingly enough, there's a different bracha. But whereas normally we say al metilas yadayim, if you immerse your hands before eating bread, but for that matter, even in the morning, the bracha is al tilas yadayim. And that would actually work. Again, the Gemara doesn't end up over here by the coins. I didn't see the Filam commented on this. But the Gemara uses this as an open-ended question. The coin instead immerses his hands in keeping it here instead of washing from it. Does it work? Open-ended. Next, I'm going to be clear about us. So what's the interesting discussion here? And the Gemara also says as follows. Make here, with some of the material to material, leibar and leibar. So also this is very interesting. Here it says like this. The waters of the Kiyar, and let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, the one thing we saw is that the waters of the Kiyar are fossil valina. Now what does that mean? If you leave the water in the Kiyar overnight, right, when the sun comes up the next morning, the dawn breaks the next morning, those waters are invalid for use. Like a carbonate that is left overnight past its prescribed time, so the waters in the Kiyar ultimately again become possible enough. One else is we have a twist on it. The Genius it says, make clear if someone in Makir literally, the waters of the Kiyar are possible for Makir like Makir and for Iban like Makir. So let's about just a moment. What's a Makir? A Makir ultimately, again, a good example of this is, let's say, blood and a commerce, a regular carbon. Let's say, what is the service that makes the carbon an effective carbon? It's the sprinkling of the blood. Right? For a carbon mincha, what makes the mincha effective? The contents, right? The 3-finger amount that the coin burns and leaves there. A matter means the part of the sacrificial service that ultimately makes the carbon effective. This here says there is a direct correlation between the time frame for the matter of the carbon and the time frame for the water of the kiyar. Take a back for just a moment. Make kiyar literally right across, right to the right in Rashi. Make kiyar. You see, zman avoda shakidush tzarcha Havi Zman Meimav Mikasa. So literally again, the amount of time that the Kohen needs to sanctify himself to perform the Matir, that's the amount of time that the water is kosher for. Let's illustrate this. He says, for example, Kidon, Avodat Sham Okimatzim Shinotzalin Bo Halailaya. So for example, let's say I'm a Kohen, Right, we'll see, when Mashiach comes, one of the things that Mashiach is going to do is one of the first orders of business is he's going to straighten out familial lines, genealogy. Right? Why? Because the myself, there are people who think they're Kohanim who aren't Kohanim, and people who are Kohanim who don't know that they are Kohanim. So for us non-Kohanim, ultimately against the desperately doing and trying to be Kohanim, there is still a chance. Mashiach is going to show up, right? And he's going to say, oh, you had it all wrong, you thought you weren't a Kohen, in fact you are a Kohen, so that it is the only type of genealogy that Mashiach is not going to expose are Mamzerim. Now I don't mean like the personality Mamzerim, I mean like the genealogical personality Mamzerim, everybody knows who they are here. Right, but when I say genealogical Mamzerim, interesting the Gemara says not with an aleph, with an ayin. That once a person's like genealogical Mamzerim has been forgotten, even if it's been obscured, Mashiach is not going to reveal it. That's going to remove it. Right? But when I say, but fascinatingly enough, everything is going to so what's this watch? Let's say I'm a Kohen. And then what happens? I offer up a carbon. The halacha is the carbon is the only effective one is Zrikas Hadan. That's within the blood. That sprinkling must be done by day, the day of the carbon. Once nightfall comes, right, if the Zrika was not done, the carbon is possible. The Zrika cannot be done right. So again, I was saying, make here, the Subshkia in the Mishkan here, the bar, with Shkia Sacham, the Solar Nima, the Kaddish on the Mitzvah, Avodah Shlomocha. So what's interesting enough, what here by Yosef says is like this. So the reading of the water of the kiyar corresponds to the avodah you have to do. So if I'm a Kohen and I have to sprinkle blood as a matir, ultimately again, I should only use water that was kosher, so to speak, that day, which means what did I say? The same way that by nightfall I can no longer sprinkle the blood, the water is only going to be usable if it was re-immersed that evening. Remember the Mosai in yesterday's daf we saw one of the things that was done that Pakim did is that they created essentially like a subterranean well into which the kiyar was lowered. What that does is it effectively puts the kiyar back into a mikvah every single night, tonight, so therefore any waters which remain inside of the kiyar remain valid the next day when they hoist it up. So what the kiyar by also is saying is like this. It's halakha l'maisa, waters to be used to sanctify a Kohen who is going to sprinkle blood only work if the kiyar was submerged by nightfall. The same way that sprinkling has to be done by nightfall, the kiyar has to have been immersed by nightfall. But if the kiyar was not immersed by nightfall, then ultimately those waters cannot be used for sanctification for the sprinkling of the blood or for the burning of the komets. That's what the kiyar by Yosef's interesting idea. So again, essentially, the window for the water has to match the window for the matir. Matir can only be done by day, therefore the water has to have immersed back in its subterranean mikvah by the end of the day. Otherwise, it's not usable the next day for any type of matir. Interesting. What Chisra says, the Chisra says no, that's not how it works. The Chisra says at the end of the day, the kiyar is governed by one simple question, which is the kiyar has, if there's water left over in that kiyar, so let's say, so now I want to point out, this whole discussion about water in the kiyar only comes up when? If there's water left in the kiyar at the end of the day. Right? If there's no water left in the kiyar at the end of the day, no one cares. The Shaila just said, if there's water left in the kiyar by the end of the day, I want to be able to reuse it the next day, right? Because remember again, you can say, well, who cares? It's raining, right? Just let it flow out. No, because since it's sanctified water, we're careful with it. So what Archista says, essentially, when it comes to the kiyar both sides, you have to go to the kiyar needs to be lowered back into the subterranean mikvah sometime before daybreak the next day. As long as it's lowered back sometime before daybreak the next day, you're good to go. So you have the whole night. So you have the whole night to figure out when to lower it back, you're good to go. The Yochanan says, here, gave us the shakal, shuk in maloro. The Yochanan says, here, once you've immersed it, once you've lowered it back into the subterranean pit, ultimately again, you cannot go ahead and bring it back up. Now, I will say, even interesting, we're not sure what this means, but what Rabbi Yochanan seems to be saying is they would lower the kir back into the subterranean mikvah, right, sometime before nightfall, and they would not take it back out until the next morning. That's what it sounds like he's saying. Okay, so let's analyze this. Gemara says, now the Gemara questions Rabbi Yochanan. Why? The name wrong. The avoda style nami lo chazid. Now, 1 second. What does that mean? I will say now. What's the avoda at night? What's the avoda at night? So remember, there's no karbanos at night, but there is the burning of the sacrificial limbs and fats. Now, if you're a Kohen and you're on duty at night, you still need Kiddush and Raglayim to do your nighttime avoda. So what does that mean? They would lower the kir in the night before nightfall, and they wouldn't bring it up until the next morning. So what does that mean? That for nighttime avoda, you don't need Kiddush and Raglayim. Remember that avoda say like Nami lo Chazi? You should be off. Kir shelo shakol ba'erev, the Kaddish mimenu la'avoda stayla. The kir was not submerged at night or in the evening before nightfall. They would use it for the avoda that night, but they could not use it for the next morning. Now that's not halacha. We're going to see halacha and stuff. So what does it mean ultimately here? Rabbi Yochanan says they will not raise it. So you must not become a avodas yom. Avodas laila chak. Like Rabbi Yochanan was saying is like this. If you left the kir unimmersed, what you can do is you can use it for Kiddush Raglayim that night, but for anything come the next morning, you could not use it. You know, anything Rabbi Yosef, then he's literally saying the same thing as Rabbi Yosef. Givenayu, so what's that? The minute kapach or they from your what's that? Givenayu, the ziras shikua. What's not the meaning of the Avodah is, do you say that you should always proactively immerse the kir in the evening before nightfall as a precautionary measure lest you forget to do it? That didn't have to mean it to you. However, Yochanan, Kiddush Yalda L'Chumas Hadashem L'Macha Inta L'Kadish Shekar Kiddush M'Tfilas Avoda. So listen, yet we said that if the Kohen goes ahead and does Kiddush Hadashem L'Chumas Hadashem, I will say this is very important. When you get into all this, but I will say by now, right? Everyone is really into stuff. That's the vibe I'm getting, right? Because like now, again, we've moved some real stuff now, like this is just about like this. It's very exciting. So one of the we're going to go through Avoda by Avoda. First Avoda in the morning was Chumas Hadashen. What's Chumas Hadashen? Avoda was Chumas Hadashen, taking out the trash. So listen, I remember when I first came to the shul, someone told me that it was a very big Muslim in a place. I never had this the previous right in the shul, 26 years here in the shul, that whenever he saw like a piece of garbage in the shul, he would always go ahead and bend down and pick it up. And people would say to him, Rabbi, it's not, it was always apparent that he goes to the Shumas Hadashen. The first avodah in the morning was that the Kohen would remove the ash from the base. What is that? That's a cup of taking up the trash. Like removing the trash in the revolver for Olam's home is a sacred avodah. The sacred avodah had a tremendous impact. Like to the point that whenever I see something in the shul, left on the floor, some of it actually by children of people in this room. That's a different, that's a clean up after your kids. Clean up after your kids. But for mine, anyway, the point over here is it's a tremendous soul for us. But sometimes, we walk around, and it's very important to see a piece of trash somewhere, and this is like on the part of this home. That there is a sacred duty in going ahead and picking up trash in the Rebbe Shalom's house to beautify it and to just make it holy. So anyway, the first step we do is the Kohen will do was Chumas Hadashen. So the Gemara says, now interesting, we're going to see Chumas Hadashen was done before daybreak. It was done before daybreak, because we're going to see just a little bit. So what happened? The Kohen would sanctify his hands and feet. He would sanctify his hands and feet, and he would go ahead and so at the Mahar, when the sun came up, he would not have to be sanctified. Not be sanctified. He might say, so now what's interesting about this? Obviously, what does it show us? What was he sanctifying his hands and feet from? From what? From the Kia, which means that the Kia was already of these before daybreak. So Mark says, Bisham of the Rabban, the Mokim Line, Kabialazar, Rabbi Shimon, so what's it? So this makes sense to Rabban, who establishes this like Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, this from yesterday's daf. But if that's the real Rabbi, the Mokim of the Rabbi, actually Rabbi had the Rabbi, but Rabbi, unless it's all correct listeners daf. But Rabbi goes and establishes this like Rabbi. It's a contradiction. The Gemara says, Ma'ishna Hasam, Imashkale, Imashna Hafadro Mashkale. Why is what's the difference over there that they would submerge the Kiyar? And what's the difference over here that they would not submerge the Kiyar? To which the Gemara says, in Islamic way, Bahadam Mashkale. No, what's the case? The case must have been is where they submerged the Kiyar sometime earlier at night, and then in time for too much Hadeshan, they would pull it out. They pull it out. If that's the case, then if they were pulling it out back for Chumas Hadashan, then why would it not be fit? Why would the waters in there not be fit for use the next day? To which the Gemara says, Ein Sarf Lakadesh, the Minrah, then we're not here in Mitzvah Kazi. The Gemara says, no. What it means is like this. This halakha l'maisa again. What it means is the Kohen who does the Chumas Hadashan would not have to re-sanctify his hands and feet. What that seems to indicate to us is that the waters in the Kiyar would in fact be halakha l'maisa for our bones of that next day. To which the Mahan is a Krista, then it's a Jisham, it's Shikua. No, so let's go back before you're right. We're pretty much saying the same thing. The Nafkamini would be is there a din to proactively submerge the Kiyar, lest you come to forget it later on in the evening? Okay, so what's the next way? Current is now the Kasha. How you roll it also. Below the Shomer Eskolo. So it's a very beautiful Gemara. Very beautiful Gemara. Where is it? What is it from? Second stomach. Okay. So Gemara says, look how you roll it also. Below Shomer Eskolo. Actually, Shomer Kol Sha'it Sha'asa Ben Katim. So listen to this. This is talking about the Kohen who did the Chumash Hadash. Same Kohen, right? So listen again. First avoda that was done in the morning, removal of the ash from the Mizbeach. So when was it done? Pre-dawn, which means no one saw him. No one saw this Kohen who was a little higher low also, a little shorter low. They wouldn't hear him and they wouldn't see him. It was dark, and again, it was just one guy walking around. So they wouldn't hear, they wouldn't see him. What would they hear? Actually, show me Kolo Sha'etz, Sha'asa Ben Katim, Mukni Lakir. So what was the first time they heard something? They would hear this cranking, that's the word, cranking the Kiyar out of the subterranean well. That's the first thing they would hear. They know when they would hear this noise, only they know the next year. So they would say, oh, it's now time. That's what they hear. Obviously, that's the Kiyar coming out. It must be now that the guy is doing the Chumas Hadashan is getting ready to do a Kiddush riot. So the Gemara says. So we did actually better in just a moment. It's actually towards the bottom about 6 times up and 4 gets wide. And also, the Misha Zakon Jash and Hamari, one of the things who was going to talk about the idea, we already referenced this, that in the beginning, no one was really all that interested in Chumas Hadashan. So whoever wanted to do it, did it. Later on, it became more popular, and therefore they drew lots. So whoever drew the law, allowing them to do Chumas Hadashan, sorry, so the Shai Mikmas, the Kaddish of the so I am Magnus Biado Loner, from the Avuka, and a Habit of our Hatna Ayafa. Okay, so remember again, when the Kohen would come into the Chumas Hadashan, he did not carry a torch. So what lit his way? The fire on his back. The fire on his back, which is very able to see it. From the Hayulon of Akavakanu, Shahayu the base Hamuka, Achishomer. And let's say, where does the Kohanim? So Kohanim were in the base Hamuka. What was the base Hamuka? Okay, we're getting to all this. Base Hamuka was essentially the fire chamber. Now, there was a fire that was burning. That's what they slept. Keep warm. So they were there, keep doing this thing, and what would they hear? The first thing they would hear was the cranking of the tear out of the well. And they said, oh, that's the Kohen getting ready to kiss my right, getting ready to go ahead and halakha l'maisa, do Chumas Hadashan. So it says, like the Masalik way, Allah Mashkale. So it says, so obviously what's happening over here? He's hoisting it out. If he's hoisting it out, what did that tell you? What does that tell you? That it was submerged. So this seems to go ahead and really point like a system that Allah again, the kir was submerged over the course of the night. To which lo, the Mashkale. And the Gemara says, no. What was he doing? It was not submerged. So he was in Kirshan Raglayim, and then after he finished, then he was submersing it. Either Mashkalei, the Mishtana Kolei. So let's say, for a second, if he's submerging it, why is the other time clear? Let's say the assumption is, we're going to have to use the crank his leg to pull it out. But to let it go down, since you just let gravity do its work. You could go ahead and do that just like with the rope. You don't need a whole wheel or like pulley system to do that. No, it was even when they submersed it with this whole pulley system of Benkakin, so it made noise. So you must listen. And even when they submersed it with the pulley system. So the Gemara says, because what's interesting enough, essentially, the lowering and whether it was the lowering or the hoisting out of the kiyar, that is Kohanic alarm clock. Kohanic alarm clock. Right? I understand this. You got to get this ringtone, right? Give it a ringtone, guys. Right? I don't know what this sounds like, but you can imagine you can replicate this sound. This is what the Kohanim got up to. This is what they wanted. It must really. Is that what they woke up to? Sahar, Havi Divine choice. And listen to this. There was this guy Divine. Right? They say, well, what was Divine? He's what we call a record, right? The record, the guy in the sheep up to the feet with every fiber of your being, right? The most annoying, ridiculous, tenacious person who will make any noise, do anything, shepherd you in ways which is not like are not mokolim by Milan and Gibber, right? But he will do anything he needs to do to get you out of bed in the morning. Now, you really didn't do that. What did he really do? He was the first. I will say, he made the announcement. He made the announcement. I will say, interestingly enough, Rashi says about Miniklis, Shem Makris, Amdu Hakohanim Lavo Dasechem, or Levim with the Fanam, the Solomon Nefesh. And I will say, interestingly enough, all the Levim need to do is he made an announcement. What was the announcement? Kohanim, it's time for Abota. Levim, it's time for your Dublin. Yisrael, it's time for your Maimas. And I will say, everybody got up based on that. Wow. Let's say, how do you get up based on that? When you lead a mission-driven life, you do not need someone to hold you out of bed. Because all they need, I need a reminder that most of us are not getting up on our own. Right? We do need a reminder. And once I get that reminder, if there's a mission to be accomplished, I'm up. The reason often I will say that we turn over, we snooze, pick the alarm clock off our night table, or a variety of other things is because we don't feel enough that we're living a mission-driven life. But when I know that I have a mission, I'm exhausted. I really don't want to go out of bed, but I'm going to. Because I have something to accomplish. And what I need to accomplish is too important to wait. So all the really needed to do in the morning is say, Kohanim, Avodah, Levim, Skonam, Yisrael, Mamatchan, and everybody was up. Not one time, not two times, not three times, nothing. Erupt. Yeah, you want to get up. You want to get up. Shut them up in a half hour. Start them back in a half hour. I'm not a little loud. I'm not a little. None of that. One time. Let's say, by the way, that's the secret. You know? The secret to getting up. And by the way, whether it's literally getting up in the morning or just getting myself moving in life. Do you feel you believe in mission? Is your existence purposeful? Are your actions directed? If the answer to that is yes, then as soon as the being whispers in your ear or the alarm clock goes off, there is no choice but to get moving because there is a mission that needs accomplished. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why do I need the coin we're doing the Torah mission? Why do I need the crank alarm clock? The Gemara is already waking them up. So I say this is very interesting. The Gemara says the answer is, the Gemara says, the truth is, there are two alarm clocks. The Gemara says, the Shama Mehai Us
see with the Shama Hayats. I got woken up by again by the crank of the Kia. Some people got woken up ultimately again by the cry of Genie, but also again everybody got woken up from the Jose. So what does that mean? That perhaps just there are quite a few conclusions. So like not everybody heard the signal, or perhaps also what it means. Different people respond to different things. They respond to different things. And so ultimately, again, the crank of the Kia, what do the crank of the Kia really represent? The crank of the Kia represented Kedusha and the quest for Kedusha. So some people ultimately, again, what makes them is Kedusha dying for our life. And what could be published and the quest for Kedusha so that happen laying in bed, ready for it. So for some people that got them moving. People ultimately again, Gdini, Korean, living like Kohanim, Yadabo, the Rabbi, and you have Yotam. You saw you have not us moving your life. The beautiful part was whatever needed to hear to get you that voice ultimately was heard in the base of the flesh. So if I get this, so bottom line, by the way, what did happen with the Kia? So let's remember again, the Gemara doesn't end up with the conclusion of it. There's a whole essentially let's see what's happening. What does everybody agree with? That's no idea. Now, so I think everybody agrees. Everyone agrees that ultimately, again, that the water in the Kia becomes Hasabalina. That lake in cut on the left past its prescribed time, water in the Kia left past its time also becomes invalid for use. We do not want water to say that who cares? Get and refill it. No, because since the entity, we don't want it to become unnecessarily invalidated. So therefore, I know that good news is, how do you avoid invalidation of water in the Kia? How do you avoid it? Right? Roll it back down. Thank you, Ben Cousins. Because again, what he went ahead and said he did is he created a mechanism to lower the Kia.
Yo, what up, Biggie? How you living?
That well was always there. That well was there. Right? Because remember again, there was a stream that ran through the base of the English. So that well was over there. Then cut and lowered it
How's your day been?
into that well. Or that mechanism. That's it. So what's the shaila? The shaila is at what point in time did they lower it back into the well? That's what I'm
absolutely. So how has spaces been for you recently?
Numbers like this. I'm seeing Hilfos Bias Hamikdash. I can't possibly that. I just want to point out the times that we live in. Sfaria. You get as an app on your phone.
Okay,
You don't tell it on your time. A little bit again. Pop it out. Hilfos Bias Hamikdash. Make here with someone believe. Okay, that's what we said before.
Well, I'm always live in here if you ever want to connect.
Also, the name Mikvah, Obenayon, Ulamahar, Ma'alit also, the whole Yom Babok. So I will say, the Gemara indicates that halacha what they did was as follows. They submerged
so good, thankfully.
sometime.
Just making contact.
Daybreak the next day. So Rambam says it doesn't really matter when they submerge the Kia. But sometime before they have to submerge.
Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, you name it, I'm on it.
He did Shumas Hadeshen. Perhaps he washed his hands and feet from the Kia, and then what? And then it was immersed. The Rambam doesn't talk about this explicitly, but he had to do Kiddushan Raglayim before they did. Of course, it's not the possibility. I don't want to ruin tomorrow's daf. What we're going to see is, we're going to see that Kiddushan Raglayim didn't have to occur from the Kia.
I'll send you a list of the ones I think you should be on.
So it's possible maybe
if you're looking to expand,
at some point
this is what I advise.
The Kia itself
It should make sense to you. Just one
and then
moment.
after daybreak,
It's a list of all the social media that you should be on.
to avoid any issues of Lina. Hello, sign. What about probably for today? Trigger continues tomorrow. Shkaya, everyone. Everyone.
Absolutely. ladder.
All right, so we'll say good morning, good morning, such a source for Hashem to be able to continue again, learning our beautiful God for subscribe to everyone who
All right, go to United States. Go to your X
beautiful
and
beautiful God, beautiful cover up. So this let us begin.
read the messages that I sent you. Make sure it's sent and let me know if you have questions.
Tell me the submission of completion of Satan Zekin and for the service level and
Go to your X messages, read what I sent, and make sure it makes sense to you.
Grandparents, aunts, and uncles, Abraham ben Yaakov HaKohen,
Yes, sir.
Yitzchak ben Yaakov HaKohen, Begabas Avram HaKohen, Hirsch ben Avram HaKohen, Mordechai ben Avram HaKohen, and Yachmiel and Judy Ludelman, Le'ilo Nishmas, Mr. Marvin Schwartz, Mechel, Nachman ben Nachon, Holy Raha, Yob Ben Romer, Drakam, all of the Nisham Savin, the families in the Chama, all those who go for Shabbat, they will call Holy Yisrael, Schwartz, Shemina, Session, bring home our half, just Shalom and the Karov, our holy soldiers to be successful, Bechol and Maaseh Yedeyan, and how the value should be zilka to a year of the Soros Tovos. So we dedicate our learning in the source of the Kedoshim who were killed in the terror attack yesterday. In Manchester, those who were wounded should have a refuah shalema. The Kadosh Baruch Hu should Hashem just shower Shmiri Yisera upon our people wherever we are. The Kabitz Nidachinu, the Arba Kankos, our society, Komuninos V'Yatzenu. Result on Hashem to your protection, your providence. We are coming back home to Eretz Yisrael together. Once we're back, let us begin. Today's daf is a test. We have an incredible, really ridiculously amazing daf ahead of us today. I woke up this morning and the first question I asked myself is, what day of Slichos is it? Right? It feels like even art school ran out of Slichos in a year like this. So I don't know what to do it all the time, but I'll start it later. So, all right, so today's daf test 19. We made good ground yesterday. It's incredible how much ground I could cover when everyone is half asleep. It's fantastic. It's really, I had free reign. I could have done a different Sefer, right? It wouldn't have mattered. So no, I'm just kidding. So we are, today's daf is a test 19. We are up to, we left off 18b, your test on the days, about 7 lines up in the bottom. Rabbi Amar Mehapa. So remember again, we got into the really fascinating sugya of Big Day Kavuna yesterday. A really incredible sugya. I will say, I want to just pause just for a moment. A tremendous shkoyach to our Baal Meila, to Gabi Cohn. Baruch Hashem really let us out here. And I will say, I'm going to post it later, but Gabi released a new song last night, Zman Simchasenu. Beautiful. A beautiful niggin for when you're up your sukkah, a beautiful niggin for when you're singing in your sukkah, a beautiful niggin. Baruch Hashem just lead it. Let us through Yom Kippur, leading us into sukkahs. So Gemara says, Ravina says as follows. Ravina quotes the pasuk, "Very pishkin you al rosham," which literally means lit turbans should be on your head. U'nichniskin you al masneim. So remember again, the question that we're dealing with here, the Gemara said, the Kohanic clothing has to be bad. And the Gemara says, what's bad? So the Gemara answers, bad is linen. So
what did you say, Big Ben?
How do you know exactly that bad is linen? So the Gemara went through an entire drasha yesterday, which we saw.
What did you say?
So the Gemara says, this is an alternate source. So the pasuk says you have to wear a turban that's made out of linen, and ultimately you get instead of made out of linen.
That's exactly right.
So here's one problem. That's a pasuk in Yecheskel. Yecheskel is a navi. So if you remember, the Kohanim waited for the time of Yecheskel. So what were Kohanim doing up until Yecheskel? How did you know this halakha before Yecheskel?
Okay, excellent. So basically what you do is you create all of that. Then what you're able to do is to go to different spaces and promote yourself. What this strategy allows you to do is fivefold. Number one, it gives you about 30 different places to promote yourself. Number two, it gives you about 30 different places to promote your clients. Number three, it gives you about 30 different places to open up new communication channels with new clients. Number four, what it does is it allows you to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And number 5, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. Once you do it, I help you, if you want, to put content on your different social media. And then what you can do is go into different spaces and say to them, to the people there, "Hi, my name is Big E. I'm a social media artist. I'd love to help promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms." What this is going to do for you is it's going to increase the amount of people who visit your website, DM you, who get impressions about your project, who buy your NFT or cryptocurrency or whatever it is you may be in. And I really help you make higher in social media, in search engines, and in AI. If this sounds like an interesting partnership, to send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then you just, in different chill and chills of a week, you're going to get a few people who have connected with you. And you basically, once you do all that, I can send you a menu. What you'll do for them, basically, like if you want to post on your different social media accounts, you'll do that for $10. You'll do it for perhaps $2, and for all of $100. Just a way for you to start making money. Does that make sense?
You also above your elbows. Now listen, obviously you can be tying the belt on your chest, torso area. So above your elbows, you're obviously like above this area over here. The problem with that is that you get into armpit issues. You get basically an accumulation of sweat. So where should you put that?
What'd you say, big man? What'd you say?
It's very interesting. The abdomen was tied opposite the elbows. In other words, on the area of the torso, chest, right where the elbows are.
Yeah, it's been hundreds in the last 6 months.
Where the abdomen, the belt, where we classically wear a belt, like around the waist, rather than wear it actually a little bit higher up. Incredible. So I'm gonna read one up. Now, so let's listen to this. She said like this. So one time, Brian Nelson told me,
I mean, look, the proof is in the pudding.
One time,
you either do it, and you get a chance to be able to be successful, or you don't, and you just recognize that your competition is doing it.
Now she says, he was a Persian king. I was once going to the Persian king. I went what happened is incredible. But not lead anyway. The teacher made my belt too high, and he pulled on my belt. But I guess if you're king, you can do whatever you want.
There you go. That's what you want to do, big man.
So it is said that you are a nation of peace and a holy nation. So keeping you as I was saying, dress the part. If you're going to be a mamlechas,
I'm here if you have questions.
Dress like it. You're wearing your belt too high. Pull your belt down, and dress appropriately. I will say there's so much in this story. So much in this story. Then what was saying? Dress the part. Dress the part. The way that we dress, we take pride in the way that we dress for sure. We should take pride in the way that we dress every single time we come before the Ribbon Shalom. And Yid is Mamlech the guy Kaddish. It doesn't matter what it. Take pride and present, and we take pride in the way before our King. The other one says is something amazing, which is that there will come a day where the nations of the world will recognize our greatness. What we often experience is the exact opposite. But it's so important for us. We are forward-thinking people. And we realize there's a deep down, which is so much of the sort of animosity, the hatred, and the anti-Semitism. But one day, and the Hashem, that day will come soon. The world will say, Kaddish, you are a Mechas Kohen, the guy Kaddish. Sorry. The pasuk
the pasuk that is in Yeshaya that says literally again, kings will be your caretakers. So this is a reference ultimately again, kings will be your caretakers means what? That reminds again the day come where nations will take care of you. Even the Gentile kings will take care of you. It seems like an impossible dream based on what we see right now. Rabbi say, what a chizuk. What a chizuk, right? As we come home to Yom Kippur, yesterday, yeah, right, and Matzah Yom Kippur, we come back to such tragic news for our people, and yet again, what's the first stop? The Baruch again soothes us and says, you know what, it hurts now, but in Yetz Hashem, you will see that the great day will come when the nations will not only stop, put you on a pedestal and recognize your greatness. Incredible. It's not awesome. Kohen Shalaka Bezbah. There's so many interesting cases over here. A lot of great Kohanic cases. A Kohen got an injury on his finger. So it says, what's that? He's allowed to tie, but geni is like a piece of grass, like a reed. He's allowed to tie a reed around his finger. Essentially, he can bandage it. Now, they'll say, now, what's the fact of this? Open the Dina. So this is about on Shabbos. Now remember again, in general, the halacha is on Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in medicinal healing. Why not? Why not? Gzera of Schikas Samimon. Ultimately, again, it's a gzera that you may come to go ahead and grind up herbs. Grind up herbs. So therefore, again, you can't have kind of that is a din d'Rabbanan. Din d'Rabbanan do not apply inside of the Beis HaMikdash, which is incredible. Therefore, a Kohen could bandage it with a piece of reed grass on Shabbos, but not outside of the mikdash. That's what it means ultimately about Lo Medina, not outside of the mikdash. In the Hotzin and Adam, but again, if he's wrapping something around his finger to extract blood, then kan also. Then ultimately, both in the mikdash and outside of the mikdash is going to be also. Why? Because the act of blood extraction has malachas, which is what? Shchita, therefore, that is biblically prohibited, and obviously biblical prohibitions do apply inside of the Beis HaMikdash. Incredible. I'm going to do the Rabbi here. Losher, again, that's only true if it's a piece of reed grass. About tziltzul katan habe yiter begadim. It's very interesting. I will say tziltzul is literally a belt. Literally a belt. So it means a little belt. What it really means is like a bandage. Right? So this only applies to a piece of reed grass. But if you go and you put on a bandage is problematic. This is very interesting. Why is a bandage problematic? Because wearing a bandage looks like or has the halakhic designation of wearing an additional article of clothing. Right? And we saw in yesterday's daf that ultimately, again, when the Kohen wears his clothing, he has to wear the exact number of garments. He can't wear any more or any less. Fascinating. But Yochanan said no. Lo amri yitur b'elu b'makom begadim. Ashal b'makom begadim lo habi yitur. So Yochanan disagrees. Yochanan says no. The only time there's a problem with additional garments is when you're wearing something additional in a place where garments are normally worn. But if you're wearing something additional in a place where garment is not normally worn, then there's no problem with yitur b'gadim. Remember again, on your fingers, there's no big deal with it, and therefore the act of putting a bandage on your fingers is not a problem. But the sake of putting chatzitza, well, second, there's a problem. What's the problem? There's no begadim on your hand. When a Kohen does the avodah, there can't be anything that interposes between his hand and let's say the kishavis. Right? The surface utensil, if he has a bandage, isn't that going to be a chatzitza? It's not a problem. It's small. It's on his left hand. So it's okay, so he's doing the avodah with his right. Or the diagnostication where he's not actively doing the avodah right now. Okay. So the thing you do Rabbi, you should understand Rabbi. Rabbi, this stuff, the machon, the gadim, actually the name of Achas Potzetzes. Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says like this, that in a place where the Kohen is wearing his begadim, ultimately again, even one thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza. So Rabbi not from the garden, let's say but again, if it's not on a place on his body where he normally wears clothing, and what, then ultimately shalosh al shalosh. Then you go, chotzos, chachos mikan in the chotzos. There's only something that measures 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, especially it's chatzitza, but anything less than that does not chatzitza. So the Gemara says, that's the statement of Rabbi. I got Yochanan Badek, I got Yochanan, I got the but on the Yehuda, son of the ultimately again, it does this country. Shiny cut in the cushion. It's possible because a small bandage, even if it's less than 3 finger breadths, like finger breadths, may pose a chatzitza. Why? Because it's cut. Because it has an importance. There is importance to it. An alternate version of this. An alternate version of this. So the Gemara says, what is it called allowed to bandage himself with? He's only allowed to bandage himself with a piece of wheat grass. About 6 cut on closely. But if he uses a little bandage, that is going to create a chatzitza. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, I'm sorry. Rabbi Yochanan, lo, amru, chatzitza. The pachos mishalosh al shalosh el b'makom b'gad. About shlomo b'makom b'gadim, shalosh al shalosh close yourselves, pachos mekantino close yourselves. Comes on Rabbi Yochanan says, the only time that something poses a chatzitza issue is when it's 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. And that's only the makom b'gadim. But ultimately, and that's like the begadim. But if it's not a makom b'gadim, in other words, if it's on a part of the body where you wouldn't normally wear Kohanic clothing, then ultimately, again, only 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths pose a chatzitza. Less than that does not. Pachos mikan eno pose that says. V'hainu dirava amrat kista. And ultimately, again, this is the statement of Rav Minot. This is the just a pause for just a moment. So what do we have? Right, so we have over there like this. Cohen gets a cut on his hair, but he wants to bandage it. What can he bandage it with? So it seems to be everyone is good with a piece of reed grass. Right? Why is everyone good with that? Number one, because it's small. Number two, because it doesn't pose additional clothing issues. Why not? Because it's not an article of clothing. Right? It's just a piece of grass. Once you get into going in and using a bandage, so then so we get potentially into some issues. So then of course we come to another subject, which is what's the status of chatzitza on a place on the body where you normally wear clothes? So it sounds like the Gemara saying over here is like this. If it's a place ultimately again where you normally wear clothing, then halacha l'maisa, it's possible that any amount could be a chatzitza. But if it's a place where you don't normally wear clothing, it's only 3 finger breadth and more. Or again, even in a place where you wear clothing, ultimately it's only 3 finger breadths or more. So that's our kishbet. So I'm not quoting this case over here. So it says, so say this argument with Rabbi Pia. So you want to say, shiny silver copper, still a small bandage, different. Why? The chashiv. Because I will say, it could very well be that a small bandage has a chashivas. What's its chashivas? But ultimately, the status of like a beggar. So because it has the status of a beggar, maybe it's reckoned differently. Or Rabbi Yochanan, my area gemi, l'shmo'inon siltzol kata. So Rabbi Yochanan, that's the case. So why are you bringing up the reed grass? Why not go ahead and teach us that? Why not say that you can even use the bandage? Because he said you can even use the bandage. To which he went to Milsa, ad mashmalon, to gemi masi. So ultimately, again, he's teaching us just kind of like an additional piece of information, which is that, by the way, grass has curative powers. Okay, so kind of getting 2 lessons in one. Number one, the lessons of chatzitza. Number two, that the reed grass ultimately again has curative powers. Shabbat says, you should know, the halacha is like this. The halacha is like this. So first of all, just a very interesting halacha to kind of keep it back, Talmudic pocket, which is Gzeros Drabanan do not apply inside of Mikdash. I think we've said before. So therefore, for example, Mikdash, you are not engaged in medicinal healing. That is a very bad statement. And obviously, if a person has a medical condition that has but in a general sense, we are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing outside of the Mikdash. Why? Zeda Sika Salaman, or a bit of prohibition, because you may come to grind herbs. That does not apply inside of the Beis Hamikdash along with any other Dinei Drabana. You're allowed to go ahead and use a reed grass as a bandage, because again, no chatzitza issue. What about halachos of chatzitza when it comes to the Bekuna? So what's the way that Rambam Paskins is that halacha in a place where you wear clothing, even the smallest thing creates a chatzitza. Even a thread. Now, even in a thread case, we're going to get into that in just a moment. So even a thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza. Shalom in makom begadim. What about a chatzitza on a part of the body where a kohen is not normally wearing big dekuna? That's shalosh al shalosh. That's 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. So let's say, so if you think about that, that would require me like a pretty big bandage. Now, one more piece to consider, however,
That's assuming it's not on your hand when you're handling a klisharis. Because if you're handling a klisharis, there can't be anything between your body and the kli. Okay, so a lot of halachas are big. So along these similes, this is so interesting, right? So let's say then the Kohen is wearing this big Uda, and what happens? A wind gets into his clothing and kind of like blows out his clothing. Blows out his clothing. So in other words, meaning what? His clothing is not touching his body. Clothing is not touching his body. So the shaila is he kosher or is he kosher to do the avodah? So the Gemara says, yeah. So Nicholas Alaruach, it's like, remember the 80s? Remember the 80s? Like everything was baggy. Everything was baggy, right? Like, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Right? I say again. Now, I don't know. Now it feels like even men wear leggings these days. But okay, but that's a different. So you know so nice. So again, so now, so say wind gets into the big kahuna, right, and then it kind of blows it up a little bit. So meaning the godim aren't touching his flesh. They're on his body, obviously, but you're not touching skin. So I say, so what's the Shabbat? On one hand, he's wearing it, right? He is wearing the clothing, right? So the nice again, so the nice should be kosher, right? But I'm sorry, I'll be talking about that. It needs to be on his flesh, and right now it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. Oh, deal with that. Or maybe no. What's that? How long does he has to wear his clothing in a normal way? He's wearing his clothing in a normal way. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh, maybe that shouldn't matter. Another question. We'll say, so we're just building up. He's got like 7, 8 questions down in a row. Kina, what about a louse? When there's a louse on his body, right? Does that create a chatzitza? So if it's dead, then obviously that's chatzitza, right? Why? Because you don't want that there, right? First one animal say, what happens if it's a living louse? On one hand, it comes and goes, right? So when I say maybe that's called normal, but and therefore it's not chatzitza. Oh, Dilma came in the couple on the chatzitza, or on the other hand, no. Generally, a person is not having a louse on their body, so maybe again that is a chatzitza. Okay, next. Afar maushi louse. What about dirt? What is dirt on his body? Is that a chatzitza? Dirt. Of course, dirt is a chatzitza. What's the shaila? Rather, what about dust? So let's have some dirt and dust, right? So dirt is mamish like the mamash. There's like a substance to it, right? Dust is just solid dust coated. Okay, next. So if it's we're reading over these are all open-ended questions. Next, Beis Hashefi Ma'ushi Yachots al B'Saro. Sorry, Ma'ushi Yachots. So we'll say, what about it? Now, interestingly enough, what's this? If you look at Rashi, about 4 lines up from 4, it's what Beis Hashem Ma'ushi Yachots. Obir Beis Hashefi Kibbat Israel also Shokharu Goshu. So this is actually interesting. What happens if the big dikuna are such that the shirt with the tunic doesn't extend up into the armpit? Like it just hangs down. The shirt part is just lower, it hangs down. It hangs down. So the Gemara says, you need the clothing on your flesh. In other words, you need a little bit more just like tighter fitting. And it needs to hug the body a little bit. It's too loose on the armpit. It's not even called that requirement. Oh, that's common. In other words, people sometimes wear their clothing like that it's not snug in the armpit. Okay. Hanit Nasiyago is so fake. Oh, Mahu. It's very interesting. What happens if the Kohen puts his inside of his garment? Let's say, for example, he puts his hand inside so that his hand on his body, in between his body and the meat. So what's the law in a case like that? Mahu. Gufo below. So let's say ultimately again, can your own body ultimately again create the chatzitza? That was an interesting, that happens to, that shaila comes up in a number of different, this comes up the most. This comes up the most where, let's say again, I think doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say for some reason. right? And they want to drink, they want to make a bracha. Can you put your hand on your head and make a bracha? The truth is, in general, the hilchos bracha would not work, right? Because it's all the same thing. You create a covering with your own body. It's interesting here. The Gemara is asking if that's tzarach by big huna. Does that work by big huna or not? Oh. Next, the Gemara is in Nema, Ma'ushitz. What about a string, a thread? A thread creates a chatzitza. The Gemara says, of course, a thread goes out and creates a chatzitza. Almost like that before, actually. Any foreign material between your body and the big huna creates a chatzitza. And when the name of Medudela is now, no. What if the thread is from the big huna itself? In other words, before we were talking about chatzitza, what was it? It was an alien thread, a foreign thread from something else. What happens if the thread is from the big huna itself? Cannot create the chatzitza. Okay, so the Gemara says, "Bari mar Ravashi." You know to say the big damau. What happens if let's say the Kohen's own hair got into the big huna? In other words, his own hair extended into the big huna, therefore interposing between his body and the big huna. Mahu saro kigufagami or not kigufagami. Do we say that your hair is like an extension of your body or not? Why say that? We'll say beautiful case here. Tefillin mahu sheyachotsu. What about tefillin? What about tefillin? If the Kohen is wearing tefillin, ultimately again, does that create the chatzitza for the big huna? Salib, listen to this. Salib demand amar laila lavsman tefillin. So according to the opinion that says that nighttime is not the time for tefillin. So watch this. Look at the it's not a kasha. Given the laila, now we'll say with tefillin, we also don't know what are we asking? Tefillin shayad, tefillin shal rosh, both, one. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. So first thing we're like this. According to the opinion that says that you don't wear tefillin at night, so ultimately again, haloti ba'ilicha. Kivan delilah chaitzi, because you want to listen to this. If nighttime is not the time for tefillin, then certainly a Kohen were to wear tefillin at night underneath his big huna, there won't be the halacha, it'll be a chatzitza. Now the person is going to say it's a chatzitza at night, then halachically, categorically, it's chatzitza, and therefore going to be a chatzitza by day as well. Simar says chaitz, Simar says kivan delilah chaitzi, yom nami chaitzi. Kiti by the chas, what's the shayla? The man the Amar Laila's man tefillin. That says that nighttime is the time for tefillin. So my mitzvah to do chayitz or lo chayitz. So again, since tefillin is a mitzvah to wear on your body, is it a chatzitza for big huna or not? So the man says, so the matter escalated and it came before Rabbi Ami. Amalei, Talmud Aruch Biyadenu is an explicit halacha. What's the explicit halacha? Tefillin tzotzos. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Incredible. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Amazing verses. 1 second. Hold up. Kohanim Babelgam, Uravim B'Duchanan, Yisrael Ma'amadim. Hallelujah. We will resort to Hashem to see the actualization of this phrase. Kohanim, when you're doing the Avodah, Uravim, when they're standing on the Duchan, Yisrael, when they're doing the Ma'amadim, not tefillin. They are exempt from davening and from tefillin, which makes sense. Why? What's the principle? All of them are engaged, ultimately again, in their respective part of temple service, and therefore they are exempt. So Moses says, my last in Unifa in a culture. So it sounds interesting. So what's this pattern? So what does pattern mean? What does pattern mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a Kohen was to put on tefillin, then ultimately again it would not be a chatzitza. So the Gemara says, no, in the Yenichan chotzitzos. No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzitza. If that's the case, you have to put in a sinning violate. If that's the case, they shouldn't say that Kohanim, when they do the avodah, are patur from tefillin. Rather, what should it say? It should say that they're also put on tefillin because it's a chatzitza. So you must remember, keep the Kohanim in Israel, no mashing the asur. We should all be kind of to it. No, because since we're talking about Kohanim Levim in Israel, so whereas for Kohanim it may be asur because of chatzitza, you can't use the lashon of asur by Levim and Israel. And therefore use the lashon of patur. That time you are in the Mikhan in on chotzitzos, but it says that if they put on tefillin, it doesn't. So that objectively contradicts what you just said before. The tefillin is a chatzitza. So okay, here we go. Hadiyad, hadirosh. Incredible. When you say the tefillin is a chatzitza, what are you talking about? Tefillin shayad. Okay, what's not the chatzitza? Tefillin shalosh. 1 second. Maishna diyad b'tzidi. So back to Abisaro, shloyim, never choseitz.
they know that the sorrow and so it's Adam's sins. When it comes to the yard, why is the yard affects it? So because the process says you have to put the big kuna out the sorrow flesh. The Gemara says, "Dushnan." It says, all right, but listen, one of the big kuna is a turban, is a hat. So how can you assume Shalosh? Doesn't that create the chatzitza within its tapas? Oh, Hana, so Allah Hayamira Beit Mitzvahs. And I said, this is so beautiful. And what a school we had. But it's not the Kohen Gadol. Matzah Yom Kippur, right? Because the funny, he was probably getting home right now, right down there. Making his way through the masses, he wanted to kiss his hands. Right? So the Gemara says over here, so the Kohen Gadol, remember again, the Kohen Gadol had a specific, he had one of his unique vestments was what's called the tzitz. Tzitz is the metal plate that sits on it that says Kodesh Lashem. So amazingly enough, there was a space between his turban. What was that space used for? Is tefillin sholosh. Tefillin sholosh. So the Gemara says, Sarah Hayamira gave his step, so his hair was visible between the tzitz and between its neck. That's on the days of Osai. Sheshama manichin tefillin. For it is there ultimately again that the Kohen puts on his tefillin. Say the most interestingly enough, when the Gemara speaks about tefillin being a chatzitza, it's a reference to tefillin shalyat. But it appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way that does not interfere with the big tikkunah, and therefore ultimately again does not serve as a chatzitza. Incredible. Folks, I'll just point out something amazing. How beautiful is it that we're wearing the halachas of chatzitza? Matzah Yom Kippur. Now, both it's important to understand Yom Kippur is over, but Shiva is not. And I think for many of us, one of the fascinating dynamics of this time of year is that we finish Yom Kippur, and I think for many of us, it's the first time that actually have exclusive clarity about what I have. And like Kabbalah Allah, like we spoke about back home in Israel, my parents did it. Okay, I did my Shiva, I made amends for all the things I did wrong. My slate is absolutely crystal clear. It's beautiful. It's sweet. And now I actually know what I have to do. And one of the things we have to work on, many of us have to work on, what are the chatzitzus? Because you walk around, there's a lot of chatzitzus. You walk around, there's a lot of things that interpose. Blockages. And sometimes we go ahead and do the asay tov and engage in figure out what is being chotzit between me and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what's being chotzit between me and my fellow Jew, what's being chotzit between me and myself. And now after the clarity, now I know my chatzitzis. And now, of course, comes the sacred mission of trying to remove them. Because if you don't remove the chatzitzis, you have all the proper accessories, so religious, spiritual development, all the tools you need for success. But if I can't get rid of my chatzitzis, I can't move myself forward. However, we should be so clear. So the Gemara says, next, going down the list. We're not going down the list. Because it's new. Again, this is someone who was coming and is missing their bottles, Azal, Sola, Yoregas. So such a person ultimately again is not always one, but again, such a person is not allowed to do the avodas. Once again, so I'm going to this is actually by the Yoregas. The Pasuk says the Kohen will atone for her, and she will be purified. Which indicates to us that up until the point that she brings her kabbalos, even though again she's waited the requisite time, she's gone to the mikvah. But ultimately, again, because she has not brought such kabbalos, therefore, she is still in a state, quasi-state of tumah. So, over here is you see that someone who has to bring that, even though they waited the requisite time, they've gone to the mikvah, again, they are still in a quasi-state of tumah, and therefore, according to us, the avodah is invalid. The Shorach said, and if the Kohen did not wash his hands and feet, so the avodah is possible. Ultimately, again, there's a lot of stuff that comes out of that Shava, and therefore, again, if the Kohen did not wash his hands, it's invalidated. This is ridiculous. Kohen Gadol Shalom Tavo Shalom Kidesh
being beged lebeged u'bein avoda la'avoda. I will say, Yom Kippur. So if a Kohen Gadol did not go ahead and clean the glove, or did not wash his hands, changes of clothing, and between each of us, let's take a look at Rashi. This is kind of absolutely well. First short line, Kohen Gadol. Go the Chamish Avodos Shal Yom Kippurim. Incredible. Yes, it's the kiss. I don't know who did that just now, but that was good. I know, so it is the kiss. So it says, go and come and shall order Shem Kippurim. Yafina, the Seder Yima, should Mishnah Mishanim, the Big Zav, the Big Day Laban. And the Big Day Laban, the Big Day Zav. The Kohen changes ultimately again from gold clothing to white clothing. The Tzarech Lechol Chiluk Tvila, which needs to be, and I will say every single time the Kohen changes his clothing, he needs an immersion in the mikvah and a washing of his hands and feet. Well, actually, listen, you understand what the message was, what the Prophet was telling us? This is not just a kiss. It's not just a kiss. You know what this is. Do you know what this is? This is in Psuki de Zimra, right? We say, Haboka B'Shirei Zimra, in Shtaba. Haboka in Shtaba. Haboka B'Shirei Zimra. Right? The Prophet loves the Shir. He loves the songs of his servants. The Bashan Gavatagish says, it's Haboka B'Shirei Zimra. The Rebbe loves Shirayim. He loves leftovers. He loves leftovers. The great challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is taking it with you. Taking it with you. We have these incredible moments of spiritual elation, elevation. And then what happens? The event ends, and so does our odorous. After the Shbarach, we said, take Shirayim with you. Take leftovers with you. Whatever experience you have, bottle it. And pay it forward. Keep it going. Don't lose the momentum. And what happens? What does the Bible do? He gives us a Yom Kippur Gemara. I'm not saying Yom Kippur. Erev Shabbos. It's the gift. You don't come and just say, just get the Shabbos. Make it the Shabbos. If you non-ship your Kedusha, what does he do? He gives us a different insight. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. That you don't giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur. Overwhelming. Says the Gemara. Let's say Kohen Gadol did all of this, but he did not go to the mikvah, or he'd go ahead and wash his feet between the clothing changes. So I thought, the Abad, and he does the Abad said, incredible. The Abad is still kosher. Martin, the Abad Kohen Gadol, the Abad Kohen Gadol, the Rabbi Shachris, the Abad, however, any Kohen, a regular Kohen, the Kohen Gadol, hand and feet washed in the morning. When you come in the Mikdash and you do the Avodah without that, ultimately the Avodah is possible. So what's the distinction? If you miss the first hand and foot washing in the morning, the each time you want to come into the Mikdash and you do Avodah is possible. If, however, the Kohen jeans or hand and feet washing in the clothing changes of Yom Kippur, the Avodah is Avodah still possible. Says the Gemara only about the Yochanan, the comments to below, said the condition of the Alaisa. The Kulka, it's like this. Rabbi says to Yochanan, one second, the immersions and the hand washings of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur between the clothing changes and all this, that's the Alaisa. That's the Alaisa. That is really explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say that the Kohen Gadol omits it? It is a Moses on the cross, the Bishama Kerosene Dava Aftermath. So he said, no, Ulubei Shah. Ulubei Shah means he's only the special clothing for the different Davodos that ultimately again is Ma'akiv, but ultimately again nothing else is Ma'akiv. So it's all one of Rashi is very excited. I'm going to read Vav Afusak Sigala. So a little bit so I'll say this was an expression. A Vav is written on a what does it mean about a Vav? Sometimes it actually points out trying to carve a Vav. A wooden Vav is not going to come out. Okay, so that's an everything expression. Ultimately, our argument doesn't really use water. Because we might have said, if it's true, then Allah again,
the Kohen doesn't do the emergence and the hand and foot washing in between the changes of clothing. That was true that it's not ma'akev. And even if he omitted the first learning, ultimately, the avodah should still be kasher on both sides. But the worst thing is like this, is all of the hand washings and all of the tefillah should be treated the same. So I'm not shocked. If you tell me that if the Kohen omits the emergence and he omits the hand and foot washing between the clothing changes and avodos, and that's not ma'akev, then even if he misses the first one in the morning, it shouldn't be ma'akev as well. And if he missed the first one, the avodah should still be bidi evet kasher. So the Gemara says, I'm a fiski, I'm a trial, that salahem kol olam lo lizaro u'ledorosam. Davar ha'ma'akev bizaro ma'akev bo. Those are the way with the kunas like this. Anything that is ma'akev is indispensable necessity for the Kohen's offspring, i.e. for all Kohanim, ultimately is ma'akev for a Kohen Gadol. Davar she'enu ma'akev bizaro, in ma'akev bo. Is something that ultimately again is not ma'akev for his offspring, even regular Kohanim, is not ma'akev for the Kohen Gadol. So this Rabbi said, hand and foot washing in the morning, the pizza sedayim blaglayim, first thing in the morning when you come to the Hamikdash, that is something that applies to all Kohanim. Since it applies to all Kohanim, therefore what? It is ma'akev. It is an indispensable necessity, which if omitted fundamentally invalidates the avodah. The immersion and the hand and foot washing in between all of the different clothing changes and avodas, that's new to the Kohen Gadol. It has to be done. But if it's not done ultimately and does not invalidate the avodah. For the Yochanan says, the Rothschild menu, the Yonasan, sorry, the Yonasan, the Rothschild menu, Moshe, Aaron, and Barav. That's incredible. They were washed from the time of the Kiyah. Moshe, Aaron, and his sons. Ma'akev bo. Essentially, it's the same drasha, just different pasuk. Something that ultimately again is ma'akev for his sons, i.e. all Kohanim, is ma'akev for the Kohen Gadol. There's something that is not ma'akev for other Kohanim, ultimately not ma'akev for the Kohen Gadol. Incredible. So now, interesting enough, the book too the same thing from different sources. So why didn't the Yonasan, why didn't you think this source? I'm going to talk how the Doros you could see. That's because each generation. My time of Omar High, and why didn't the first person learn from the second part? Second, by the way, the answer to the Hanina. Notice the Hanina is into the specific that from Moshe, Aaron, and Barav. What is it? It's very interesting. Here, in both of you, the Kaddish, in the Kachim though. It was important for the QR, the basin, the wash station, to be kosher. A wash station has to have minimum dimensions that both Kohanim have the ability to wash stomach at the same time. Where do you get that from? Shenemar, Moshe, Aaron, Ubarav. Right, so ultimately, again, because the pasuk says, for the Kiyar, who's supposed to wash them with? Moshe, Aaron, and Aaron's sons. Sons, plural, two. So a Kiyar, the minimum dimensions of the Kiyar, ultimately, again, require the ability to go ahead and wash four people at the same time. So we'll say, so incredible halach momentum of Yom Kippur that comes out over here. So first of all, we learned that, again, the cheese is down that line, washing of the hands and feet first thing in the morning, indispensable necessity. And if a minute, halach momentum, the avodah is pas. The avodah is partial. That's number one. Number two, however, if the Kohen omits emergence or hand and foot washings in between clothing changes or avodas, the eved is avodah is kosher. Incredible. Turn out what's the first one line? That means says kiddush. Which is such a beautiful gemara. What is that? How do you perform the mitzvah of kiddush nine blood line? Of sanctifying your hands and feet. How do you do that? Wash your hands and feet. So many of the other hayimanis hagadi laglo hayimanis. The other smallest ID laglo smallest in the kaddish. Okay, so what do? You put your left hand on your left foot. Your right hand on your right foot. It's like twisters, you know, like that's what I say. So right, so you go ahead and also watch this from the kaddish. And what you're doing over there is then you turn on the water, and you wash them simultaneously. You wash your hands, the Kohen washes his hands and feet simultaneously. One stream of water, washing them simultaneously. This is why. That's not how you do it. How do you do it? Maria
Stay other flood and the garbage stay that regular flood and touch. So listen, this is what we notice guys, one hand on top of the other and one foot on top of the other. And that's how you watch literally everything simultaneously. That sounded great. There's only one Amulo flat dog. He actually lost his game. It's not possible. You're gonna fall over. You're gonna fall over if you try that. There's no regular person who balance themselves like that. I was a shocking to Amulo. Look, you're getting same good. Was I'm sorry, I don't say the Cadero Messiah. No, what it means is when Cohen is watching, his friend always helps. His friend always helps him. And again, Cohen number one is watching. One foot on top of his friend is holding him. Let's say his friend is holding him up to do this. You must imagine that. From Rabbi, in that side, so there's apparently the fundamental of Kedina is a Cohen permitted and wash assisted. In other words, does he have to wash his own strength? Only allowed to be supported by someone else. So the first opinion is he puts his right hand on his right foot, left hand on left foot and wash the back. Holds it, Cohen has to wash unsupported. Second opinion says no, he can even be supported. The Gemara says belay submissive. I don't understand how much easier fix to all of this. What is it called? It's called the bench. Right? It's just called the bench. Let him sit down and then you can do whatever you want. To which the Gemara says, the sharks. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, no, because so ultimately, the washing of the hands and feet is called a form of shame. It's called a form of service. Because it's called a form of service, just like avoda has to be done standing up, so to halacha again, the washing of the hands and feet has to be done standing up as well. So listen, how do you paskin? Ultimately, I mean, paskin right. The first event to kind of come up, that the way Q to that line was done was Yadu Hayimanis, Alaglo Hayimanis, Yadu has smothers, Alaglo smothers, right hand on right foot, left hand on left foot, hand and foot are washed simultaneously, standing. If a Kohen required assistance, so that's a whole discussion on the posting itself. So say, but that's the time of just to point out, you want to just understand what you say to yourself. That's not I'm not. What does this matter to me? So it doesn't matter to us. Why for us? Because it's Torah. And also, the halacha is we do every single morning. Wash our hands every morning. There are different reasons even for the tefillas yadayim. Like one reason is Rothschild is the spirit of impurity because the person goes to sleep. Sleep is 1/16th of death. But one of the other concepts that occurs that in the morning is because when we wake up and we enter into the world, each of us are like Kohanim entering into the Avodah. So what the Kohanim do by the East Side, just as a Kohen enters in, ready to embrace the service of the new day, so too again, when we wake up in the morning, we too are ready to embrace the service of the new day, ready to accomplish, ready to do, ready to self-actualize, and ready in Yetz Hashem to heed the call of the devotion. I will say, Shkoyach, and good night, Shabbos. All right, Shabbos, good Shabbos, everyone. Okay, perfect. Shkoyach. Why are you ready? All right, so we'll say good morning of Pishkatava, good yarn, such as Hashem to the evil. Continue again, learning our beautiful practice and strength. Everyone who was with us yesterday during the bridge, great dance. Beautiful day, beautiful dance, beautiful cover. But we just let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thank you, everyone to appreciate all of you, for coming.
The summation of completion of treatment and for the service levels and Surah, making Harry Smith, and the source of the Algeria. We have learning starts with parents and married, nation of the assets of their grandparents, aunts, and uncles, Abram ben Yaakov, Cohen Basher, Bas Haim, Yitzchak ben Yaakov HaKohen, Shager bas Avram HaKohen, Hirsch ben Avram HaKohen, Mordechai ben Avram HaKohen, and Lachmor and Judah Zilberman, Re'ila Nishmas, Mr. Marvin Schwartz, Mechel, Nachman ben Nachon, Orudaha. Yep, that is married to Bakam Torah. All those in Shalom Sagan, their families in the Kama, all those who go for Shabbat, that are called Yisrael, Yisrael, Kushmina, Tishon, their home hour half, to Shalom and the Torah, and our holy soldiers to be successful, Bechol, and Maaseh Yedehan, and how the value should be built at your year, the Silas Phobos. So we dedicate our learning in the source of the Kedoshim who were told in the Torah attack yesterday in Manchester. Those who were wounded should have a before Shalima. Because Hashem just shower Shmiri and say upon our people wherever we are. The habits in the Chinu, the Arba Kantos, so the Chinu Kononios, we are saying, we go from that to your protection, your providence. We are coming back home to Israel together. So that let us begin. Today's daf is the test with an incredible, really ridiculously amazing daf ahead of us today. I woke up this morning and the first question I asked myself was, what day of Slichos is it? Right? It feels like even art school ran out of Slichos in a year like this. So I didn't know what to do it all the time. No, we started later. So let's say, so today's daf your test 19. We made good ground yesterday. It's incredible how much ground I can cover when everyone is half asleep. It's fantastic. It's really, I had free reign. It could have been a different reception, right? It wouldn't have mattered. So I'm just kidding. So we are, today's daf is the test 19. We are up to the left off 18b, your test on the days, about 7 lines up on the bottom. Remember again, we got into a really fascinating studio of Big Day Kahuna yesterday. A really incredible. So yeah, I want to just pause this for a moment. A tremendous for Balmila, for Gabi Cohn, Mark Hashem really let us out here. And I'll say just, I'm going to post a little bit of Gabi released a new song last night, Zman Simchasenu. Beautiful. A beautiful niggin for when you're putting up your sukkah, a beautiful niggin for when you're sitting in your sukkah, a beautiful niggin, Baruch Hashem. Just let us do the keeper, giving us into sukkahs. So you might say, Yina says as follows. Rabbi quotes the Pasuk, which literally means linen turbans should be on your head. And this may say Tishkin, you are Mastena. And we'll say, again, the question that we're dealing with over here, the Gemara said, the Kohanic clothing has to be bad. And the Gemara says, what's bad? So the Gemara answered, bad is linen. So the Gemara is trying to figure out, how do you know exactly that bad is linen? So the Gemara went through an entire drasha yesterday, which we saw. So the Gemara says, there's an alternate source. So the Pasuk says you have to wear a turban that's made out of linen. And ultimately, you get there instead of made out of linen. I'm going to know Rashi. The heart, here's one problem. That's a Pasuk in Yechezkel. Yechezkel is a Navi. So if you remember, there were Kohanim waiting for the temple of Yechezkel. So what were Kohanim doing up until Yechezkel? How did you know this halacha before Yechezkel? So the Gemara says, Yechezkel Minalan. Before Yechezkel came along, how did we know? Well, the time of using some magic, Chagam Avista, Governor Johnny Charles Moshavin Olaman, and you Yechezkel Minaman. So this is a halacha that we learn our first. What's the other halacha? The Gemara says, Kol ben nechar ala reit of ala basar lo yava al mikdashi v'sharsim. So again, the Pasuk says that halacha l'maisa called ben nechar, which is a Kohen who's not circumcised. So ultimately, again, how do you know that a Kohen who's not circumcised is not permitted to serve in the mikdash? So the Gemara quotes this Pasuk from Yechezkel. Ad sheva Yechezkel. But before Yechezkel came along, where did we know this from? In other words, it's very nice that recording psukim from Yechezkel, but these halachas applied before Yechezkel. So how did I know them then? Ella Gemara Gemira, Vasi Yechezkel Vashman Teachra. Rather, what happened? There was a tradition that was handed down generation after generation, and Yechezkel was the one who codified it in the pasuk. How can I mean Gemara Gemira? So over here we had a tradition. What was the tradition? That bad means linen. And Yechezkel was the first one to actually put it down explicitly in a pasuk. Incredible. So the Gemara says,
It says they should not go ahead and literally put their clothing on yakum like good. So to get it stuck to the end of the system burden. So the Gemara says as follows. Shalach Lamais, the Gemara says they're not supposed to be good, like Yosaf. What's Yosaf? So the Gemara says incredible. I'm not buying. So Yashkulu the Makom Shemazir. They have to put on a big dekunah, specifically the admit, the belt, in a way that in a place in the body where you don't sweat. Remember again, with linen clothing, if the belt is tight in the wrong place, or schwitz right through it. So you have to put them in a place where the body doesn't accumulate too much sweat. Where is that? The you must Kishen Kodim, when the Kohanim put on the admit, the belt, in Kodim on the matzah and you don't put it too low. Not too low usually means like the area by the stomach and the hips. But because there can be a little bit of extra flesh, and not to go ahead and cause an accumulation of shivers. You also can't put it above your elbows. Now looking at obviously you're tying the belt on your chest, torso area. So above your elbows, you're obviously like above this area over here. The problem with that is when you get into armpit issues, where there could also be an accumulation of sweat. So where should you put that? Belt? Hello, top of you. That's like listen, look at actually the game. It's very interesting. The admin was tied opposite the elbows. In other words, on the area of the torso chest, right where the elbows are. So it's interesting. The Kohen did not wear the admin, the belt, where we classically wear a belt, like around the waist. Rather, they wore it actually a little bit higher up. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna read by nothing. Let's listen to this. So the Rashi said like this. So one time, by nothing told me that in the Gemara says, one time, she wants to say, was saying that one time I was in front of is Gandar the king. Who is Gandar the king? He actually says, he was the Persian king. I was once in front of the Persian king, and what happened is incredible. So and apparently he thought I was wearing my belt too high, and he pulled down my belt. Now again, usually ask first. But when I guess if you're king, you can do whatever you want. So he pulled down my belt. Rothschild is so beautiful. About your people, Klal Yisrael, it is said, a nation of peace and a holy nation. So essentially the President was saying, dress the part. If you're going to be a Mamlechas Kohen and Dry Kaddish, dress like it. You're wearing your belt too high, pull your belt down, and dress appropriately. I will say, there's so much in this story. Someone was saying, dress the part. You take pride in the way that you dress. You take pride in the way you dress for work. You take pride in the way that you dress for school. You take pride in the way that you dress every single time you come before the Ribono Shel Olam. A yid is mamlechas kohanim to the great kaddish. It doesn't matter what they believe. It doesn't matter what time. It doesn't matter. You take pride in the way that you present, and you take pride in the way that you come before our King. The other piece the Gemara says is something amazing, which is that there will come a day where the nations of the world will recognize our greatness. They will. Right now, what we often experience is the exact opposite. But it's so important for us to hear our forward-thinking people. And the world realizes it deep down, which is so much of the source of the animosity, the hatred, and the anti-Semitism. But one day, and in Hashem, that day will come soon. The world will say, Klal Yisrael, you are a Mamlechas Kohanim and Dry Kaddish. Yeah, sorry. The pasuk that is stated in Yeshaya, that says, literally again, kings will be your caretakers. So this is a reference, kings will be your caretakers. That Laman said again, the day will come where the nations will take care of you, and even the Gentile kings will take care of you. It seems like an impossible dream based on what you see right now. So I will say, what a physics.
What it is, right? Like as you come home to Yom Kippur, yesterday, right, and not to Yom Kippur, we come back to such tragic news for our people, and yet again, what's the first stop? The Baruch again sees just and said, you know what, it hurts now, but in next session you will see that the great day will come when the nations will not only stop telling you, but they will put you on a pedestal and recognize your greatness. Incredible. It's not awesome. Cohen Shabbat Aleichem. There's many interesting cases over there. A lot of great Kohanic cases. A Cohen got an injury on his finger. So it says, what's that? Cohen he's allowed to tie what's a geni, like a piece of grass, like a reed. He's allowed to tie a reed around his finger. Essentially, he can bandage it. They're both saying, now, what's the cap of this? About Love Medina. So this is talking about on Shabbos. Now remember again, in general, the halacha is on Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in medicinal healing. Why not? Why not? Zero of Shitas Samanon. Ultimately, again, it's a zero, you may come to go ahead and grind up herbs. Grind up herbs, so therefore you can't go into medicinal healing. Then it's a thing that do not apply inside of the Beit which is incredible. Therefore, Allah a Kohen can bandage his finger with a piece of reed grass on Shabbos, but not outside of the mikveh. That's what it means ultimately about Lord and Medina. Now I'll tell you this thing. In the whole scene of it down, but again, if he's wrapping something around his finger to extract blood, then kind also. Then ultimately, both in the mikveh and outside of the mikveh is going to be also. Why? Because the act of blood extraction is one of the Lamakas Malachas, which is what? Shkita. Therefore, that is biblically prohibited, and obviously biblical prohibitions do apply inside of the incredible. However, you could raise up here. Rothschild, again, that's only true if it's a piece of reed grass. About tziltzul katan having yiter begadim. It's very interesting. And we'll say tziltzul is literally a belt. It means a little belt. What it really means is like a bandage. Right, so this only applies to a piece of reed grass. But if you go and you put on a bandage is problematic. This is very interesting. Why is a bandage problematic? Because wearing a bandage looks like or has the halakhic designation of wearing an additional article of clothing. Right, and we saw yesterday that ultimately, again, when he wears his clothing, he has to wear the exact number of garments. He can't any more, any less. Fascinating. So the Yochanan said no. No, I'm going to eat the begadim, and the makom begadim. About shor the makom begadim, no habi abikar. So the Yochanan disagrees. The Yochanan says no. The only time there's a problem with additional garments is when you're wearing something additional in a place where garments are normally worn. But if you're wearing something additional in a place where garment is not normally worn, then there's no problem with the begadim. So remember again, on your fingers, there's no big deal with it all. And therefore, the act of putting a bandage on your fingers is not a problem. But the sake of putting the shin chatzitza, but secondly, is a problem. What's the problem? Even though there's no begadim on the hand, when a coin does the avodah, there can't be anything that interposes between his hand and, let's say, the klisharis. Like the surface utensil, if he has a bandage, isn't that going to be a chatzitza? Not a problem. It's small. It's on his left hand. So his left hand, so he's doing the avodah with his right. Or we go to a situation where he's not actively doing the avodah right now. Okay? So he says, you do Rabbi. He's on Rabbi. This stuff, the makom begadim, akim nima apas potzetzes. Rabbi says like this. Rabbi says like this stuff. That on a place where the coin is wearing his begadim, ultimately again, even one thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza. Shalom b'makom begadim. Okay, this place, but again, if it's not on a place on his body where he normally wears clothing, then what? Then ultimately shalosh al shalosh. Then he's chotzitzos. Chokos nikan eno chotzitzos. Then it's only something that measures 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths that creates a chatzitza. But anything less than that does not create a chatzitza. The Gemara says that's a statement of Rabbi. As Rabbi Yochanan Badek, this obviously is contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. As Rabbi Yehuda me Reba Dafidi, but Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Yehuda, ultimately again does it contradict. Shining tziltzul cotton the kasha, it's possible because a small bandage, even if it's less than 3 finger breadths, like 3 finger breadths, may pose a chatzitza issue. Why? Because it's kasha, because it has an importance. There is an importance to it. An alternate version of this. So the Gemara says, again, what is the coin allowed to bandage himself with? He's only allowed to bandage himself with a piece of reed grass. About 6 will cut on the shoulders. But if he uses a little bandage,
that is going to create a chatzitza. The Yochanan says, no, lo amru chatzitza. The pachos mishalosh al shalosh el the makom begad. About shlo the makom begadim, shalosh al shalosh chotzitzos, pachos mitan ino chotzitzos. Sometimes the Yochanan says, don't remember that something poses a chatzitza issue is when it's 3 finger breaths by 3 fingers, and that's only the makom begadim. But all of the, I'm sorry, and that's by makom begadim. But if it's not makom begadim, in other words, if it's on a part of the body where you wouldn't normally wear Kohanic clothing, then ultimately again, only 3 finger breaths or 3 finger breaths poses a chatzitza. Less than that does not. Pachos mikan ino chotzitzos. V'hainu d'Rabba amra pista. And ultimately again, this is the statement of Rabbi in a pista. So just to pause for just a moment. So what do we have? Right, so we have over here like this. Calling this a cut on a singular. He wants to bandage it. What can he bandage it with? So it seems to be everyone is good with a piece of reed grass. Right? Why is everyone good with that? Number one, because it's small. Number two, because it doesn't pose additional clothing issues. Why not? Because it's not an article of clothing. Right? It's just a piece of grass. Once you get into going in and using a bandage, so then how often am I? So you get potentially into some issues. So then eventually we come to another sub-issue, which is what's the status of chatzitza on a place on the body where you normally wear clothing or don't normally wear clothing? So it sounds like the Gemara saying over here is like this. If it's a place ultimately again where you normally wear clothing, then halacha l'maisa, it's possible that any amount could be a chatzitza. But if it's a place where you don't normally wear clothing, it's only 3 finger breaths and more. Or again, ultimate version of that, even in a place where you wear clothing, ultimately it's only 3 finger breaths or more. So that's our masok discourse over here. So Marcelino could give Rabbi Yehuda very good. So it's a series arguing Rabbi Yehuda. So whereas a shiny siltzel katan, still a small bandage, different. Why? Because I will say, it could very well be that a small bandage has a chashivos. What is chashivos? Then ultimately it has the status of like a begging. So because it has the status of a begging, maybe it's reckoned differently. Or Rabbi Yochanan might be again, Yishma'ina social kata. So Rabbi Yochanan, if that's the case, so why are you bringing up the case of the reed grass? Why not go ahead and teach us that? Why not say that you can even use the bandage? If you say you can even use the bandage. So if you work with milk stuff, Agav or if Kamash Malan, again, must. So ultimately, again, he's teaching us just kind of like an initial piece of information, which is that, by the way, reed grass has curative powers. Okay, so we're kind of getting 2 lessons in one. Number one, the lessons of chatzitza, and number 2, that the reed grass ultimately again has curative power. So let's say, so just so you should know, the halacha is like this. The halacha is like this. So first of all, just a very interesting halacha to kind of keep in your back hamid pocket, which Xenos Rabbanan right inside of the Beis HaMikdash. Again, you've seen that concept before. So therefore, for example, whereas outside of the Beis HaMikdash, you are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing on Shabbat. That is a very broad statement. And obviously, if a person has a medical condition at that, but in a general sense, we are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing outside of the Beis HaMikdash. Why? Because you may come to blind herbs. That does not apply inside of the Beis HaMikdash along with any other Dinei D'Rabbanan. You're allowed to go ahead and use a reed grass as a bandage because again, no chatzitza issue. What are the halachos of chatzitza when it comes to the Yisrael? So let's say, so we can add Paskins, is the halacha in a place where you wear clothing, even the smallest thing creates a chatzitza. Even a thread. Now, even in a thread case, we're going to get into that in just a moment. So even a thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza. Shalom bin makom begadim. What about a chatzitza on a part of the body where a kohen is not normally wearing big tekuna? That's shalosh al shalosh. That's 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. So let's say, so if you think about that, that would require like a pretty big bandage. Well, one more piece to consider, however, that's assuming it's not on your hand when you're handling a klisharis. Because if you're handling the klisharis, there can't be anything between your body and the kli. Okay, so a lot of halachas are big ikuna. So along with these this is so interesting. Right? So let's say then the kohen is wearing these big ikuna. And what happens? A wind gets into his clothing and kind of like blows out his clothing. Blows out his clothing. So in other words, meaning what?
his clothing is not touching his body. Clothing is not touching his body. So the shaila is he kosher to do the avoda? So the Gemara says, yeah. So Nicholas on the rock. People say, remember the 80s? Remember the 80s? Right? Everything was dodgy. Everything was dodgy, right? Right? Okay. But if I don't talk about it, I don't want to talk about it, right? Listen, again, now, I don't know. Now, yeah. Now, it feels like even men wear leggings these days. But okay, but that's a different. All right, anyway, so you know, so the night says, so again, so what happens? So now, so let's say wind gets into the big right? And then it also kind of blows it up a little bit. So meaning the guardian aren't touching his flesh. They're on his body, obviously, but you're not touching his skin. So we'll say, so what's the shaila? So what on one hand, he's wearing it. Right, he is wearing the clothing, right? So the nice should be kosher, right? But I'm sorry, it needs to be on his flesh, and right now it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. Or maybe no. How about this? He has to wear his clothing in a normal way. He's wearing his clothing in a normal way. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh, maybe that shouldn't matter. Another question, we'll say, so we're just building up, there's about like 7, 8 questions down the road. Kino, what about a louse? When there's a louse on his body, right? Does that create a chatzitza? So you must have made some of the if it's dead, then obviously that's chatzitza, right? Why? Because you don't want that there, right? First one, what happens if it's a living louse? On one hand, it comes and goes, right? So the nice, maybe that's called normal. So no chatzitza, and therefore it's not chatzitza. Came in the couple on a chatzitza, or no. Generally, a person not having a louse on their body. So maybe again, that is a chatzitza. Okay, next. What about dirt? When is dirt on his body? Is that a chatzitza? So afar badai chaitz. Dirt, of course, dirt is a chatzitza. What's the shaila? Afar mati. Rather than about saying, what about dust? So let's say we've seen dirt and dust, right? So dirt is mamish like some amash or something. There's like a substance to it, right? Dust is just dust. So is dust pulsates. Okay, next. So what's this? You are reading all of these are all open-ended questions. Next, Beis Hashefi Ma'ushe Yafotz al Bisarov. Sorry, Ma'ushe Yafotz. So we'll say, what about your armpit? Now, interestingly enough, what's the armpit case? If you look at Rashi, that's 4 lines up from the board, gets why Beis Hashefi Ma'ushe Yafotz. Avir Beis Hashefi can go back Israel also. Shaka will go shoot Raka the David. So this is actually interesting. What happens if the big are such that, let's say the shirt, really the tunic, it doesn't extend up into the armpit. Like it hangs down. It's like the shirt part just below it hangs down. It hangs down. So what is that? So the Gemara says, so basically check him out. Mao Shepard Abisara put me on. On one hand, maybe you need the clothing on your flesh. You need it a little bit more, just like tighter fitting, and if it needs to hug the body a little bit more. If it's too loose on the armpit, it's not going to go that requirement. Oh, no, that's common. Other people sometimes wear their clothing like that it's not snug in the armpit. Okay, Hanif Nasiyago is so great. Oh, no. It's very interesting. What happens if the Kohen puts his hand inside of his garment? So, say, for example, he puts his hand inside of the tunic, so that his hand is on his body, in between his body and the garment. So, what's the halacha in a case like that? Now, group of Michai Tolo. So, let's say, ultimately, again, can your own body ultimately, again, create the chatzitza? But listen, interestingly enough, that happens to. That shaila comes up in a number of different, this comes up the most? This comes up the most where, let's say, again, a person doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say, for some reason, right? And they want to drink and they want to make a bracha. Can you put your hand on your head and make a bracha? So the truth is, in general, the nufus bracha is because not worked. Right? Because why? Because it's all the same thing. Right? You can't create a covering with your own part of your body. It's interesting, over here, you might ask me about so what's that about the Dikuna? Right? Does that work by the Dikuna or not? Okay. Next. So you might say, what about a string? A thread. A thread. Can a thread create a chatzitza? Of course. Of course, red goes out and creates a chatzitza. We just said that before, actually. Any foreign material between your body and the big dick creates a chatzitza. No. What if the thread is from the big dick itself? In other words, before we were talking about a thread being a chatzitza, what type of thread was it? It was an alien thread, a foreign thread from something else. What happens if the thread is from the big dick itself? Cannot create a chatzitza. Okay? So the Gemara says, you also say the big amount. What happens if, let's say the Kohen's own hair got into the big dick, in other words, his own hair extended into the big dick, create an interposing between his body and the big dick, Mahu, Saloti Gufodami, or not Gufodami. Do you say that your hair is like an extension of your body or not? Why Rabbi Zera? We'll say, beautiful case here, Tefillin, Mahu Sheyachotsu. What about Tefillin? If the Kohen is wearing tefillin, ultimately again, does that create a chatzitza for the big dikuna? Salib, listen to this. Salib demand Amar Laila Lavsman tefillin. So according to the opinion that says that nighttime is not the time for tefillin. So watch this. Look, it's not a kasha. Given the Laila, that will say, by the way, with tefillin, we also don't know what are we asking? Tefillin shayad, tefillin shalosh, both, one. So we're going to get to that in just a minute. The first one is like this. We're taking that says that you don't wear tefillin at night. So ultimately, again, haloti vayilachah. Kevan delayla chaitzi, because you must listen to this. If nighttime is not the time for tefillin, then certainly if a Kohen were to wear tefillin at night underneath his big dick, when there won't be the halacha, it's certainly a chatzitza. Now you're going to say, well, once it's a chatzitza at night, then halachically, categorically, it's a chatzitza, and therefore going to be a chatzitza by day as well. Sigmar says chaitz, Sigmar says kevan delayla chaitzi, yom nami chaitzi. Kiti by the chas, what's the shayla? Leman ga'amar layla's man tefillin. According to the thing that says that nighttime is the time for tefillin. So my mitzvah dibutei chayitz or lo chayitz. So ultimately, again, since tefillin is a mitzvah to wear on your body, is it a chatzitza for being good or not? So the matter escalated and it came before Rabbi Ami. It is an explicit halacha. What's the explicit halacha? Tefillin is a chatzitza. You got it all. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Amazing. 1 second. Hold up. Kohanim b'avodasam u'leviim b'gishchanan b'yisada ma'amadam. We will be Zohar and Hashem to see the actualization of this phrase. Kohanim, when they're doing the avodah, Leviim, when they're standing on the Yechim, Yisrael, when they're doing the ma'amadan, they are exempt from davening and from tefillin, which makes sense. Why? What's the principle? Also, all of them are engaged, ultimately again, in their respective part of temple service, and therefore they are exempt. So Moses says, my lot in the sounds interesting. Rosh is potter. So what does potter mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a Kohen were to put on tefillin, then ultimately again it would not be a chata. So the Gemara says, well, in the Nichon Chos itself. No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzitza. If that's the case, Ihaki Tudin, a pseudonym by the way. If that's the case, then it shouldn't say that Kohanim when they do the avodah are potter from tefillin. What should it say? It should say that they're also to put on tefillin because it's a chatzitza. So you must remember, Kevin the Yisrael will must move us. We should not be kind of clear, no, because since we're talking about Kohanim Levim in Israel, whereas for Kohanim it may be Aser because of Chatzitza, you can't use the Lashon of Aser by Levim and Israel. So therefore use the Lashon of Patra. That time you are in the Nichon Inon Chos. But it says, that they put on tefillin, it doesn't create a Chatzitza. So that objectively contradicts what you just said before, the tefillin is a Chatzitza. So here we go. Hadiyad, Hadarosh. Incredible. When you see the tefillin is a chatzitza, what are you talking about? Tefillin shalyat. Ultimately, again, what's not the chatzitza? Tefillin shalosh. 1 second. Naishna v'yadik sidiyo b'ashav v'saro, shloye davar chotzeitz, beino leb'saro. So ultimately, again, so you must understand. When it comes to yad, why is tefillin shayad a chatzitza? Because the pasuk says you have to put the big dekuna al b'saro on your flesh. The Gemara says, the sometimes it's not I'll let, by one say, one of the big dekuna is a turban, is a hat. So how can you wear tefillin shalosh? Doesn't that create a chatzitza within its natas? Oh, I said, this is so beautiful. And what is supposed to be had? But I'm like the Kohen Gadol. I'm not saying Kippur. Not saying Kippur, right? And he's like, the Kohen Gadol is probably getting home right about now. Right about now. Making his way through the masses who wanted to kiss his hand. Right? So the Gemara says over here, so the Kohen Gadol, remember again, the Kohen Gadol had a specific, he had one of his unique vestments, was what's called the tzitz. The tzitz is the metal plate that sits on his forehead that says Kodesh LaHashem. So amazingly enough, there was a space between his turban and the tzitz. What was that space used for? Just tefillin sholosh. So the Gemara says, so his hair was visible between the tzitz and between its nefesh on the days of Osai, sheshama manichin tefillin. For it is there ultimately again that the Kohen puts on his tefillin. Says Rabbi, interestingly enough, when the Gemara speaks about tefillin being a chatzitza, it's a reference to tefillin shalyat. But it appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way that does not interfere with the B'Tekuna, and therefore ultimately again does not serve as a chatzitza. Incredible. Most of this point out something amazing. How beautiful is it that we're learning the halachas of chatzitza, Motzi and Kippur. And I would say it's important to understand that Kippur is over, but Shuvah is not. And I think for many of us, one of the fascinating dynamics of this time of year is that we finish in Kippur, and I think for many of us, it's the first time that I actually have explicit clarity about what I have to do. Right? My Kabbalah ala Asi, like we spoke about back home this year, my plan for the future. Okay? I did my tshuva, I made amends for all the things I did wrong. My slate is absolutely, unequivocally crystal clear. It's beautiful, it's pristine. And now I actually know what I have to do. And one of the things we have to work on, many of us have to work on, are what are the chatzitzas in life. Because we walk around with a lot of chatzitzas, we walk around with a lot of things that interpose. There's a lot of blockages. And sometimes before I have to go ahead and do the asay tov and engage in the positive dynamic activities, I have to figure out what is the chotzeitz between me and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what's the chotzeitz between me and my fellow Jew, what's the chotzeitz between me and myself. And now after Kippur, the clarity, now I know my chatzitzos. And now, of course, comes the sacred mission of trying to remove them. Because if you don't remove the chatzitzos, you have the most beautiful big things. You have all the proper accessories for religious, spiritual development. You have all the tools you need for success. But if I can't get rid of my chatzitzos, I can't move myself forward. How about you should be so kind? So the Gemara is right there. The Gemara says, next, going down the list. We're not finished with one level yet. So remember again, this is someone who was tamei and is missing their karbanos, a zav, metzora, yoledes. So such a person ultimately again is not but again, such a person is not allowed to do the avodas. Once you know the manuva, so the keep Allah kohen b'tahira. This is actually about yoledes. The pasuk says the kohen will atone for her and she will be purified. Which indicates to us that up until the point that she brings her karbanos, even though again she's waited the requisite time, she's gone to the mitzvah, but ultimately again because she has not brought her karbanos, therefore she is still in a quasi-state of tumah. So the point over here is you see that someone who has to bring their karbanos, even though they waited the requisite time, they've gone to the mikvah, halacha l'maisa again, they're still in a quasi-state of tumah, and therefore if a kohen does his avodah in this state, the avodah is invalid. Incredible. The Shorach said, and if the kohen did not wash his hands and feet, so the avodah is possible. Oh, things gzir shava of puka, ultimately again, from the books of the wedding, there's a lot of stuff that comes out of that gzir shava, and therefore again, if the kohen did not wash his hands and feet, his avodah is invalid. This is ridiculous. Kohen Gadol Shelo Tavon V'Shelo Kidesh Bein Beged LeBeged U'Bein Avoda LaAvoda. Hello, sir. Yom Kippur. So if the Kohen Gadol did not go ahead and did not immerse in the mikvah, or did not wash his hands and feet between the changes of clothing and between each of our devils, just taking a look at Rashi. This is funny. It's absolutely wild. First short line, Kohen Gadol. To go the Chamesh Avodos Shel Yom HaKippurim. Incredible. Incredible. Yes, it's the kiss. I don't know who did that just now, but that was good. And you say it is the kiss. So you want to say, to go and come and say, oh, show me before him. Yapina, the Seder Yuma, should Mishnah, the Shannon, the Big Zav, the Big Lavan. And the Big Lavan, the Big Zav. The color changes ultimately again from gold clothing to white clothing. The sorry for the coin to be left, which make Kiddush, and about every single time the coin changes his clothing, he needs an immersion in the mikvah and a washing of his hands and feet. Well, actually, listen, you understand what the message Rothschild is telling us? This is not just a kiss. It's not just a kiss. You know what this is. Do you know what this is? This is in Psuke de Zimra, right? We say Haboka B'Shirei Zimra in Shtava. Haboka in Shtava. Haboka B'Shirei Zimra. Right? He loves the Shirim. He loves the songs of his servants. The Basham de Rakad says it's Haboka B'Shirei Zimra. The Rebbe loves Shirayim. He loves leftovers. He loves leftovers. The great challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is taking it with you. Taking it with you. We have these incredible moments of spiritual elation and elevation. And then what happens? The event ends, and so does our holiness. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, take shirayim with you. Take leftovers with you. Whatever experience you have, follow it and pay it forward. Keep it going. Don't lose the momentum. And what happens? What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? He gives us a Yom Kippur Gemara, and Matzah Yom Kippur, Erev Shabbos. It's the bridge. The Rothschild is just saying, just get to Shabbos. Just make it to Shabbos. You can just your Kedusha. So what does he do? He gives us a bridge. The Rothschild, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. He's giving us, the Rothschild is giving us Shirayim, giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur. Overwhelming. Says the Gemara, let's say Kohen Gadol did all of the changes, but he did not go to the mikvah. Or he did not go ahead and wash his hands and feet between a clothing change. So what's the Avad? The Avad, and he does the Avad. The Avad is Shela. Incredible. The Avad is still kosher. Marching the Avad Kohen Gadol, the Avad Kohen Gadol, Shlo Kiddush Yadav Raglan Shabbos, the Avad also Psula. However, any Kohen, a regular Kohen and Kohen Gadol, if you do not do the initial hand and feet washing in the morning, when you come into the base of the mikdash and you do the avodah without that, ultimately the avodah is possible. So what's the distinction? If you miss the first hand and foot washing in the morning, the first time I'm coming into the base of the mikdash, and you do avodah, your avodah is possible. If, however, the Kohen Gadol omits any of the immersions or hand and feet washing between the clothing changes of Yom Kippur, did the avodah, his avodah is still kosher. Says the Gemara, only that as you have the Yochanan, Mikti, Chodesh, Kirilos, that's some conditions that I saw. The Chuk of sin, but will not let that go. That's the Gemara says like this. So that's such a Yochanan, 1 second. The immersions and the hand washing of the Kohen Gadol on the Kippur between the clothing changes and avodas, that's so nice. That's the nice. That is really explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say that the Kohen Gadol omits it? Because avodah is going to be kosher. Amalikot, Rav Sham. Rabbi Shema saying Dava Akanaki. So he said to him, no, Uluvei Sham. Uluvei Sham means it is only the wearing of the clothing, the special clothing for the different avodos that ultimately again is Ma'aki. But ultimately, again, nothing else is Ma'aki. So Tzavu Panam, what Rashi is very excited. Amalei, Vav Apusa Pusidala. So literally, then he said to him, so let's say this was an expression. A vav is written on a wooden log. So listen, what does it mean a vav is written on a wooden log? Sometimes you actually point out if you try to carve a vav on a wooden log, it's not going to come out well. Okay? So that's the Talmudic expression. Ultimately, your argument doesn't really hold water. So the Gemara says, and that was true. In other words, if it's true that Allah again, the Kohen does not need to do the immersions and the hand and foot washing in between changes of clothing and avodah. So if that was true that it's not na'adi, it's safranami. I don't understand. Then even if he omitted the first one in the morning, ultimately again, the avodah should still be kosher on the side. But the most thing is like this, is all of the hand washings and all of the tefillah should be treated the same. So I'm not shocked. If you tell me that if the Kohen omits the immersions and he omits the hand and foot washing between the clothing changes and avodos, and that's not na'aki, then even if he misses the first one in the morning, it shouldn't be na'aki as well. And if he missed the first one, the avodah should still be the ever kosher. So the Gemara says, "Amakisi amakra, by salahan chol olam
לא לזרעו ולדורסו. דבר המעקיד בזרעו, מעקיד בו. What's the way what Tikkun is like this? Anything that is ma'akid is an indispensable necessity for the Kohen's offspring, i.e. for all Kohanim, ultimately is ma'akid for a Kohen Gadol. Davar she'enu ma'akid b'zaro, in ma'akid bo. Is something that ultimately again is not ma'akid for his offspring, even regular Kohanim, is not ma'akid for the Kohen Gadol. This Rabbi said, hand and foot washing in the morning, the pizza sedai braglayim, first thing in the morning when you come to the Mikdash, that is something that applies to all Kohanim. Since it applies to all Kohanim, therefore what? It is ma'akid. It is an indispensable necessity, which if omitted, fundamentally invalidates the avodah. The immersions and the hand and foot washing in between all of the different clothing changes and avodos, that's new to the Kohen Gadol. It has to be done. But if it's not done ultimately again, does not invalidate the avodah. Incredible. Rabbi Yochanan says here, the Rothschild medal. Rabbi Yochanan said, Moshe, Aaron, Ubanav. That's incredible. They were washed by the time at the pure. Moshe, Aaron, and his sons. Davar ha'ma'aki Ubanav, ma'aki Ubanav. Davar she'inu ma'aki Ubanav, she'inu ma'aki Ubanav. Essentially, it's the same process, just different concept. Something that ultimately again is ma'akid for his sons, i.e. all Kohanim, is ma'akid for the Kohen Gadol. There's something that is not ma'akid for other Kohanim, ultimately not ma'akid for the Kohen Gadol. Incredible. Rabbi Yonah said, so now we can see enough, they're both saying the same thing, but from different sources. So why things Rabbi Yonah son, why things different Christian source? I'm going to follow that's for the future generations. The Ida, my time ago, and why didn't the first thing in the second pasuk? We violated the Yosef the Kanina. Starting so the Kanina is into this Kesilas that took off from Moshe Aaron Ubanav. What is he word? It's very interesting. Called Kia Shein Bo to the Kaddish Aval Kanaminenu in the Kachim Bo. But it was in order for the Kia, the basin, the wash basin, to be kosher, the wash basin has to have minimum dimensions that 4 Kohanim have the ability to wash from it at the same time. Where do you get that from? Moshe, Aaron, Ubanav. That's the ultimately again, because the pasuk says, for the Kiyar, who's supposed to wash from it? Moshe, Aaron, and Aaron's sons. Sons plural 2. So a Kiyar, minimum dimensions of a Kiyar, ultimately again require the ability to go ahead and wash 4 people at the same time. So Rabbi says, what incredible paper that comes out over here. So first of all, we learned that again, your feet is not like washing of the hands and feet first thing in the morning. Indispensable necessity. And if you omit it, the avodah is pas. The avodah is pasul. That's number 1. Number 2, however, if the Kohen omits any of the immersions or hand and foot washing in between clothing changes or avodos, did the eved, his avodah is kosher. First line, it says kiddush. So what's this such a beautiful gemara? What is the? How do you perform the mitzvah of kiddush nine raglayim of sanctifying your hands and feet? How do you do that? Wash your hands and feet. So many yoga hayumanis agabi ragla hayumanis. The yoga smaller hayugi ragla smaller in the kaddish. So what do? You put your left hand on your left foot, your right hand on your right foot. It's like twister, like that. So you go ahead, and I will say, now watch this from the kaddish. And what you're doing over there is then you turn on the water, and you wash them simultaneously. In other words, you wash your hands, the Kohen washes his hands and feet simultaneously. One stream of water, washing them simultaneously. What his mother says, Rabbi Yosef did it. Rabbi Yosef, you don't know those things why. Those things, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? Maria shtei yadav zuar damsu, the algabe shtei raglav zuar damsu in the kaddish. So this is what Rabbi Yosef says. You put one hand on top of the other and one foot on top of the other, and that's how you wash literally everything simultaneously. They said, that sounds great. There's only one problem. Amulo, deflecto. That's too much. It's not possible. You're going to fall over. You're going to fall over if you try that. There's no way for a regular person to balance himself like that. You might say, Shaki Kammer, ultimately, again, he's saying good. Well, Rabbi Yosef the Chavero Messiah. No, what it means is, when he's watching, his friend always helps. His friend always helps him. So what ends up happening over here is that, again, Kohen number 1 is washing, one foot on top of the other, one hand on top of the other, and his friend is holding him up.
Let's say his friend is holding him up. That's the only way to do this. You know, it's a Maganai. What's got to do this? I'm Rabbi, I need them in a Shatika Benai. So apparently the fundamental nafkamina is a permitted to go ahead and wash a sister? In other words, does he have much standing on his own strength, or is he allowed to be supported by someone else? So the first opinion that said he put his right hand on his right foot, left hand on his left foot and wash, but that holds that Kohen has to wash unsupported. Second opinion says no, he can even be supported. The Gemara says, but they said, I don't understand how much easier fix to all of this. What is it called? It's called the bench. Right? It's just called the bench. Let him sit down, and then you can do whatever you want. The rest of the Gemara says, but let's Mesa Bulakadish, Amatra, the Shaks, Shiras Mu'utu, ultimately, again, the Gemara says, no, because so ultimately, the washing of the hands and feet is called a form of shir, it's called a form of service. Called a form of service. Because it's called a form of service, just like Avodah has to be done standing up, so to Halacha L'maisa, again, the washing of the hands and feet have to be done standing up as well. So how do we pass them? Ultimately, we pass them right. The first to go to Tanhamot, that the way huge man Raglayim was done was Yadu Hayimanis, Raglo Hayimanis, Yadu Hasmonis, Raglo Hasmonis, right hand on right foot, left hand on left foot, hand and foot are washed simultaneously, standing. Standing, if a Kohen required assistance, so again, that's a whole discussion in the posting itself. Then let's look at Alok myself. That's a key time that was done. I want to just point out. You want to just understand what you say to yourself. That's not, I'm not a Kohen. What does this matter to me? So it doesn't matter to us. Why? First of all, everything matters to us because it's Torah. But let's say that also, you know, the halakha is we do Tiyazdan every single morning. We wash our hands every morning. There are different reasons given for the Tilas Yadayim. Right? One reason is Rahra, is the spirit of impurity because the person goes to sleep. Sleep is 1/60th of death. But one of the other concepts by observing that in the morning is because when we wake up and we enter into the world, each of us are like Kohanim entering into the Avodah. So what the Kohanim do by the East and just like a Kohen enters in ready to embrace the service of the new day, so too again, when we wake up in the morning, we too are ready to embrace the service of the new day, ready to accomplish, ready to do, ready to self-actualize, and ready in Eretz Hashem to heed the call of the Rebbe Shalom. Say Shkoyach and good Eretz Shabbos. All right, everybody's doing good Shabbos everyone. Okay. Okay. Shkoyach. Shkoyach. Good morning. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by saying all of our sponsors for this morning share to thing. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Tishrei Haba Avivu Tova. Yours are coming in celebration of continuing saving Ezekiel and the Sarah Travels for Am Yisrael. Making Harry Smith. The schools and television has to give our weekend learning sponsors, and Sumari, especially as of the grandparents, aunts, and uncles, Abram Ben Yaakov Akoin, Masha Bas Chaim, Yitzchak Ben Yaakov Akoin, Jacob Bas Adam Akoin, Hirsch Ben Adam Akoin, Mordechai Ben Adam Akoin, Judy and Richard, Judy Roman, Rudy Nishmas, Mr. Marvin Schwartz, Nechel, Nachman Ben Nochim, Tuchon and we have learning sponsors, Alexander and Valentina Bays, and many of Valentina's father, Itzik Davidovich, Yitzchak Ben of Anshel,
his yahrzeit is tomorrow, on the 10th of Tishrei. They'll get a man's about coming to the Shem Kavin Aliyah. Families in the Chama, all those who will have a close holy Shabbat, especially should be Hashem. Bring home all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Khaled, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Massey, the end, we should truly be Zoch and Nefesh for a year of Shalom and Torah, almost to Am Yisrael, and the Eretz Yisrael. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is designing 17 with a lot of detail about Hashem. We are picking up on test design on the base 16b, Maskif Lo Yoga Bar Ayuva, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, about 18 right on the bottom. So this number again, we had a really interesting Mishnah. The Mishnah went through the various individuals where if they go ahead and they perform an act of Kabbalah, ultimately go ahead and invalidate the Kabbalah. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara now about only. So once Master say Rabbi, Rabbi said as follows. And also that because the Gemara is going to advance is a number of different Kabbalists, each of which and put forward a different conclusion. So you want to say, most of Aminos Ifo Kohen Gadol will come in Yakam and Kabbalah. So in reality, you should say that Aminos by a Kohen Gadol should ultimately, again, not be allowed by a Kohen Gadol, which Arnold states differently, that a Kohen Gadol who is in Aminos should not be able to offer up an individual Kabbalah. Based on what? Based on Kabbalah. What's the Kabbalah? Not too much of a trade. So, remember, Tumah is such a tzibur, which means that again, the Rothschild that the majority of Klal Yisrael is coming, they like to offer up communal kabbalas, and that heter applies even to a Kohen Hedger, even to a regular Kohen. So, Hutra is a Kohen Gadol becoming Yachid. Yet, interestingly enough, Tumah does not permit the Kohen to go ahead and offer up a carbon, even if it is the Kohen Gadol, if it's a carbon Yachid. But the permit for Tumah is only in a situation of carbon tzibur, not in a situation of carbon Yachid. Therefore, again, I would say, Aminos, Shalom, Hutra, it's a Kohen Hedger of the carbon tzibur. So, therefore, when it comes to Aminos, where again, halacha l'maisa by Aminos, so a Kohen Hedger is not permitted to offer up even a carbon tzibur, which means when a Kohen Hedger is in a state of Aminos, he's still not allowed to offer up communal offerings. So too, again, Aminos should certainly not be allowed by Kohen Gadol when it comes to a private offering. That's the Kabbalah I might suggest about a Kabbalah. The Torah said, Tumah is a Kohen Gadol carbon Yachid and Kabbalah. But I should say that a Kohen Gadol should be able to offer up an individual carbon in a state of Tumah. Based on a Kabbalah. What's the Kabbalah? Umma Aminos Shalom Hutra it's a Kohen Hedger the carbon tzibur. So when it comes to Aminos, which is not permitted by a Kohen Hedger by a carbon tzibur, which means that a Kohen Gadol in a state of Aminos does not have a right to offer up a communal offering. Yet Hutra it's a Kohen Gadol becoming Yachid. Yet a Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up even a carbon Yachid in a state of Aminos. If that's the case, Tumah, Shahotra is a Kohen Hedger becoming tzibur. When it comes to Tumah, where again, if you have the role of Klal Yisrael in the state of Tumah, a Kohen Hedger is permitted to offer up a carbon tzibur. And you're doing Shahotra is a Kohen Gadol the carbon Yachid. Then certainly again, a Kohen Gadol who is in the state of Tumah, ultimately when Klal Yisrael is in the majority of Tumah, should certainly be permitted to offer up an individual carbon. Okay. So the Gemara says another Kabbalah. But our sister Tumah eats a Kohen Hedger the carbon tzibur in the Kabbalah. The Gemara says a Kohen Hedger should not be permitted to go ahead and offer up a carbon tzibur in a state of Tumah based on a Kabbalah. It's the Kabbalah. Umma Aminos Shehotra is a Kohen Gadol the carbon Yachid. So when it comes to Aminos, where a Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up a carbon, even an individual offering, Lo Putra is a Kohen Hedger the carbon tzibur. In halacha nights again, a Kohen Hedger, regular Kohen, cannot offer up even a communal offering in a state of Aminos. Then Tumah, Shalom Hutra is a Kohen Gadol, the carbon Yachid. When it comes to Tumah, which a Kohen Gadol is only permitted to offer up a carbon tzibur, not permitted to offer up a carbon Yachid, Eino Din Shalom Tusa the Kohen Hedger the carbon tzibur. You know, the more so ultimately again should not create a heter for a Kohen Hedger to offer up in a carbon tzibur. Okay. So it's parentheses. Most top of your Zion. And the equal limit of the equal limit of So bottom line, the point of view that Gemara is making is all of these kavachomas are actually good kavachomas. The interesting part just is that, of course, each of these kavachomas yield to different conclusions. So essentially, Gemara says like this: now that I have all of these mutually exclusive kavachomas, which all seem to work, we're only left with one option, which is kol chada v'chada tekel b'dei. Essentially, we ignore the kavachomas, we ignore these kavachomas, and we just take what we know from the psukim that we have identified. So take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi 17 which is actually a very important Rashi. Look at the Bracha, which actually says, Yesh Lodon, Yesh Lahachro. So in other words, I have these kavachomas, but let's say if you notice what happened with these kavachomas is that each of them yielded a different conclusion, yet again, they are all logically sound. So what do I do in a situation like this where halacha again, all the kavachomas seem to be correct, but they yield contradictory reality, contradictory conclusions. So the Gemara says, Yesh Lahachro below maybe is in the Rosh, I don't know which kavachoma to choose. Hilchah, Kol Chada V'Chada Teku B'Dikta. So this is something that we've seen this Russian before. This is the second time in Zvachim we've seen Russian. Teku uses it just another social. We normally say Teku means, it's just like a question in an open. Tishki, Kai, Tishki, so we are not going to translate. Here, Teku B'Dikta means leave everything in its place. Essentially, leave everything as you know. Therefore, look at Rashi. Teku B'Dikta, Kitsi Basei, Kiksi Basal stamp. Therefore, we'll say, so what are the conclusions that we arrive at? The Gemara says, because what try means the kind of stamp in the Yapid in the Tzibah Vatra. So it says, therefore, bottom line conclusion is all like this. When the Torah allows the Kohen Gadol to offer a carbon in a state of aminos, what type of carbon are we talking about? All carbonos, either a private offering or a communal offering, because again, both say that's the pashtus of the pasuk. Right? The pashtus, right? The simple understanding of the psukim is that a Kohen Gadol has a heter to offer up carbonos in a state of aminos. It doesn't matter again, private offering, public offering, he has that heter. Then the up and then the super, her trust. If you should mess with a hedgehog, similarly again, when a hedgehog is not permitted to offer as a regular Kohen, not permitted to offer up in a state of aminos, what does that apply to? Then the up, then the tzibor nasra. That applies both to communal as well as to private offering. That's part one. When it comes to aminos, Kohen Gadol to offer up any type of carbon, and Kohen Hedgehog can't offer up any type of carbon. Okay? And the Gemara goes on and says, then you have to learn Tzibor Nesra, which is Hitzah Tumah B'Tzibor, when we say that Tumah Hitzah B'Tzibor, and therefore again, Karbanos can be offered up in the state of Tumah, 51% of Klal Yisrael is covered. Then what? So the Gemara says, Tumah Hitzah B'Tzibor, Putra After Kohen Hedgehog. Ultimately, again, it's permitted even for a Kohen Hedgehog. So therefore, Kohen Hedgehog can operate in Tumah, even in a situation of Tumah Hitzah B'Tzibor. So the Gemara says, Nesra B'Kaviyot is Nesra After Kohen Gadol. But the heter of Tumah Hitzah B'Tzibor only applies to communal offerings. Does not apply to individual offerings, and that's true both for a Kohen Gadol as well as a Kohen Hedgehog. So therefore, again, I'll say it one more time to summarize. When we speak about the fact that a Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up in the state of aminos, that is true both for private offerings, communal offerings, only applies to a Kohen Gadol, never applies to a Kohen Hedgehog. When we say Tumah Hushra B'Tzibur, and 51% of Klal Yisrael's Tanei, you can offer up Kavanas in a state of Tumah. That applies both to Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedgehog, only applies to communal offerings, does not apply to individual offerings. Incredible. Good. Let's go back there. So it's worth it to continue to do the list of people. List of people who, if they go ahead and do the avodah, ultimately again invalidate the avodah. One is the Fuliyom. One is the Lizard Fuliyom. Fuliyom went to the mikvah, but requires Ha'el Shemesh. It requires the sun to go down in order to fully affect his Tyra. So Fuliyom, what do you know? I know that if a Fuliyom does the avodah, that the avodah itself is compromised. What do I know, right? This kind of that the Shemaya says, Remez v'Tzvuyom, Shum Abad v'Kilam Minai. How do I know that if a Tzvuyom did the avodah, that ultimately again the avodah is the thing? Amulomar, Kidoshim Yihiyu
Below your calorie. The pasuk says you shall be holy and do not profane. And I was like, okay. In any union of coming, I wasn't at the pastures, I would assume, and Allah Almighty this is talking about someone who is coming. However, again, we already learned out. Rashi points out that we had got the tumah psuk. More of a way the context of the pasuk is talking about tumah. However, again, if I don't need the pasuk to teach me about tumah, because we already learned about tumah, so then anything in the tumah did not just make it be Nazir. So then again, look, this was yesterday's guy. So if I don't need the pasuk by tumah, because ultimately again it says the by Nazir. So today in the Torah, they use this pasuk ultimately to teach me Torah. Okay, incredible. I said the Gemara, today in the Korea Karpa, who remashed this past. So let's say, maybe the halacha is okay. Maybe the halacha is, remember again, there is a general prohibition, there's a specific prohibition also for Kohanim, but it's a new Karpa being in a hurry. So you're not allowed to create a bald spot out of mourning for the dead. In other words, it was a biblical practice, a pagan practice, that people would pull out their hair in mourning. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. I see again, you also can't destroy corners of your beard, right? Which refers to shaving with a razor. We saw this back in our Rothschild days, which refers to shaving with a razor or things like that. So maybe someone like this, that if a Kohen did either of these practices and then he does the avodah, maybe the avodah is preferred. Maybe that's what it's talking about. In other words, saying like this. I get it that the concept of Kedoshim to you below the family doesn't need to be used for Tumah. Right, because someone's going back from a different source. That's what you might say, it must refer to its full yom. How do you know? Maybe it refers to a point who violated one of these other prohibitions and did the avodah, that the avodah is profane. The Gemara says, no, full yom in avad benisa b'nalar. So that's the case. So again, if you're not going to use the concept of Kedoshim you, the way it's held is its full yom, so where will you know? Where do you learn that if it's full yom, did the avodah that is high misa? So the Gemara says, where do you know that? You know, the Gemara fill Truma. So listen, to make it clear, Shabbat fill from Truma. From Truma, okay, the Gemara said, now how do you know that? The possible Truma, Machir Avod. And so what does that do with Shabbat do? So that can do with Shabbat says ultimately again, that Halacha L'Maisa, that it's Mulyo, right? Fill Truma. Possible Truma, Machir Avoda. What do we learn from there? Anyone who is not allowed to eat Truma, or any Kohen who can't eat Truma, if he does the avodah, he profanes the avodah. The avodah is invalid. The low possible Truma, but anyone who is allowed to eat Truma, like anyone ultimately again who does not invalidate by Truma, lo mafil avodah, will not go ahead and invalidate the avodah. So the Lord says, so if our local language is suggesting that it is just as a full yom is not permitted to eat Truma, so to a full yom, ultimately, if he does the avodah, he will invalidate it. That's what he does. Our Rabbi says, one second. Lama means the Kasav Rahmana Tamin, or full yom, which is the step I will say. Now, by the way, I just want to point out, we're gonna circle back to this idea, right? The Gemara was making an interesting suggestion that perhaps the Kohen who makes a bald spot in mourning for the dead, or who shaves with the razor, destroys the corner of his beard or his head, maybe he should be invalidated for the avodah, and if he does the avodah, he profanes it. The Gemara dangled that out there. We're going to circle back to that. The Gemara just said, well, if that's the case, then I need an alternate source for the psul of Tvul Yom. So what's the alternate source for the psul of Tvul Yom? The Gzeir Shabbat to Truma, which teaches us that essentially any Kohen who can't eat Truma profanes the avodah if he does it, and therefore Tvul Yom is not permitted to eat Truma. So because he's not permitted to eat Truma, therefore what? Therefore Allah said if he does the avodah, he will go ahead and profane it. Okay, then he says, well, now that we have that, not only because of Rahman Tamei, or Tvul Yom, or Kusikur. Someone's not even asking an interesting question. So now, if you look through the list, right, the various list of the Mishnah, I have a number of people who, if they do the avodah, they profane it, right? And by the way, this is the word invalid, but profane it, right? So who are those three people? Tamei, literally someone who's actually Tamei does the avodah. Number two, Tvul Yom, is a person who went to the mikvah, but still requires Karat Shem, Hashan said. And number
three, Mechusar Kippurim. Now again, what's the piece of Mechusar Kippurim? Let's for example, that would be like the Mitzvah or the Zav. So the Mitzvah or the Zav is supposed to essentially have 3 parts to this purification process. What are the 3 parts? Number 1, passage of time. Number 2, immersion in the mikvah. Number 3, kabbalas. Mechusar Kippurim refers to someone who has had the first 2, but has not had the third. So let's say again, the Mitzvah had the passage of time. He went ahead and he went to the mikvah, but he has not yet brought his completing kabbalas. It's called Mechusar Kippurim. He's lacking atonement. So again, such an individual, if a kohen is like that, he will validate the others. The Gemara says, why do you need all 3? Now, essentially, what is the Gemara asking? They're all kind of the same thing. Right? What umbrella do they all fall under? Tame. They're all Tame, right? Because they're all Tame in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, the guy who's Tame is Tame. The Tzivor Yom is still Tame until sunset. And the Mechusar Kippurim, his Tumah still totally not dissolved until he brings his Kabbalah. So, why do we just say anyone who has any vestige of Tumah is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, ultimately invalidates it? Why are there separate people for all of these? I'll tell you. Seriously, I'll tell you why. Very easy. Because of Rahman Tameh, Shekin Tameh. On one hand, the guy who's Tameh is different. Why is the guy who's Tameh different? Why? Because he too much communicates, and therefore he gets back to communicate with Tumah. So perhaps that's already a different daraja, right? So you can imagine, therefore, that somebody who is Tameh to communicate with Tumah shouldn't be doing the avodah. Victorion, Mechusar Kippurim, lo asim shekin pasim b'truma. So furthermore, again, also, so on one hand, Tameh is different because halacha l'maisa he could communicate with Tumah, right? Victorion and Mechusar Kippurim also can't be learned that from him. Why? Because ultimately, again, he's costing in Truma. So again, and this guy who's Tameh has a number of these different factors working against him. But Mechusar Kippurim, Victorion, lo asim ultimately, again, by Mechusar Kippurim, Victorion can't be learned out from his wife. Shekin Mechusar Maisa. They're both saying, now, remember again, in the case of Mechusar Kippurim, ultimately, again, there's Mechusar Maisa. There's an action, ultimately, again, that is missing. In other words, in Mechusar Kippurim, Mechusar Kippurim actually has that in the karma. So there's a Maisa that's missing. That's a different level. To which the Gemara says, okay, good. Therefore, I understand. You can't learn out all 3 of these categories from any one of them. Why not keep seeing the party? Why not learn out? And why not say, you know what, actually, at least omit one of them, right? And ultimately, again, learn out one from the other 2. In other words, mention 2 out of the 3, and just go ahead, mention 2 out of the 3, and halacha l'maisa, I can learn out the remaining 1. So you might, okay, Halo, Little Rahman, which one should I omit? Which one shouldn't we write? Well, let's go to the Mechusar Kippurim, so leave out Mechusar Kippurim, right? And therefore I give the piece in and learning it out from the other cases. Okay, the Gemara says, Ma lahana shekin tzum b'truma. And we'll see here's the problem. The other cases are Mechusar Kippurim. Oh, I'm sorry, the other cases are Pasal b'truma, and Mechusar Kippurim is not. And a low lift of one of the Tvorion. But therefore, again, don't go ahead and write it by Tvorion. The Tisimihana, I learned it out of the other 2. To which the Gemara says, in my parach, what case did you have? Ma lahana shekin mechusar maisa. Those other cases that will say, there's literally again a maisa, an action that is missing. To which the Gemara says, sof klisha leitumas. So let's leave that into at the end of the day, those other cases have what we'll call a lessened or lighter form of tumah. Now, what does that mean? To go to Rashi, klisha leitumas. The Mechusar Kippurim, Shahari Herem Shimshon, the Su Lekapircha Ganatas. In those other cases of Tumah, they had a form of Tumah associated with them. So therefore, perhaps again, halacha l'maisa, right? Because again, the Gemara says, well, if you go and you leave it out, if you leave out Tvul Yom and learn it out, Mechusar Kippurim, right? Because this is learn everything out from Mechusar Kippurim and Tameh. So ultimately, again, there's what we call it too much klisha, to which the Gemara says, so klisha leitumasai. At the end of the day, the tumah ultimately, again, is a little bit of a lighter idea. The Gemara says, for example, Mechusar Kippurim, interestingly enough, Mechusar Kippurim, all he's missing is
the carbon. But if you think about it, he has immersion mikvah, he has passage of time, and he already has had a shemesh on the days of Osai. Asavar, Mechosri Kippurim, Dizav, Kizav Gami. So also, it's actually very interesting. He holds this kind of holds that in the case of Mechosri Kippurim, it's actually very interesting. So also take the case of Zav, who wants to keep Mechosri Kippurim, right? First becomes the Zav. What happens with the Zav? Shalach once again is the passage of time, right? Remember again, what does a Zav need to become tar? He needs number one, he needs the cessation of his zivos, right? If his zivos is still flowing, ultimately again he's a zav. So he needs cessation of zivos, so that's kind of values. Then he needs passage of time, immersion in a mikvah, and ultimately again karma. So I just want to point out how overwhelmingly incredible is this that we are learning this on Erev Yom Kippur. Because if you think about this for just a moment, right? Again, it really is overwhelming. If you think about this, these steps are exactly the steps we need for tshuva. Right? Shmuel will say everything you need to know in life you can learn from the Zav. That sounds really strange, but it's still true. Right? Number one, if I want to stop being a Zav, cessation of zivos. If the impurity is still flowing out of me, nothing's going to work. Sumira, first step in becoming about tshuva is I have to stop the impurities. If the impurities are still going on, it doesn't make a difference how much other good is happening. The good is still meaningful, but I can't affect change in myself if I don't stop committing the negative activities. Next, what's step two? Passage of time. Continuity. In order to affect change, you need some level of continuous ingrained behavior. Change takes time, as much as we spoke about on Shabbos Shiva, that you can affect instantaneous change, but instantaneous change really only sticks if it's being forced over time. So you need the passage of time. Next, what do I need? Ultimately, again, I need mikvah. So what does mikvah represent? Also very important. What does mikvah represent? Mikvah represents a rebirth. At a certain point in time, in order to become a Bashava, a person has to be willing to say, I'm a different person. That's what Rothschild says. Do you know why mikvah plays such an important role? I don't know. Mikvah is the original Rothschild. So mikvah is surrounding one's self with the primordial building blocks of the universe. I don't know what that means, but I think what it means is like this. In the beginning, remember again, what was the universe? Bereshit bara Elokim es haaretz, right? Va'aretz haysa b'rohu, u'rak halakim ra'chatas al pnei hamayim. In the beginning, there was anything, there was water. Water is the first thing that existed in this universe. When a person goes into the mikvah and they surround themselves with water, what they're doing is they're recreating themselves. That's the power of the mikvah. That's why mikvah plays such a central role in Yiddishkeit. I'm going in and literally I'm recreating myself with the very building blocks of creation. I'm starting again. And then what's next? Karma. What does karma represent? Karma represents the asik. Karma represents the things you do, the positive, dynamic things you do in order to bring yourself closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I will say, ultimately, anything and everything I need to learn to become a successful Baal Tshuva, we learn mamish from Zav. So the Gemara says, okay, back to the Gemara. So the Gemara says that we kind of hold that the Mechusar Kippurim by Zav, the Zav still has the status of a Zav. In other words, while you have not brought your carbon, ultimately again, you still have the status of a Zav. See, we thought this whole time that when you're just Mechusar Kippurim, in other words, if you've gone through all the other steps, and the only thing I'm missing is the carbon, that I have what we call a Tumah Kadisha, ultimately a lesser form of Tumah. It's not true, the Gemara says. According to this Tana, until ultimately again I have brought my Kabbalos, I'm still in the status of Zav. The Gemara says, Mechusar Kippurim Zav Dani Tanai. Now Yaakov said this very point is in Machlokes Tanai. This exact point is in Machlokes Tanai. Here we go, let's be very interesting. Sarfa Oren and Mechusar Kippurim.
Shira. So it's a very interesting case over here. This is fascinating. Paradigma. Paradigma. So it says now, let's say a paradigma, I remember getting so read this 2 days ago. Paradigma is not shafted in the base on English, it is shafted on Harazis. Shafted outside the English looking into the Harabais. Again, on both sides, just to orient yourself, is from the opposite side that we normally view Harabais, right? We view Harabais from the back. Kosel is the back side of the Harabais. When you stand on Harazim, not Harazim where the graves are, right? Harazim wraps around. So if you go to Harazim on the other side of the graves, essentially you're looking at the Harabayas from the opposite side of the Kosel. Right? In other words, so you look at Harabayas and you see the Kosel, you see Harabayas and Kosel in the distance. That is actually that's where they would check these Harazuma, and you would be looking into the front entrance of the base and expression. So Harabayas is okay, attention this year. So the Gemara says as follows: the Sandra, Sarfa Onin. Let's say again, an Onin went ahead and, or the Kohen who was an Onin, checked the Harazuma, or for that matter again, a Kohen who was a Zav, or a Mitzvah, right, went through the entire process but has not yet brought his karbanos. What's halacha? The carbon is good. The paraduma was kosher. Yosef Hamavi Omer, Yosef the Babylonian said, Yosef Hamavi Omer, only Shira, and only is kosher. And only is kosher. From the Fusar people in this parcel. But ultimately, again, if I say the coin is a Zav or a Mitzvah, if we do not yet use karbanos, ultimately the paraduma will be. Also, I wasn't. I can look at Rashi. Rashi is a big shira. The country where the Kabayas is the aim only in Asherman the most senior and a fly out of the country is there. That Rashi is very interesting. He's seen it a couple of times. Paradigm is not a carbon. Paradigm is not a carbon. How do I know paradigm is not a carbon? How do I know that? Because it's shafted outside of the base of English. So what is paraduma if it's not a carbon? Where it says it's cut shaped by the Kabayas. Ultimately, again, it has physical sanctity. Physical sanctity, and therefore halacha again in owning is only not allowed to offer up kachim mizbeach, but the owning is permitted to go ahead and offer up kachim the kabayis. So now, first opinion said, Tanakama said that if a Machosi Kippurim offered paraduma, it's kosher. Yosef Ababli said that it's possible. My love Hashemeth. What are you arguing about? Mar Sav and the Machosi Kippurim dissolve Kizav Dami. Umar Savalak gives out that here's my focus. What is the status of a Mufusri Kippurim of a Zav? What's the status? So ultimately, again, Hanakama holds Mufusri Kippurim of a Zav. Mufusri Kippurim of a Zav is not like a Zav. Tuma Klisha, it's a lesser form of Tuma, and therefore Allah the covenant will be good. And Yosef Ababi says no. So Yosef Ababi says Mufusri Kippurim of a Zav is like a Zav. And therefore, Allah said the carbon is invalid, the argument is invalid. So the Gemara says, no, not true. Everyone agrees that Mufusri Kippurim is like a Zav. The Hach of the Hakameth. Let's say here's what they argue about. The Gemara says, you could say, the Hiza Hatar, Nekla Shmutane. Everyone say this is very interesting. So this is what I will say total stats of the paradigma. What does the pasuk say paradigma? The Hiza Hatahar al Hatane. The person who is tahar will sprinkle the ashes, right? The ashes mixed with water on the tummy. Now let's say, now that pasuk is totally extraneous. Why? You look at it actually says over here. The Hakfa, you see the eliminates the lakas result, the top of the mind, ish tahar. So the pasuk already says that the person who is doing the paraduma process has to be an ish tahar. It already says that. If that's the case, all it needs to say is Behiza al hatame. He will sprinkle on the person who is covered. Why does it have to say Behiza hatahar al hatame? That's extra. We must know how do they do it. What does it teach me? So it's incredible. It teaches me that a Tvul Yom is permitted to go ahead and sprinkle the paraduma. That's what it teaches me. So it's fascinating. It doesn't have to tell me it's already said tahar. When it says tahar, Behiza hatahar,
Tahar must be referring to a different type of person who's Tahar. What type of person? A Tvul Yom. A Tvul Yom. That even a Tvul Yom who is Tahar, but has not reached complete Tahara capacity, ultimately again is going to be fit for Paraduma. Mar Savar Tuma B'Kala Torah Kula. Umar Savar Tuma Dahat Parsha. So what's my focus over here? If you look at actually, Mar Savar Tuma B'Kala Torah Kula. Tanakama Savar Hai Tvul Yom. The Ach Shibakra. Asvul Yom B'Kala Tuma Shibakra Kai. The Ach Tvul Yom B'Zav Shibakra Kipure. Tanakama holds that when the Torah permits a Tvul Yom for Paraduma, what type of Tvul Yom does it apply? Because let's remember again, the concept of Tvul Yom applies to which types of Tumah? Which types of Tumah? All types of Tumah. Because what does Tvul Yom mean? Tvul Yom means a person who is coming, went to the mikvah, and is waiting for sunset. That could refer to any type of Tumah. The Tanakama holds you right. When the Torah permits a Tvul Yom to do the sprinkling of Paraduma upon the person who is coming, ultimately, again, any kind of Tvul Yom of any type of Tumah. So what do you see from here? For example, even a Tvul Yom of a Zav. Rabbi said, Tvul Yom of a Zav, even though it's a Tvul Yom, what else is he? If he's a Tvul Yom, what else is he? In the Choshe Kippurim. He also has in Bodish Kabbalos. And yet, what do you see? Allah L'maisa, he's permitted. He's permitted to do the sprinkling, which tells us that what? That Mechusik Kippurim of a Zav is not like a Zav. Not like a Zav. So my Savar, Tumah B'Kala Torah Kula. When we say Tumah B'Kala Torah Kula, it means any type of Tvul Yom, including a Zav. Which means again, you see from here that a Zav who is Mechusik Kippurim is not like a bona fide Zav.
There she is. Everybody stop what you're doing right now. What up, girl? How you living? Excellent.
That's the only type of Tumah.
Absolutely. All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm about to send you an invitation, okay?
For example, as long as it's a Tvul Yom of a lesser degree of Tumas, for example, a Tvul Yom of Tameh or a Tvul Yom of Sheretz. Ultimately, again, these are more out, and therefore they can go and be much more powerful of the mace. About Mechusik Kippurim, the Zav, the Chomer, Shekitum Yotalam,
You have an invitation on 15, 14, 13, 12,
for example,
11,
that since it's a high from purpose, it emanates from them as well. That cannot necessarily be learned. So let's say, so just a fascinating detail over here that Allah again by Paraduma. So again, here's what, just back up a little bit. Here's what everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees that a Tvul Yom can be the sprinkler for the Paraduma. It's interesting. What's the machlokes? What type of Tvul Yom? Is it a Tvul Yom of any type of Tumah or a Tvul Yom of just Tumas Meis? Everyone agrees that a Tvul Yom of Tumas Meis.
I'm sure of it.
Shaila really becomes, what about a Tvul Yom, let's say, of Zav? Let's say again, this point of a Choshe Kippurim. So let's say, so again, that machlokes fundamentally is dependent on an earlier machlokes. What's the other machlokes? The other machlokes is, what's the status of a Zav who's Choshe Kippurim? Is he still like a bona fide Zav? Or ultimately, again, not like a bona fide Zav? So that machlokes is, which is the machlokes that we started with, ultimately trickles into Paraduma as well. Riveting and fascinating. But again, we'll leave that machlokes open. That's not really our primary topic right now, so leave that. But you want to say, here's the good news. Here's the good news that you should remember, right? There's one takeaway from all of this. It is that Tvul Yom, ultimately, again, is kosher, the sprinkler for Paraduma. Now, we'll say, what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows us the best lesson we can possibly learn for Arabic people, which is you need not be perfect in order to go ahead and affect Tara for yourself and for others. The Tvul Yom is not himself in a perfect state of Tara. He needs sunset. Yet, he is still considered to be Tar, and he can still be the vehicle of Tara for other people also. The Ribono Shel Olam does not demand perfection. He does not demand completion. The only thing he does demand is effort. So if I can get myself to the status of a Tvul Yom, remember again, how do I get to the status of a Tvul Yom? Step 1, stop being Tamer. Step 2, ultimately passage of time, reinforce positive behaviors. Step 3, getting to the mikvah, a willingness to start again. All right, I still need to do my kavanos. I still need to build a traction, a positive dynamic activity. But I'm almost there. I'm almost, like a Shmuel who says, that's fantastic. And to a certain degree, that's good enough for now. You don't need to be perfect in order to go out and be tar and ultimately affect Tara for others. Incredible. Let's go back to Mufus Begadim. But listen, all tremendous lessons. Ultimately, again, on Erev Yom Kippur. All you need to do, Shmuel who tells us everything we need to know. All you need to do is stop being distracted, listen to the lessons, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu guides us exactly along the path we need to go. That's all we need. Says the Gemara. Next. So what was the next case? Next case was Kohen who's not wearing the right begadim. Right, so again, not wearing the right garments. Halacha l'maisa again, his avoda is invalid. Says the Gemara, no, where do you know this from? So it says it's really incredible. I'm going to be open on. Umata ba mishmei. I will say, by the way, how incredible also is the Kohen around Mechus begadim on Erev Yom Kippur. And remember again, on Yom Kippur itself. Remember again, there was the specific and special big day kahuna. Remember again, the Kohen, of course, is big day kahuna. We're not going to look for Kohanic vestments. On Yom Kippur, the Kohen would only wear big day lavans. And not only, but for the avoda klimi, the avoda inside the base of Mikdash, he would wear the white garments. White garments, incredible. Says the Gemara, because of the God, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Umatud ba Mishmei Rabbi Lazar Mishim. The pasuk says, "V'chaganta osam arnei alon ubanav, v'chavashta lahem migbaos, v'aisa lahem kuluna uchukas olam." So let's say this is really beautiful. So the pasuk says like this, right? You will put on them a belt, iron and sons. You will put on them migbaos, which were the hats, and it will be for them the kahuna. Kahuna will be for them an everlasting statue. So let's say, so what is the Gemara reaction? This is so beautiful. Bizman shebigdeihem aleim kihunasam aleim. When their clothing is on them, that's when the bris kahuna, that's when the Kohen shit is on them. Ein bigdeihem aleim, but if they're not wearing their clothing, ein kihunasam aleim. Ultimately, again, their clothing is not upon them. So the juxtaposition, ultimately, again, to the big day kahuna, and ultimately, again, where it says kahuna mechukas olam. So ultimately, again, when is there an everlasting statue of the kahuna? When they're wearing the clothing. But if they're not wearing the big day kahuna, then at the end of the day, they cannot function as kohanim. The Gemara says, what's that? We have a different source. What's the difference? How do we know that if a Kohen drank wine, ultimately, again, he pertains the avodah, Talmud Lomar, yayin v'shekha al-pisht. Do not drink wine or any intoxicating beverage while on duty. Ulahavdil, bein ha-kodesh or bein ha-chol. So the Gemara says, Mechosher begadim, below Rafas, going back line, guys. So again, it's halacha myself. The more I know, a Kohen can't do the avodah while under the influence. How do I know that a Kohen can't do the avodah when he's not wearing the Kohanic clothing, or if he hasn't washed his hands and feet? Top of your chest. Tamlomar chuka b'gzeir shava. Ultimately, they both say there's gzeir shava chuka. Look at Rashi. Rashi says chuka. Ishtuye yayin gzeir chukas olam. Because of the God that tzid kehuna chukas olam. Over the says that tzid ha'isalam chukas olam. So looks like Torah uses lashon of hope. Ultimately, again, by all of these cases, it says hope. Ultimately, again, by not drinking wine, it says hope. Ultimately, again, by begadim, and it says hope by washing hands. Just like the Kohen, just like the Kohen, can't do the avodah under the influence. So too, he can't do the avodah without washing his hands and feet. And so too, he can't do the avodah without wearing his feet. So two different sources, again, for the fact that a Kohen can't do the avodah. During the break, so right after Muslim, I'm sorry. I didn't see how long the break is. However long the break is, during the break.
That's what I'm talking about.
3 Shemir Tzashem, so we will have some beautiful daf tomorrow. We'll have incredible daf with some Kippur times as well.
Undefeated. Undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Beautiful. Thank you very much to everyone. It's just great. All the years.
Thank you, Venom. Sweet
Yeah,
dreams to you,
Phobos.
and best wishes with everything tomorrow. Stay strong, and you'll be on vacation in 48 hours.
Yes, it will.
Yes, ma'am. You almost there.
Just put them in the just put them in the ground and they'll be good to go. They did shave his head. She said he shaved his head a little bit, so he looks like he's
That's good.
thank you.
There you go.
Alrighty. I'll be here. I'm going to sleep in here, okay?
Excellent. Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace. Go on.
Sweet dreams. I'll be on my iPad in a minute. I'm going to take a bath real quick. Alright, talk to you in a little bit.
Okie dokie.
You want to talk to you in the morning, guys?
Okay.
All right, so let's see. Today's Dr. Success. Beautiful Spanish. Incredible camera today. She this morning is sponsored by Ayala. So stop it down at the upcoming website on Ayala's mother and your national. Myself, and your American coming to you. I'm sure I have a so that's the sessions I want to thank you over the last couple of days. So I know you left off about 4 lines down on your test. So let's repeat that a little bit. So let's start up 4 lines up the bottom on the side of the page. So we'll do it quickly. So remember, again, we're talking about the booster of the government. What happens if a Kohen goes ahead and does the avodah, not wearing all of the requisite pictures? So the Mishnah told me that such an avodah is possible. Right? Such an avodah is totally without. By the way, the hand liability we discuss is separate. But the avodah is possible. So you want to try to learn yourself to really know yourself. So first you want to go to the puzzle. If I got to some acne, I don't know. Yehavash Kamahan Bos by Solahan Kuhuda Lukukas Ola. So the word dash, when are they Kohanim? When do they have this Kuhuda? Ultimately, when they're wearing the gun. So the gun around and they have the Kuhuda, and they're not really gun at all. The word dash. The word is really after them. The word is not over. So this Sandra, the Irish year, the Irish from Abar, Shem, Abar, you know, if the Kohen get going, and then do the Avodah. The avodah is chilling the avodah. Since the avodah is not good. Avloma yain to shake out. You have to get a provision in a hand. So if you know to just in the provision to drink wine. And then the passage says you have to get a provision in a home. To distinguish between that which is kodesh and that which is profane. Teaching you that what? If he doesn't drink wine, the avodah is kodesh. He does drink wine, the avodah is profane. The avodah says, I want to distinguish the part that's important to us. God, Mechusa the God Rothschild the Yadai Barai Yadai. We'll say, what about the priest of Mechusa the God? What about the priest entering in front of the point of the Avodah without the requisite Avodah? Or did not wash his hands with meat? From where do we know that such Avodah is Psuda as well? Half of the festival. Gomar, Chuka, Mitzvah Shabbat. We'll say, remember Mitzvah Shabbat between the Pasuk and the Kiyah. Our Chuka, which is Yain the Shefer Al Krish. Ato Ubanecha Itok, the Rothschild or what it was, and this is the Castle of the Satan, which was the third uses the word Kuka, Kukas, in the puzzle talking about wine, consumption of wine, and if a point consumes wine, then you have all this puzzle, and so he uses the same motion of Kukas by the big Kuka. So there's a demand here on the situation of Kuka, just like by wine, if a point consumes wine, you have all this puzzle, so to if a point does not wear the proper big Kuka, the avodah is also possible. But so also it's like the kasha. Kasha is really out. Everyone agrees that rocks. That rocks. So why? But again, for our purposes, everyone agrees that the coin is not wearing the garden, the avodah is possible. Everyone agrees. The Shaila is what's the source. Started out by going from one possible, that's why it's the Shabbat. Also, it's important for us to know. That's what one of my halachas is. Ultimately, the halachas is to rise. So one says, oh, I say you want to do this. In your hustle, Hava Amina Hanini Avoda Zar Chayva Nisa. So it's had you learned out the obligation of unto the liability of the Muslim government from the concept of money to the Shava of Shri and Yain. So it's an area of as follows. The honey would Avoda Zar Chayva Nisa. When is a point of Osai? When is he liable? If he doesn't go to the big cleaner, only if he didn't go to the big cleaner of one of the avodos, which is performed by a Zar and not Kohen, would bring a death sentence. Aval avoda de Izar Chayiv ala Misa Imalo, the Rosa is a Kohen, do not bring the gadol during one of the avodas, for which a Zar, a non-Kohen, would not be liable to death, would not be liable to death. If he did it, then perhaps the Shul Chayiv Misa. Take a look at that, should be just a moment of reading also. The Shul Yain Haba in the honey meeting the Mafia Avoda, when the Chosim Gadol. Ta'amud Shazar Chayev ala Misa. K'desiv Barukah, V'lo'achem ha'amod, V'lo Samusu, Ba'avoda Shyish B'kir Misa L'Ksuma Kasmegada. So this is much better as follows. If you go to after the pasuk of Yain Shefa Altush, so that pasuk is after talking about the case of Avoda, for which one is Chayiv Misa. So if you go ahead and you drink one, and then you do one of the avodas, and then it's not enough to then the point is Chayiv Misa. I would have liked to learn the out from the Yain. That's what the similar of like to the garden. When is it going? Time to just the avoda without copying the garden. That's only the type of avoda that is done by the Zar and the Misa. But if you did it with the garden by the type of avoda which is Zar, do not be Chayiv Misa. That's absolutely not. I do it. Mash Kolonel. Mash also that we have to say Shama. And very sort of teaches us that what to do come that will say all pieces of avoda, the coin must wear a people. So Ash become the first to the garden. Studio Diamond, so now I understand that the history of the first to the garden, the prohibition for a coin, not for a coin, I should say, the obligation for a coin to raise applies to all of the avodas. All avodas, Ash become the first to the garden, the Kola avodos, Studio Diamond, you know, listen, I want to talk to you about it has to be avoda. The even has done higher than the habits. It's a really know that I do your young, even if it's one, but you will be trying to do that, even if it's more than type of avoda, for which the Zar is not trying to do so. Which the Bible answers, Asya, Fuka, in the first of the Bible. What's that related to? Which the says, say Shabbat Fuka, but the first of the Bible. Just the purpose of the Bible says, applies to all of the avodos. So to again, Shri Yain, the prohibition to drink wine, also applies to all of the avodos. One second ago, Matana, Ula Hapio, they cannot. So which is my simple 1 second. Remember that is a Shabbat, so it's both for one purpose. That is a Shabbat is brought to learn how to be Chusr Gadol from Shri Yain. Now you just went ahead, look at actually just a moment. One time in a hot dog Hanasif, the Shri Yain, the look on the Xer Shabbat, but Anan, make the Nifbog Alera, and the Melech with Rahina, which was the Hosan. The Mara Artana learned out the prohibition of Shri Yain from the Hafil Torah. Why you can have this? The Mara says, you come in to make them Xer Shabbat. That's the reason it was made when, ultimately, I said, from point to the also for the leader from the Hafil in a Polish and a Polish. So it's the idea that applies to all avodos, so that's the key issue. After the commandment of the Shabbat, then she's going to have to do the Shabbat. So it's very one second. But her term of person is other than the level of the reality. But again, what's the staff to do Shabbat of people is what? Was learned, so you was used to learn out the piece of the plug-in from the creation. That just as you can only do smart. The avodas are so too much. If he doesn't learn the requisite of God, the avodas also. Now we can tell you the law. Now you can feel the opposite. Now you're using the teaching that just as the Israel, the God is as also the Torah avodas, so it can be learning also the Torah avodas as well. So again, God, I don't know if this is running the priority to learning. uses your shalom, Lord on the bush, and that guy uses the reverse of the shalom. Without proper connectivity. So rough bus is like right, or a component that wants there's a color in all of these failure to comply with this ultimately the damage is the with romance, Fuka was the last picture of Fuka allows us to learn how to among some of the nice whether you enter the proper program or whether you get blind or whether you fail to find the yeah, hold on, real Ella Lahatio, Lamo is working with now that we're learning that everything from people that have an extra muscle. What's the extra muscle? It's a how you be a focus and a hold in a front of the what do you originally use that on the source? That muscle originally taught us, but the approach does the apple after having we have all this possible. Remember, the previous muscle is down to slip out to the active and says, don't use line when you're on the job. Like, don't use line when you're sending the phone. Okay, now, that's not really possible. It doesn't do what? It doesn't say that you have all this possible. Therefore, the question comes along and says, you have to get a photo for their phone, to teach you that you have all this possible as well. Now, what we're saying is, I don't need the possible. And if you can't find the apple, so why not? Why not? Because I need to figure out it's very simple. Because I have to very careful what I do with possible. So watch this. So Ella had the level. So what I was watching for, you figure out. So this is why? What did that do? Love for looking Amura Amuri Yom Public. So love is not go ahead and promoting Amura Amuri. Not go ahead and start it about Amura. But the schools. Yeah. Why would it not be separated? Ultimately, I think the cause of why would it not why? The hockey match like this, now you can take the attack on each of the athletes. If the church and the dollar answer or the owners who drop in the budget, cover all out to that and the young people one of the reasons we know that is like that is actually on number 2 I don't know. So what's the supposed to be rapid in this product? Rapid is going to Yang the same value then the process that you have to do that for this level, we're going to come in and also continue that. Then this focus doesn't just apply to our whole life. What else does it apply to? The transformation of our first of all, then ultimately go ahead and the engagement has been not reduced by having a commission or a poll. Coming and God actually want us to see. So what's that saying? In other words, I was thinking of as follows. The idea that we can see life in the nowadays level up, so that's nothing to say. Shut up, shit, or keep up, and now we're saying that the people that the possible are having a commission or a poll. But even a science, one thing that has to have up by that's the fact that not to be sure. After we have the heart, the rich, I'm sorry, hast du nach Gebrauch mit einer Coin, die no. Why did it go to have to say? It doesn't have the power of the what? You know. But the coin must be this kind of state. When going ahead, aspect of the Starts with a question about nuclear iron at home. Local to love when is empty of iron at home, the choosing no. When he is dressed properly, and also the power of the structures, that means that the point has to wear. Because remember what? Usually, our point was the love is the point head out, the about the sea. Also, that means that the point has to wear remember what? That's where his so for example, again, when the local wears, he's looking at the point. I don't know what he was expecting. But if the coin wars, it's not about the coin. I don't know if it's again, you have all this process. Not only must the coin wear this here and kind of level down, the coin must wear this here. It's actually from the investment in iron coin is lower than you know. According to the opponent, that's the shape behind the shape of the iron and very good. So another source is the concept that boy was good at all of only when the coin is in the form of a bulldog, the actual capara, which is an essential part to the capara beauty. About a bold is the Roma actual capara. The most that you put is a bulldog. It is not the actual capara, but it is a bulldog ultimately. That's not a second for the capara. Then ultimately, well, since you have to get a lot for myself, and I rock on myself, one would not be obligated to go ahead and just I'm not going to let that stop. Therefore, again, it's we'll go ahead and we'll remove some I know that what happens. You just know you go ahead and see so what do you really talk about? When they are thinking what is the question and they write the picture over. But again, like we said before, not only do they have to do their picture, but what? They have to wear the picture that and the Kohen Hedron. Where's the Gadol of a Kohen Gadol? They radio there is the Gadol of a Kohen Gadol. Also, Ba'abara Abadasa, the Avoda will be so what's it say? Again, but you have to not do that. Like once again, clear and that's what we do. Like here, so Abba Amina Hanimi Master, Abba Yitolo. So I'm not a fraud. Yes, I'm not a fraud, but I'm also a man. But only that's the way that we got. That's only the two feet of the but for us to see more than we have 5 people. That carry the point headway, who is the big game point level, which is more than what we would find in that. Now, we have all got much stronger. That's what I love the way it's about a month off of this. The point is that when it's out of the record, ultimately again, we have all this cost. If you have a passive dynamic, you have all the hustle, we don't have so ultimately again, we have all this cost. Really going to help us. We must bring down 4 different sources. Although the most important thing among the species is the trouble of a people. The difference to your dining, the pizza time like lying, you don't do it anyway, or if you stand like I don't want to make that which is possible, those are the things that are not there. Keep this already, I will just possible. Now, that, we found out the place where the secret is what? Just give it proper. I'm not going to make it again, ultimately, como la gente de la cola sobre la pau, yo soy la papa, el jefe de Victoria y that's why I do the ability to ask you to respond to again that you come out from the last person which I don't talk shot to the or I know that was like what's another one? How do you know show? What's the what happens when bubbles broken? So now you can tell that the coding must be have all these things. Now we're going to speak a little bit about this session. How do you know show? So what happens with the coding when you turn around and say you're going to have that? Coding is too large. Or mislucky. You should fuck you. So you fuck you. Missing one of the leaders or adding on something additional. OSHA isolated via a Matas result or he was wearing a bandage on his leg. Said the bleeding wasn't resting directly on his leg. OSHA was it or, for example, again, the coding wasn't actually it was good. Coding was good. Only to line or coding was good. But about Amadasa, was an only species about what's the Rafa is the about is the secret. So again, if the coding was too long, too short, and too worn out, but if you want too many articles of coding, there's a few articles of coding. Right? Or having something, or if the coding wasn't resting on its or the coding was ready, or the coding was strong, and it did the Avoda, ultimately again the Avoda is I'm ready. How much you got? How much smoking wrong it says? You're selling shit. This is what you see. What does that mean? Well, it says, if the movie is wrong, then It will be custom. If the clothing is too short, it will be custom. I have had time to look at it. We just get the part of the rice. Said that one is too long. She's pushing the clothing is too short. It will be custom. Let's over again. The rice then just like they said, if it's too long or too short, ultimately again the ability will be custom. More of them, if it's too long, it's custom. If it's too short, it's custom. I back on this one thing. We said for the price that the clothing is too short. I'm running back. I'm a low time. Just kind of says not just super okay, kind the rest of the color. And the vice is said that if the clothing is too short, it is costly, or say one of that. That's no Mexico again. All the right to rest. One of these. Especially when they come to it up by the back. So it comes out that it was too short, but it's actually when it has the mechanism. So what I have to represent my plan is a way that's really the proper size and the system. Yeah, it gets me off the way and finds it up by the house. That's what it's short. That's what it's doing. If the nice again is just too short, measurement, politically, just incorrect, then the nice signal would be possible. That's the slogan of the athlete. That's the situation. That's also doesn't have the requisite length or not. It has requisite length, then even if you wear it short, so the beach is fine. If it doesn't have the requisite length, then ultimately again it's a beach. Drive on that piece what an says, F both of us say whether again it's short, because you must get up at the belt, or whether it's short because long. Because the nice again is inherent in the length, it will be that says, at the end of the day, people can have not only the option on measuring something, but they're also looking at what? How it presents. Right? If it doesn't present as the right result, it ultimately ربنا يقول يقول لا عايز ربنا ما يكون relevant parties was a son of the state, son of the state, and son of the state has no money like we how much normally son of the state is what it's sure really so, but if the Mohammed is taking the too long because it is too short as possible, but I know the advice is like the advice is that the only people who is too long as too short is so I'm gonna let you find me know. There's a new effect in this. This young man, don't worry about this way. So why? It's kind of coming back now. Right back from earlier in the night. Like this place that says that even if it's too long, it's custom. Like even if it's too inside, even if it's too short, it's custom. That's the only point bunching it up by the belt. But the length is correct. Because still, when you say it's too short, it's hustle, that is according to us. With the pants that the shoes itself, racks, the requirements, all without time. Also, what is that? Remember again, the price is that you could know how to close it too long or too short, it's still custom. That said, if it's too long or too short, it's not custom. So what is that? The future now, my name is Robin. What I usually have to this is maybe a person. What do you mean when you talk about clothing? You too long or too short. It's a bit of a function of how we wrap the clothes around the neck. The athlete measures right. So maybe the case that it's too long. then the still toucher says follows. You have a two off, but you bunch it up by the belt. Bunch it up by the belt, then one of this the Havnik made us guidance. The Rothschild. We use the bunching up of the belt as well. Of the cutting down of the clothes. Or what we do is we do it when you bunch something out of the back and we cut the phone down from the face. Well, that's the case. Album is much in fashion. Listen, here's the problem with that. The problem with that then is the clothing is too short because you wrap it around the belt, then what? That's also as if you cut the clothing down, and if you cut the clothing down, then it should pass on. Which is my idea. That's habit. That's the out before you want to like it. So look at that. When you shove it to silk and arguably happening shapes, but rather than make it also like a balance. If you have clothing that is too long, the simple idea application shortened through the belt, which also means the belt. You're wrapping it underneath the belt. Then there was a and on top of that, then on top of that, like two that not the same as those problems. Your tongue has that is too long, and what happens? You wrap them up around the belt, really underneath the belt, and as a result, you shorten them. Now that the right is belt shape. Ultimately, again, that goes to government departments. I'm not giving them shit. When you shovel to this, it's like, you're going to get reality. If you have broken walks, little super emotions are not ultimately again that goes with the process using time. And it turns out, I was explaining over here, is that God is not being argued as much as you should have been. God is saying that you have to have both too long. And you have to choose the belt. So for how it doesn't make sense to why. It's an active rapid information that is the marks, right? And so we do the ultimately it doesn't look good. So actually goes to the top of the belt, that's how you do it. And therefore we cut it. So really really is things to start. If you have a clothing that's too long, that you do not even shorter, you have clothing for that. Watch this. What's the intention of picking up another clothing? Stand up. How about cancel the strap? The bus is available to the kitchen. Even pass them up, Albert cancels the spot I think the pass them up. Was I took this at the front corner of your garden, Albert cancels the spot, there's a little dash there, Albert below summer. This teaches us that what? Then I look for the nice stuff, okay, and higher than teaching the rest of what? You can have spoken. Four and that three. Oh, and whatever Albert below coming, it is four and that five. If you only try to basketball, those are the partial cells, those are the numbers of the company. How many times those are the cells that you get in 5% of the numbers will be tied to all nine of the highest level. Why is it the say that? How about below fellows? Using the part, you can be both one of them and then it's one of them for the high up. My lawyers, that was Barrow's coming to the Rothschild. So why is it that? So I have to know, so first off, we have 4 corners. I know that 4 corners comes. We exclude 8 times 5. How do I know that? Do it to the right. Now that we balance Cummings, she used the Val Cummings cycle. But also I will including 5 corners on it. Why? That's 5. And then I have to use 5. 4. We move to the balance Cummings, sitting the Val Cummings cycle. And I will exclude 3 corners on it. There's ultimately another 3 corners on it. And another 3 corners. Okay. So try to what's another place like this? Listen, 6 place like this. Well, this is 4 excludes 3, it doesn't exclude 5. Why doesn't it exclude 5? Because 5 includes 4. So you see by definition that a garment that has more than 4 corners will be higher than scissors, because once it is 4 and above, by definition, the feather is only on this tiny stuff. So I'll have a tendency stuff. Once it is on the 4 corner garment, I'll bubble coming which I despise the first one. Not only is it 3 corner garment exclude but what? with 5 corner garment as well. Right? So you see the differences. We have vice number one, a 5 corner garment is not excluded. Vice number two is 5 corner garment is excluded. I love the hard corner. Also, what are we arguing about? The Marsaba, yes, the man, said, Johnny, Marsaba, the man, the rest of the so what's the funny argument about? And one of people hold that you use that different corner as a and one of people hold that you use different corner as a doesn't exist because at this moment, that's nobody called Marsaba. And the part of Bibles comes. The one says ultimately again that a 5 corner garment is part of the Saba, low Animan Yesed Command says that we don't do something extra as if it doesn't exist. Our command to say, "O Karina Lebas Arbon, command the highest realize, Yesed Command the Listen." Doesn't want this. But many not focus about saying as follows. What happens? What if you want to do? Once a garment is 4 corners, we don't care how many corners you put on it. It doesn't make a difference. Once you get the rest of it in the 4 corner garment, you have this. Any other corners above the board, you see as if they could not exist. Another thing is that no, the application is capture on what? The 4 corner garment. Once you have one 4 corners for what? You no longer have 4 corner garment, and therefore then that has existence. So what does that do with us? So what happens if we have a clothing too long? So what's essentially the same approach. One of the people say, once it reaches the requisite length, then what? We don't really do anything beyond the requisite length, and we're going to be taking interference with what we're discussion. Whereas the other opinions say, no, we do everything that's part of the Quranic clothing, and if it's too long, we will be passing. Where's the much ago? No, not even comparison. Because I'm a command, you see that it was like, you can't ignore reality, as much as people try. And therefore, again, even in the 50th one, you can't ignore the 50th corner, just like you can't ignore the additional method of Muhammad. Shiny Alpha, the Rabbi Yachmana said the Passover. What's like teaches is different. Just like teaches the most even just 4 corners, he also fails to cover one and check the Passover. So the Islamic and start closing themselves. So because of that, even that becomes to see the 5 corner garment, when you try to ask, a garment that is obligated to no. Higher than the Passover on my others was like, if you don't know that 5 corner garment is not exists, really what do you do with this Passover? The Passover, which the Gemara says, first by mind, divided into the center. This is the problem. So you can see also, the Passover by 6 is says you can see the 6. But the Swiss life, goes and comes to exclude the garment worn at night. But a garment worn at night is not higher than so for example, you got your brand new 4 corner pair of pajamas, you got the most pajamas, you don't have to put scissors on. Why not? Because my teacher says that's where you some OCC, which is just a what? The obligation of scissors is only on garments worn by day, and not by garments worn at night. Private sis later. Oh, and I'll set the line, but with sis sumo, it's a little maybe it comes to a but. A blind person, right? Because maybe a blind person is not obligated to put scissors on his garment's wide. Because my sister can't see that. If you almost have to pass them up, and the pastor says you have to put scissors on a garment that you clothe yourself in, a rich Swiss sima. Because even a sima clothes to the fact that you can see it, you can. But the mice after the pastor up, he's still clothing himself in it. So you might have somebody in the time of reason also. So I think the customer was teaching that what? This is very important. I think the customer teaches me that even the summa is obligated to put scissors on its clothing. If that's the case, then what do I do with you who repeats them also? But with this okay, so the Islam also says that the customer teaches me that even the summa is obligated to put scissors on its clothing. Who repeats them also teaches me that right about that this laila, clothing worn by night is not highly consistent. The Magos, the Amos, this laila, was the one reason. How do I know to include the clothing of a blind person? Excellent clothing worn by night. Because I'll tell you what, my bag is sumo, yes, and the Libya is on me. Yeah, what's the remember again, the clothing of the sumo may not be seen by the sumo, but is seen by the and everyone else. When Moses and Shiloh also have a seafood ultimately with Shiloh, holding one and Sha'in Beria Israel. Also, no one sees. No one sees the golden. If you don't have to like that, then you don't have to like that. The other thing when you travel from the word spread, the second thing that has that, most people just need to know this is Halach L'Maisa, when you ask Halach L'Maisa again, that exists life. So somebody has four corners of pajamas, ultimately again, that type of thing is not four corners that we have a sumo will be tied. First of all, you still have to figure out how you customize what it's aside that was like something that you want, how you customize that what you got before, or how you customize here's what everybody is using. If the clothing is dirty or the clothing is worn, you have all this process. The point of contention was it used to be with one, and you're showing this look. If the clothing is long, if the clothing is too short, ultimately again, what do you do with the clothing under those circumstances? So let's just do a little point. You might know what's going on for the next. So also, you might say a couple of more details regarding the big thing. But the consequence is tells us that the clothing is bad. What does that teach you? Musha woods, the Kohanic clothing has to be made of linen. Bad shoe chadashim. Furthermore, again, the Kohanic clothing has to be bad because of the result. Remember, the concept refers to the big that has bad. So we're discussing what is the teaching that has to be bad. So that has to be bad, it has to be new. Bad shoe shizu, it has to be made of twisted thread. Bad shoe chutar kafo shisha. Furthermore, the thread, what says we're going to see, has to be six-fold thread. Each piece of thread is folded over 6 times, as we'll discuss. God shall yubash shall hold ima. It also means that we wear Kohanic clothing. The coin can't wear any weak literally let it shall hold. It is non-consecrated clothing. You can't wear any non-consecrated clothing. Amar Rabbi Rabbi Yosef. Bishmama shu shabutz. So it's an item that ultimately again, then the Kohanic clothing has to be of linen. Hakamash Malon, what's in Midi Achilamo, so it's a that teaches you that it has to be made of linen, not of any other material. Alabad Shu Kadoshim, Kadoshim in Shafakmada. So when you tell me that one of the other drushos sometimes is that the clothing has to be new, it shows me new, yes, but worn out. But second, was too much. What do you learn in the Bryson of Madame? But I learned the Shu Fakmada. And also, you learned in Hamadam that what? That even if the Kohanic clothing is worn out, that it is still kosher, to which we go right in Amalei, Ulukaneh, Bad Shu Kutar Kafo Shisha. But that's how the Divinash. And if you ask the same question, you write it before you come back to that. So I believe there's a bad, that every thread has to be 65 thread. It was like the word bad itself seems to indicate us what? Bad the beginning seems to indicate to us that what? That when I say each string should be an independent thread. And I'll think of it, this is what it means to use, this is what it means to say. How to come up? The Gadu Shnema behind bad, it was like the word holding distinct, what is it different? Any time, right, when the Torah discusses clothing that has to be bad, what's the definition of that? Swifting Shisha, what's Kadoshim? They have to make a brand new linen. Shizurim, Sheifutan Kapo Shisha. It's woven and then it has to be made of 6 thread. So Yeshman the mitzvah, Yeshman the act. What's that as you will see? Some of these details also are mitzvah, which means the chakila it has to be done this way, and some of them are not. Some of them, if they're not done this way, also what? They validate the God. So also again, right now, all you are doing is just laying down the series of rules, not telling us necessarily how we learn or not. Mind that bad history, also someone says that how do you know that bad? Torah says that the people have to be bad. How do you know that bad means woman? So you must someone listen to the kingdom. Tell me how old they are kind of bad to do that. It refers to a Kohanic vessel is up to you. And something that comes out of the ground, one stalk, each stalk is individual connection. Or they are kind of bad. Honey is called the drink, but it is come ultimately to us. So first to a plant will say, well, what? Each stalk comes up as an individual, and 2 stalks never come up as one. Apparently, again, one type of plant ultimately again comes up 1 stalk, and then 2 stalks on the house. Then the 2 stalks from one is apparently living. Aim up in rock, say the verse to war. was held on the wolf pulls out of the shoe, each to the wolf pulls out from his own core, just like the bird. Which the Gemara says, Imra, Mitzal, the Imra Mitzal. This is actually Mitzal, and Imra Mitzal, tell us in this collect is the shine my right over there. That's supposed to be the floor. It's like, even though it's one hair that comes out of one core, the hair, the wall ultimately splits. Which was kiss not Nami Mitzal, ultimately women also splits into multiple threads. I do the piece of the Mitzal. Also, naturally, human grows as one thread, which means afterwards it splits apart into multiple threads. Rabina Rabina says that we'll say we learn out the application from many from here. The Gemara puts the muscle from the Tesla. The Ilay Fishkin Yu Alosham, the Nicholas and Fishkin Yu Amaslehem, Boyach Kulu Bayasa. So we'll say we learn out the from the Tesla. The Rabbi Tesla says it's supposed to be like the Kohanim or the Master of Fishkin, which is the definition which defines as living. So the U.S. was listening to this. Only that actually Rabina. The Asli Fesco Milava. Alright, very nice. What about before your Fesco Milava? Really nice. So you know, also Fesco Milava than the That's very nice. But the Bible says, how do I know before your Fesco? Get the Kohanim at the way living. Ulatane, using that same logic, Hadam la Krista Davar Sanitaris Moshe Adino Lola Magnu. Rotane, Hadam la Krista. Davar Sanitaris Moshe Adino Lola Magnu. We give you a Fesco and Muzi la Magnu. So let's listen to this. So Ben Nechar Ora Leifa Ora Basel Yavo Lukashi the Sharsini. Actually, by your Fesco, I was like, how do I know that according to here actually the passage talks about people? But it talks about a coin using Ora, an uncircumcised coin. So listen, Pastor does like two types of other uncircumcised heart and uncircumcised flesh. So listen, so the uncircumcised heart is talking about a Jew or a coin who has you and Hashem will discuss that more tomorrow. But even coin is uncircumcised, I will say, can't do the avoda. Before you ask, how could I know that? So we'll say rather these things are halachos from Moshe Messiah. The Quranic clothing has to be made of linen. And a non and a coin was an oil can't do the avoda. These are things that are halachos from Moshe Messiah. Let's go to the one and institute them in the apostles. So the Gemara is the Asli Fesco, the Asli Fiakra. How can I look at what I told you have to be made of linen? The Gemara ultimately is a tradition that the Fesco went ahead and purified it. וקטן תוצם אבני אלו נובות, שחבש למהן נקבוס, ויסור להם תחיבונו וחיקס תחיבונו. It meant that when they complain, when they have ultimately when they got when my father had children, when we come in us, the word says, you must really use that the most lovely and older United States about always went one and then she had both up. So she had both of I'm going to lie to you for answers. You are asking for a condition. This is my name. And the first thing is I have to get a condition of faith. So you see, if you got any soldiers, and that is that's what. Because to one, that was a one to see the one that is one. God, the pussy the government for Rothschild is like that right now. So what about the speech from the pussy the government? What about the piece of the future of the police that you have over? After that was the program. Or did not watch his own from where you know that such a voting see what I saw. Half of the test. Omar, who got the was a money to create trouble. After we got that, the rock come out on what he goes and pass some of those. Was the police in the process talking about wine, something of wine, but the point consumes wine that we have over this process, and so he uses the same notion of frutas by the Christian community. So this is not just a nation, so you said that this community can't take by wine as a point wine that is passion, social component is not really the topic of Christian, they are both getting also a topic. But, short and transit is happening. It's actually literally how everyone is used that one. That's why. So why? But again, for others, everyone is used always that way. Because we have all these costs. They have one of these. Started with one of these sources. Started out by going to one plus. That's why we're in trouble. We'll say, second plus, no. That's just kind of my problem. How do you really tell the application of the liability of the budget from the budget of some of the amount? I would have put a price. And I'm about to decide how you got that. When is the code of website? When is the virus? Which is very only thing that we can do for the rest of this, which is performed by a star and a coin, would bring a death sentence. How about our voters with inside Saibala, Mitzvah, Imamo, and what's a coin? Do not take the budget. Really, one of the voters who is star and that coin would not divide the death, not divide the death. If you do it, then that's a really tiny piece of to do it without this moment or something. So if you go ahead and you drink wine, and then you do one of the others, also if you're going to start a calculation, instead of what is Hayabusa, I would have thought you learned how from the language that what someone of our practice is to the judges. When is it going and to the judge, the apple of the apple of the judges? That's only the type of a road when it's done by the Sarah and the Fusa. And if you see where the judge might have a road to be sad, you're not deciding that that's the case. All Listen, Rav did not go ahead and, well, most Amor are very good. Do not go ahead and sell it to Amor. Just a Mura, like a spokesman. Yeah, the Rav would not have his Amora on from one day that they did. In fact, this is here at the why would it not be struggling? Ultimately, I think cars are why was it not? Then the concept says, how can we have order to the home, and we have plenty of those also to see right? So this doesn't just apply to our home. What else does it apply to? The concept of our question out of them, they're ultimately going to not go ahead. And the agreement that has to look at the has to get a solution to their home. Focus on coming apart after what has to be. So we'll say, so in other words, all the thing will be as follows. The idea that the mixing wine is about these levels of, so that's left in the beginning, Shabbat, Kufa, and now we're saying that two is possible, the husband, the opposite, and the host, but even a something, one thing that has to be in Haroka, is that this guy like the God being excellent to it, actually having the R, the food, one's one of the so rich to my side. Tati, Afanaka, what's up to you? And the husband, why does it go to have to say? It's just moving the power to that what? It's two things go. But the total, what's this whole kind of speech? What's going to head and come to an aspect of the apple? The source of the question was up, Nikra Aaron at home. The road to Shulama is when is enter of Aaron at home, the people know when he is dressed properly and was a pattern of the shop that means the point has to wear thinking remember what? We may have some others some of us thinking point head goes but about us listen that's what the point has to wear thinking remember what? But what? That's where his So for example, again, if a bundle bears, it's taking up a coin. I don't know what the going war, the bundle of the coin. I don't know what not only must the coin wear the consider kind of the Avoda, the coin must wear this figure and of the Avoda. Those are black barbers, what is so that's because the rest of the Arab Spanish is always completely low. And for according to the opponent, that's what the curiosity is behind the station defined as very frequency. So another source, the concept that always was to have only I would have thought that when does the obligation to application be applied? Only when the coin is due in the form of a hoja, the act of kapara, which is an essential part to the kapara being that is not essential for the kapara, then ultimately will then perhaps you will have myself, one would not be able to go ahead and do it. So much of that is not different. Go ahead why did the Constitution I learned it for life. You need to go ahead and research your product. So what do we do with that word for hiding? The two that. You know, most of us are only words for hiding, and it's only after that hiding way. When they are looking for hiding, what is the definition of being a hiding? And the financial the mother is a coin. So how about Rothschild was a sort of what? And you're running the picture. But again, like you said before, not only do you have to do the picture but what? You have to wear the picture that. Where is the beginning of a coin? Only for Abba of the Dasan, the Avoda will be so what's it say? Okay.
Howdy.
So now you've established that the coding must be the apple. Now we're going to speak a little bit about the specifics of how you remove trouble. So what happens if the clothing is not clothing was too long, or was looking, was too short. You should fuck it. Also, you should fuck it. They were older. Older, in other words, so not that much older. Just older, they get more worn out. So what's the halakha of all of these cases? But how about Amadasa? And the Anoda, Shayla. So what's the even if the shoulder was too long, too short, or a bit worn out, the Amadou was too short. Rava Shayla, that's how it is. But what he says about Shayla Nation, two belts. Master Hachos, Mr. Hachos, or Jisoo Renovation or an on something additional, Osha Haisamo, Lukia Amakas, Bizarre Hachos, one who was wearing a family on his flesh. That Odin was less developed on his flesh. Osha, was a boy, for example, again, the clothing was ashes and Mishki means it was dirty. The clothing was dirty, only to line, or the clothing was ripped. But about Amadasa, I was the one who is this really about what's the Halacha? The Halacha is the about it is Psika. So again, if the clothing is too long, too short, or too worn out, it's pressure. But if you want too many articles of clothing, was missing an article of clothing, right? Or had something, or if the clothing wasn't resting on his flesh, or the clothing was dirty, or the clothing was torn, and it would be avoda. Ultimately, again, the avoda. I'm not doing it. So that's the first thing. Let's see if we remember the things. I'm not doing that. I'm not sure. So Shmuel comes along and says, "When you show them the shade, it's looking to it. What's that mean?" Shmuel says, if the clothing is too long, then it will still be kosher. But if the clothing is too short, it will be muscle. I have kind of the looking shade. We just said before, was the first part of the lesson. Said that one, the clothing is too long. The clothing is too short. It will be kosher. So let's remember again. The rights that we just read before said if the clothing is too long or too short, ultimately again the avoda will still be kosher. Shmuel saying if it's too long, it's kosher. If it's too short, it's possible. I got time on this looking shade. At least before the rights that if the clothing is too short, it's kosher. Amarani Bakam Lokasha was actually making some distinction. It says it's not that much also. Conscious silver under the athlete can the rest of the color cloud. So let's listen to this. When the Bryce is said that if the clothing is too short, it is partial, or say when is that? That's when let's say again the tunic or the pants are the right length. What happens? The king bunches it up by its belt. So that it turns out that it looks too short, but in fact that it has the requisite length. So when it has the requisite length, when it was the proper sizing, and the body was just wearing it in an awkward way, that bunched it up by the belt, therefore it appears to be too short, that's when it's going to be touched. But if the nice again is just too short, or the measurements, the length of it is just incorrect, then the nice again will be possible. Kanka silken ayıbı anlayıp karşısızlığı sizlere şanlaşın insults seems like the way that women do. I guess you just like maybe only wants to make like smoke a little bit shorter so she can color up after the usage. And so to again the point if it goes ahead and he wants them to transport it, bunches it up and by the belt. So what's this? Seems like there's much different and we're gonna see the students that come back in just a little bit. So the idea over here, according to Rabbi is that what we look for is do the pants have the requisite length? The pants have the end to it. Does it have the requisite length or not? it has the requisite length, then even if he's wearing it short, so to speak, it's fine. If it doesn't have the requisite length, then ultimately again it will be invalid. So the says as follows. Rab says, Echad Zeh to Echad Zeh Tzur. Both of them will say whether again he's too short because he bunched it up at the belt, or whether it's too short because what? Because the length again is inherent the wrong length with no details. So we'll say that Rab seems to be saying this follows. Rab says at the end of the day he's looking out not only the actual dimensions or measurements of the clothing, but we're also looking at what? How it presents. Right? If it doesn't present in the right way, will ultimately be appropriately possible. The measurements are correct. I'm not going to focus Rabbi. Let's go. Rabbi is really very similar. Rabbi Ikla La Arkiza. So Rabbi went to Arkiza. Rabbi Baruch Bezikna. Was like the son of these posts, the son of someone's house, and the son of the sons asked the following question. Did Shmuel really say that if the Kohanim clothing is too long to touch it, and if it's too short as possible, but kind of another place, and the price discussion, so I'm going to lay back. So he said to this young man, don't worry about that. So why? He's trying to come back. He's going to like come over and shoot it out. Right? So